As I stood on the deck of the ship, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the mountains and reflecting off the clear, blue lake. The scene was breathtaking, and for a moment, everyone on board was lost in the beauty of it all. The gentle waves created by the boat snapped us back to reality, but even then, we were all still captivated by the serene atmosphere. I couldn't help but recite a line of poetry that seemed fitting. The lone smoke rises straight in the desert, the setting sun is round. Though the words held deep meaning, they didn't quite match the beauty of the scene before me. The other passengers seemed puzzled, even a bit annoyed, by my attempt to capture the moment with words. As I turned to go back inside, a sweet voice stopped me. "That's a good poem. It's interesting to use ancient words to describe this modern scene. You must know a lot about history." I looked over to see a young woman, her eyes meeting mine, smiling warmly. I walked over to her, introducing myself as Xu Yuan. She introduced herself as Xu Yanshi, playfully adding that her name had a poetic ring to it. We chatted for a bit, exchanging thoughts about the breathtaking transformation of this once desert landscape into a beautiful lake, a result of a massive engineering project that took decades to complete. Xu Yanshi mentioned she was a graduate student studying biodiversity and planned to work here after graduation. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and I wished her success in her future endeavors. As the night fell and the lights on the deck began to flicker on, we exchanged goodbyes. I genuinely hoped she would achieve her dreams in this remarkable place. Back in my cabin, I lay on the bed, reflecting on the incredible times we live in. It's the year 2108, and my country has turned deserts into lakes, achieving feats that were once thought impossible. I felt a deep sense of pride being a part of this era. My journey had just begun, and although my final destination was far away on Europa, this stop at the lake was a moment to appreciate how far humanity had come. It reminded me that my work and the challenges I faced on Europa were part of something much bigger, a mission that could change everything. As I look back on the progress we've made, it's incredible to think that both the Moon and Mars are now places where humans have established bases. Powerful nations have set up independent or collaborative outposts there. For example, the Moon has two main bases, Guanghan Palace, led by my country, and Artemis Moon Base, led by the United States. These two bases work together while also competing, pushing the boundaries of scientific research. My final destination is Europa, but before I head there, my first stop is the Moon. At Guanghan Palace, there's a biologist and geneticist waiting for me. It's a rare opportunity to recruit such a talent for our base on Europa, and as the base commander, I can't pass it up. As I was resting, a knock on the door pulled me from my thoughts. I knew who it was before they even entered. It was Zhu Pete, my assistant, who handed me some documents I had requested. He looked a bit older than his 30 years, partly due to his receding hairline, something he often complained about. I teased him, suggesting that he was late because he had been investigating Xu Yanshi, a woman I met on the cruise earlier. He confirmed it was part of his duty, but I reassured him there was no need to worry about a simple tourist. After a brief chat, I sent him off to prepare for our arrival on the Moon the next day. Zhu Pete is a reliable assistant, though he's always a bit too cautious, especially after what happened to me on Europa. I can't blame him. What I experienced there was unforgettable. There were 7 of us who inhaled a strange red gas that leaked from an alien ship buried deep in a canyon on Europa. This ship was unlike anything we'd ever seen, with technology far beyond human understanding. We weren't even supposed to be exposed to the gas, but due to a series of events, we ended up breathing it in. Luckily, the gas wasn't lethal. In fact, it seemed to have some surprising effects. After extensive testing, it was discovered that the gas had somehow suppressed the aging process in our bodies and activated certain genes that could significantly extend our lifespans, possibly by 4 to 6 times the normal length. This discovery was groundbreaking, and we kept it under strict confidentiality, reporting it directly to our superiors using quantum communication. The implications were huge. If humans could live longer and resist diseases like cancer, it would open up new possibilities for space exploration, allowing us to venture further into the cosmos. However, the bad news was that no more of the red gas could be found in the ship. It might have been the last of its kind. Despite the setback, I was ordered to return to Europa to continue leading the exploration of the alien ship. The other 6 people who were affected are now being studied to understand the changes in our genes better. While 5 of them remained on Earth, 1 stayed on Europa to assist with ongoing research. Reflecting on all this, I can't help but feel that we're on the brink of something extraordinary. Extending human life could be the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe, and I'm proud to be a part of that journey. I left plenty of my blood samples back in the lab in the capital for research. I don't mind. Since that strange substance we encountered on Europa is now gone, studying us, the ones who were exposed, might still lead to some discoveries. Honestly, people like me and the other 6 who were affected are rarer than pandas now. So it's no wonder Xu has been so cautious. For safety reasons, I probably should have stayed in the capital too, but the Europa base really needs me. Plus, I'm used to working there, so I decided to go back. After taking a shower, I relaxed for a bit and looked over the documents Xu had given me earlier. They contained information about experts from the Mars base, who I needed to recruit for our work on Europa. Since several key specialists stayed on Earth, I had to find replacements. Fortunately, my request was approved, and I even got some advanced equipment sent ahead to Europa for our genetic research. The next morning, after my usual routine of exercise and breakfast, the ship docked. I packed up my things and headed to the pier. I brought a lot of Earth's specialties back with me this time: fruits, vegetables, meats, which are all highly valued at the Europa base. As I disembarked, blending in with the other passengers, I heard someone calling my name. It was Xu Yanshi, the woman I had met on the ship the day before, waving at me. She was with another woman, probably the friend she mentioned. We exchanged a few words before I had to leave. If things were different, I might have stayed to chat longer, but my current situation makes it difficult to talk freely. Plus, choosing to travel by boat instead of using a private jet had already made things more complicated for my security team. Xu had arranged for a car to take us to the Orbital mass accelerator, a massive electromagnetic launcher that helps spacecraft reach orbit. It's much more cost-effective and efficient than traditional rockets. The accelerator is located in a remote area with ample electricity from nearby hydroelectric plants, making it an ideal location despite its high altitude. When we arrived, I was once again struck by the sheer scale of the project. The ground section of the accelerator is enormous, with electromagnetic tracks spiraling outward for over 220 kilometers. This collaborative international project involves multiple countries, making it a significant milestone in human space exploration. Seeing this massive construction reminded me of how far we've come. Projects like these are paving the way for humanity's future in space, and I'm proud to be part of that journey, even as I head back to Europa for more work. As I looked up at the massive structure, I couldn't help but feel amazed by the scale of the Orbital mass accelerator. The launch track stretched out for about 80 kilometers, supported by enormous concrete pillars that seemed to reach up to the sky. The track gradually tilted upwards, using a mountain as its base, until it reached a near vertical ascent. The design was carefully planned to handle the immense pressure of launching spacecraft, especially for manned missions like mine. The track was long and had a complex curve to ensure that the acceleration stayed within limits that a human body could handle, no more than 6 gs. In addition to the manned track, there were 4 other tracks for launching cargo, each with a different length to accommodate various types of payloads. The shortest track, only 7 kilometers long, could subject cargo to a staggering 450 gs of acceleration, which was a lot, but necessary to get heavy loads into space efficiently. From a distance, the whole setup looked like a giant hand reaching towards the sky, with the tracks resembling the fingers. The main manned track in the center had a graceful arc, and I'd heard some people online jokingly refer to it as a heaven-pointing finger. As I stood there, Xu, my assistant, informed me that our luggage was checked in and our boarding passes were ready. We headed towards the spaceplane, which looked similar to a regular airplane but with retractable wings designed to reduce drag during launch. The spaceplane was securely attached to the electromagnetic track, ready for takeoff. I boarded the plane and took my seat in first class, where it was quieter. There were only 8 seats, and the other passengers were already settled in a mix of couples, likely heading to the moon or Mars, given the current state of space travel. Everyone was quiet, aware of the significant journey ahead. Soon, the captain's voice came over the intercom, explaining the details of our flight. We would be accelerated by the electromagnetic track for 102 seconds, followed by another 190 seconds of propulsion from the spaceplane's engines to reach orbital speed. It would take another 3 hours and 40 minutes to dock with the Tiangong space station. As I listened, I couldn't help but think about the limitations of the mass accelerator. Although it was a marvel of engineering, it still required additional propulsion to get fully into orbit. Ideally, we'd use a space elevator, but that technology is still beyond our reach. For now, the orbital mass accelerator was our best option, and despite its flaws, it was far more efficient than traditional rockets, enabling large-scale space construction projects. After the briefing, I settled into my seat, preparing for the journey ahead. The world had changed so much, and as I prepared to return to Europa, I knew we were on the brink of even more incredible advancements. As I settled into my seat, the captain's voice came over the intercom, welcoming us and explaining the features of the flight. We were about to embark on a journey that would take us to the Tiangong space station, and the crew was dedicated to ensuring we had a comfortable experience. After the introduction, the safety announcement followed, reminding us to prepare for the electromagnetic launch by securing ourselves and removing any sharp objects or electronic devices. The spaceplane began to accelerate, and I could feel the powerful force pushing me back into my seat. The ascent was smooth, and as we passed each cargo track, I knew we were climbing higher into the sky. The sensation of weightlessness soon followed, signaling that we had reached low Earth orbit. Some of the passengers gazed out of the windows, marveling at the view of Earth below a vast blue curve with white clouds drifting over the mountains. As we continued our journey, the in-flight entertainment screens popped out, offering something to watch during the docking process, which would take a few hours. The cabin was filled with quiet conversation as people shared their thoughts on the experience and discussed their destinations. I remained silent, lost in the view outside, where the blue of Earth slowly faded as we moved further into space. Finally, the announcement came that we had safely arrived at the Tiangong space station. We were instructed to remain seated until it was safe to disembark. As we floated through the station, I couldn't help but marvel at how much it had grown. The station was now like a small space city, with large modular rooms and people from all over the world working together. After handling the necessary paperwork in the Joga module, I boarded a special shuttle bound for the moon. This wasn't a civilian flight, but a dedicated transport for official use, equipped with a powerful nuclear fission engine. The shuttle slowly left the station, and once at a safe distance, its engines ignited, propelling us towards the moon. The fission engine, while reliable, carried the risk of radiation, a concern that wouldn't be fully addressed until controlled nuclear fusion became a reality. According to the latest reports, we were on the verge of a breakthrough in fusion technology, possibly within the next few years. If successful, this would revolutionize space travel, making it faster and safer. The prospect of using fusion propulsion in the near future was exciting. It represented a significant step forward in our ability to explore deeper into space, a thought that filled me with anticipation as we journeyed towards the moon. Everything was progressing smoothly. The transport shuttle completed its acceleration phase, and the engines shut down. We would now coast toward the moon, relying on inertia until we reached the planned distance. Then, the engines would fire up again to slow us down for docking at the Kaiqiao transfer station in lunar orbit. From there, I would switch to yet another mode of transport. Yes, the journey was complicated. Although it's technically possible to land the shuttle directly on the moon, the radiation risk from its nuclear fission engine is too high, so it's only used in space. After passing through various stages: Shenzhou spaceplane, Tiangong space station, Kaiqiao transfer station, U2 shuttle, and finally the Guanghan Palace lunar base, I arrived on the moon. Guanghan Palace isn't an actual palace, but rather a large complex of interconnected buildings on the lunar surface. It's nestled in a massive crater, with solar panels arranged in concentric circles around it, and a network of domed radar stations scattered in between. Upon arrival, we quickly moved through the safety and decontamination procedures before boarding a lunar rover. The rover, an electric vehicle powered by solar panels, was spacious enough for the four of us to travel comfortably. We drove along a well-paved road leading from the landing site to Guanghan Palace, with a quick detour to avoid Artemis Base on the way. As we approached the lunar base, I saw the vast array of interconnected buildings and solar panels, an impressive sight against the stark lunar landscape. The rover entered the base through a U-shaped entrance, and we parked in an airlock chamber. After the chamber pressurized, we could exit the vehicle and proceed into the main facility. Navigating the corridors of the base, we finally found Dr. E. Kai, the person I was here to meet. Dr. E is an expert in genetics and cell dynamics, and currently heads the gene recombination research group at the lunar base. When I greeted him, he seemed surprised to see me in person, but quickly adjusted, leading me to a private meeting room. In the room, Dr. E expressed his surprise at my visit, mentioning that he had planned to head to Europa base tomorrow. I wasted no time in getting to the point, reminding him that his mission to Europa would likely mean a long absence from Earth, possibly for the rest of his life. It's a serious commitment, but he seemed undeterred, even excited about the opportunity. I handed him a secure phone with some documents to review a confidentiality agreement. The project he would be working on is classified as top secret, with a lifetime non-disclosure clause. This is no ordinary mission, and the secrecy is essential. After reading the documents, Dr. E seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, but he didn't hesitate. He agreed to the terms and was ready to proceed. We scheduled our departure for 7:30 p.m. that evening. I was glad to have met him in person. It gave me confidence that he was the right person to lead this critical project on Europa. Though it involved my own participation and contributions, I felt more comfortable knowing that someone like Dr. E would be in charge. By evening, Dr. E had wrapped up his final tasks and joined me, ready to embark on the journey to Europa base. I still needed to go to Mars, but this time, I wouldn't be landing on the planet. Instead, I'd stay at the Inghua Orbital Station, waiting for 2 more specialists who were being transferred to Europa base. Another reason for stopping at Mars was to switch to a larger transport vessel. As our shuttle engines flared with bright light, our group, now consisting of 5 people, departed from the Keiqiao transfer station, disappearing into the vastness of space. Inghua, the ancient name for Mars, was the poetic title given to the Mars base by my country, reflecting a deep cultural heritage and technological prowess. It's a reminder that only through science and technology can we carry the legacy of history and myth into the future. Europa, also known as Callisto, is the 4th moon of Jupiter. It's a name most people wouldn't recognize unless they had studied astronomy. The advantage of our language is that it's more expressive and meaningful, which is why all the space stations and bases built by my country bear Chinese names. After leaving the red planet behind, we endured a long journey until our shuttle was finally captured by Jupiter's gravity. Slowly, we began to approach the docking station at the Lagrange point between Europa and Jupiter, a location that maintains gravitational balance. Europa is a massive moon, larger than our own moon and about 0.378 times the size of Earth. From orbit, it appears as a yellow-brown sphere dotted with bright white spots, which are the icy remnants of cooled volcanic craters. The low albedo gives it a dark, almost lifeless appearance, with a gravity of only about 1/8 of Earth's. Our base on Europa is located in a long, narrow canyon facing Jupiter. The constant tidal locking means that whenever we step outside, we're greeted by the overwhelming presence of Jupiter looming overhead. The base itself, mostly built from local materials using 3D printing technology, blends into the gray landscape. Unlike other bases like Guanghan Palace or Inghua Base, more than half of the Europa base is underground, with the lowest level connected to the mysterious alien ship we discovered there. This alien ship is the reason Europa base is the most advanced and well-equipped outpost we've established off-Earth. The research and construction efforts here far exceed those of other bases, driven by the urgency to study the ship's secrets before other spacefaring nations catch up. After arriving back at Europa base, I quickly settled Dr. E. Kai into his new role and then, along with Xu Pete, dove into the mountain of tasks awaiting me in my office. My first priority was the ongoing research related to the alien ship. Unfortunately, the news wasn't good. Despite extensive searches, we hadn't found any more of the red substance that initially caused such a stir. It seemed our only option now was to rely on the blood serum from those of us who had been exposed to it. Another disappointing revelation was that the ship's cockpit, long buried under rock, was likely destroyed beyond repair. This discovery set back our hopes of uncovering more about the ship's origins or its purpose. The preliminary dating of the ship suggested it was over 20,000 years old, but the exact time frame remained uncertain. For me, the age of the ship was less important than the fact that it proved we weren't alone in the universe. This knowledge is both exciting and terrifying. While it's comforting to know humanity isn't the only intelligent life, the mystery of other civilizations and their intentions is unsettling. The mission of Europa Base is now to gather any clues we can about these other civilizations, a new field of study we've begun to call cosmic sociology. Due to the secrecy of this project, only a handful of people at the base are aware of the alien ship's existence, and none of us can leave the base until the secret is officially revealed. For now, my life at Europa Base resumed its usual, busy routine. If nothing unexpected happened, I would probably spend the next 20 years here before moving on to another post, maybe back to Earth, or to help establish a new space base. Given a choice, I would opt for the latter. I'd prefer to keep pushing the boundaries of human exploration until I could no longer handle the rigors of space life. But 7 Earth months after my return to Europa Base, something unexpected happened. Without warning, a large optical diameter telescope in orbit around Jupiter suddenly spotted something strange in the starry sky. During the observations of the observatory staff, they first discovered that the brightness of a certain location in the starry sky had increased significantly. The on-duty personnel immediately issued remote control commands to the telescope, allowing it to adjust its posture to align with the starry sky where the light source was unusual, and at the same time quickly calculate its position. The location was so familiar to humans that the observatory staff recognized it immediately. It is the Centaurus triple star system, which is composed of Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B, and Proxima Centauri. What's going on with the brightness? It's still getting stronger. Soon the telescope will go blind. Anxious shouts rang out in the observatory. They had never encountered such a situation before. Yes, the optical telescope is going blind. As soon as the observer finished his words, the observatory lost the signal from the optical telescope. Immediately afterwards, a series of alarms were heard from the observation station. This sound, it's the alarm from the gamma ray detector. The person on duty was no slacker. Just by listening to the sound, he could tell that this was a condition that would only occur when dense gamma rays were detected. This gamma ray detector is connected to 2 gamma ray telescopes, one in the orbit of Ganymede and the other in the orbit of Jupiter, both of which are specifically used to detect cosmic rays. Now that a sudden increase in gamma ray radiation has been detected, it can be confirmed that the source of the radiation is from the universe. Combined with the location information determined before the optical telescope lost contact, the accident site can be determined to be the Centauri triple star system. What happened? The officer on duty did not have time to think about it, and sent the message to the Jovian 4 base. Then, just as he was hesitating whether to leave his post to report to his superiors, the fluctuations of the detector suddenly increased exponentially, and then no more signals were received. At the same time, 4 bases of Jupiter. There were already 7 or 8 people gathered in front of Xu Yuan. Except for Zhu Pitt, his assistant who had been following him, the rest were all experts. There were particle physicists, astrophysicists, and a senior government official who had rushed over, apparently in a hurry after receiving the news. Base Commander, it's bad. All communications outside are cut off. We can't contact the Huahua base, and we can't contact Guanghan Palace either. The administrative officer came running over, bouncing as if the sky was falling. But as soon as she stepped into Xu Yuan's office, she choked. She probably didn't expect there would be so many people here. The gravity on Jupiter's 4th planet is slightly lower than that on the Moon, so everyone jumps when they run, as if they are walking on water. In fact, Xu Yuan had received far more information than anyone else in front of him, so he knew that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Just now, he received a message from the Temptation base. The message was very short because it was disconnected before it was fully delivered. Because of the relationship between their orbits during this period, Mars and Jupiter were located on the same side and relatively close to each other. So the communications sent from Earth to Jupiter's 4th base were basically sent from the nearest Jupiter base. The messages are divided into several pieces, each one lasting a few minutes, and the content is as follows. Cyprinus, this is the Temptation base. We have received news from Earth that the Shiha solar probe has detected a sharp increase in solar radiation. The reason is unknown. We recommend that you prepare for a solar sunspot ride in advance. Jove Base 4, this is the Temptation Base. According to the latest news, the Sun may cause intensified activity in the short term due to unknown reasons. The solar wind will intensify, which may cause the interruption of interstellar communication. Please make corresponding preparations. Joy 4th Base, this is the Temptation Base. The Sun is violently rioting for unknown reasons, and the gamma ray level has reached a record high. Oh my God, it's over. The Sun is making a crackling sound. While receiving the message from the Temptation Base, the Ganymede Base also received an image message from the Earth. The screen display after computer processing. The surface of the Sun suddenly twisted as if there was a hole in it, and then a flame with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers spurted out, as if the solar prominence was magnified hundreds of times. The solar prominence continued to grow, and it looked like the surface of the Sun was siped in by a giant. Countless flames and hot streams spurted up, and then the flames fell back. The luminosity of the Sun suddenly increased, and the picture turned white here, and then stopped abruptly. At this point, Xu Yuan didn't care about anything else. He told the news he had received as briefly as possible, without losing the important information. Then he looked at everyone in front of him with a serious expression and said, "What do you think?" Everyone present started talking at once. Most of them were experts in their respective fields, so they naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. They probably had already thought of the worst-case scenario, but no one spoke out first. Things are different now. Don't hide anything. Xu Yuan spoke immediately upon seeing this. As soon as Xu Yuan finished speaking, a voice accompanied by the person who pushed the door open was heard by everyone. Supernova explosion. Xu Yuan looked up and saw that the man was about 50 years old, dressed in casual clothes, with white hair clearly visible among his sparse black hair. He was very familiar with him. His name was Gander, the resident astronomer and astrophysicist at the Ganymede 4 base. He was in charge of several large astronomical telescopes under the jurisdiction of Ganymede 4 base. The reason why we came here just now should be that we have observed the unusual phenomenon of the Centaurus triple system. As the base commander, Xu Yuan knew that the abnormality of the Centauri triple system was discovered later than the time when the information was sent from the Temptation Base. Otherwise, it should have been the Ganymede Base that sent a message to the Temptation Base to warn that it had observed something unusual coming from the Centauri triple system, rather than the other way around. Gonda, who usually appears very calm and composed, seemed very uneasy. He thought Xu Yuan didn't hear what he just said, so he squeezed in between the people present and continued. Supernova explosion. A supernova explosion occurred in the Centauri triple star system. According to the data sent back by the detectors we sent to the outer planets of the solar system, it is not one, but three. Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B, and Proxima Centauri. The three stars have successively transmitted abnormal brightness. It has been confirmed. How is it possible? Alpha Centauri A and B are fine, but its neighbor is a red dwarf. How is it possible for a supernova explosion to occur? Someone murmured. Under normal circumstances, this is definitely impossible. Not to mention its neighboring stars, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B would not experience a supernova explosion under normal circumstances, so this is not normal. Although Gander was anxious, he still explained patiently. Then he added, "This will be a disaster. The Centauri system is only 1.3 seconds away from our solar system, which is too close. The Earth's magnetic field cannot withstand this super-strong gamma-ray burst. Moreover, external communications should have been cut off now. We can't send information back to Earth. Now we can only pray that they can receive the information sent back by those detectors as soon as possible." Gander's voice gradually became quieter, because he knew that even if they were discovered, the remaining time would at most be enough for some people to hide underground, while most people and all living things on the Earth would not be able to escape the disaster. Gander thought so now, apparently because he had just arrived and didn't know that the same disaster had happened to the Sun. Dr. Gander. Perhaps because the incident happened too suddenly, Yuan felt his throat was a little dry, but he still tried his best to command himself to stay calm mentally so that his voice would not tremble. Dr. Gon, perhaps you don't know this yet, But the situation is far more serious than the Centauri triple star system disaster. Not only the triple star system, but the same thing happened to the sun as well. Yu Yuan suppressed his voice, but after hearing what he said, Gonda suddenly widened his eyes and said tremblingly, as if he thought he had heard wrongly, "What did you say?" "The sun." Yu Yuan stepped forward and grabbed Gonda's arm. He clearly felt that Gonda's body was shaking a little at the moment he grabbed him. "Yes, before you came." Yu Yuan looked into his eyes and answered affirmatively. "It can't be wrong." The characteristics of the sun, combined with the last messages sent from the Temptation base and the Earth, are exactly the same as those of the Centauri star system. Since Gander has reached this conclusion for the Centauri triplet system, the same must be true for the sun. Logically speaking, these 4 stars, including the sun, have not reached the end of their evolution, and it is impossible for them to explode into a supernova during this period. Especially for the neighboring star, as a red dwarf, its lifespan can reach hundreds of billions of years, but it exploded anyway. In the face of ironclad data, Yu Yuan could only believe it no matter how absurd it was. The abnormal explosion of 4 stars can only mean that this is not a natural occurrence. It's over. It's all over. The Earth is over. Someone among the crowd murmured to himself. The sun exploded into a supernova. It must have been attacked by aliens. A supernova explosion will destroy not only the Earth, but the entire solar system, and humanity will be finished. Yes, a supernova explosion is so violent, and at such a close distance, humans in the solar system have no way to resist it. Not to mention Earth, even on Mars, we would be reduced to ashes. It is useless to hide deep underground, because the entire Earth is shaken. There is no place to hide or avoid it, because 1 astronomical unit is too close to a supernova explosion. For a moment, everyone felt hopeless. Yes, it's over. Even Yu Yuan felt depressed in this atmosphere. He was even about to wave his hand and let everyone leave, so that he could find a place where he felt more comfortable and wait for death to come. But at this moment, Gander walked up to a computer in the office and started working on it. After that, he looked up at everyone. His eyes filled with tears and said, "Maybe, we still have hope." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan was the first to move closer to look at the computer screen, and everyone else gathered around him. The computer displayed an image of the orbits of Jupiter and its satellites. Everyone noticed that at the poles of the huge Jupiter in the middle of the image, there were animated blurred lines that surrounded the entire Jupiter system. This is a virtual line of Jupiter's magnetic field. Are you saying that Jupiter's magnetic field can help us resist the damage caused by the extremely strong gamma-ray burst caused by a supernova explosion? Yu Yuan asked. While he was asking, Gander was still typing away on the keyboard. As he pressed the keys, strings of numbers kept flashing on the computer screen, and the dotted lines of magnetic flux representing the range of Jupiter's magnetic field kept changing color. Soon, Gander pressed the Enter key for the last time, then stared at the screen intently and said, "Yes, no. It can withstand gamma-ray bursts from the Centaurus triple system, but not from the sun. However, Jupiter itself can, because it is big enough, if we are lucky enough." Explain clearly. Yu Yuan was very anxious. Gonda was also anxious, so he did not explain, but asked, "When did the information from the Temptation base stop?" 7 minutes ago. Yu Yuan answered immediately. After hearing Yu Yuan's words, Gander immediately started to use his hands on the keyboard again, and the image on the computer screen changed from the Jupiter system to the entire solar system. Soon, he input the data into the model one by one. As soon as the results came out, Gander said directly, "God bless us, we still have hope, we still have hope." The interruption of the signal from the deception base should be the precursor time of the solar eruption. According to the current distance between Jupiter, Mars, and the Sun, the strongest gamma-ray burst will reach Jupiter in 28 minutes. And now, Gander pointed to the relative positions of Jupiter and Ganymede and continued, "Jupiter's magnetic field is protecting us from the gamma-ray bursts from the Centaurus triple system. In addition, Ganymede is tidally locked to Jupiter, which means that our base is always facing Jupiter. You see, due to the protection of Jupiter's magnetic field and Ganymede itself, the damage we suffer from the gamma-ray burst from the Centauri system is greatly reduced. Theoretically, we will not be fatally affected by the protection of the two, which is why we are still alive and talking now. Got it? Jupiter is a magic shield, and Apollo is a physical shield. Gander didn't look at the expressions of the crowd. He continued to point at the screen and said, "The key is the sun. Theoretically, even with tidal locking, Europa will not be able to withstand this gamma-ray burst. Even if Jupiter tidally locks Europa so that we will not be killed by gamma-ray bursts as the planet rotates. One is because the sun is too close to us, and the other is because Ganymede has no magnetic field. Fortunately, we were lucky. When the sun's gamma-ray burst came, Ganymede happened to be behind Jupiter, and Jupiter blocked the most fatal blow for us. However, a supernova explosion is more than just a gamma-ray burst. There is also a subsequent material ejection. The orbital period of Europa is 16.7 days. When the subsequent material ejection from the sun arrives, we should be here," Gander added. "I don't know if our base will be able to prevent it, because after the supernova explosion of the sun, the orbits of the planets farther away in the solar system are very likely to be blown off by the powerful energy and even become wandering planets. In such a chaotic system, we cannot predict, and it is even possible that Jupiter's tidal lock on Ganymede will be broken." Knowing that time was urgent, Gander spoke quickly. Yu Yuan also understood that since there was still hope, he could not just sit and wait for death. He knew that the incident happened too suddenly, and it was possible that ordinary people in the Ganymede base did not notice what was going on. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Yu Yuan, who has calmed down a little, immediately said to Zhu Pit beside him, "Pit, take people to notify all departments immediately and ask them to move the most important equipment to the bottom of the base as quickly as possible." No, the most important equipment should be moved to the spaceship. Especially the technical data. Pack them up and take them with me. Tell them to be quick. Yes. Zhu Pit also knew that the situation was urgent, so he slammed the door and walked out immediately, then pulled out the communicator and started organizing. Although external communications were cut off, communications within the base were fine. At this time, Yu Yuan pressed a button in the office, then picked up the phone and said in a decisive tone, "Manuame, highest alert, level 1 preparation. Minister Yu? What's going on?" A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, with confusion. "Order." Yu Yuan did not answer, but said sternly, "Order, you take all the soldiers of the security department to immediately maintain law and order in key places of the base and ensure that the people in the base evacuate to the basement buildings in an orderly manner. Ganymede is the most advanced position of mankind, and there is such a big secret there. So the people who can come to Ganymede are basically not poor, vicious, or evil people. At least they have no criminal record. Of course, when such a disaster strikes, anything can happen. As the ancients said, poor mountains and bad waters produce bad people. This actually means that people will do anything to survive. Therefore, in the face of such a major change, Yu Yuan took precautions in advance, so he added, "If there are those who disrupt the order, you are allowed to use force, and if they refuse to obey, you can let them die on their own in the upper building. Just let it survive, or perish on its own at the upper level." "Understood. I promise to complete the task." The person on the other end of the phone was shocked at first, and then instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. "No, wait a moment." Yu Yuan groaned and added, "Another rule is to assign some warriors to guide scientists, researchers, doctors, and other experts in various fields to enter the spaceship first, and the rest of the people will be arranged in turn." Clear. In fact, most people at the Jovian base already knew about the existence of the spaceship, including the earliest builders and the large number of experts and scientific researchers who subsequently poured in. The rest are the second and third generation of the rich, some suppliers and various attendants, as well as ordinary people who come here to work normally, and maybe spies. Ganymede is a large base, and there are quite a lot of such people, but they generally do not set foot in the lowest level buildings, so few people know about them. But this time I know everything. But now that it has come to this, Yu Yuan no longer cares about it. After hanging up the call with the security department, Yu Yuan called Pit again. As soon as the call was connected, Yu Yuan added directly, "Pete, have your people focus on moving the life support equipment, starch, water resource production and processing equipment, etc. in the base to the spaceship." "Major General, we don't have enough manpower," Peter replied. "Are you stupid? Why don't you give me some advice? There's no one in the processing plant?" Didn't you understand what Dr. Gon said just now? It's already this late, and you still need me to teach you? Yu Yuan said angrily. Clear. Pete on the other end of the phone shuddered. Having followed Yu Yuan for so many years, he seldom heard Yu Yuan speak in such a tone. It seemed that the situation was really urgent. After hanging up the phone with Pitt, Yu Yuan turned around and looked at the people in front of him. He said thoughtfully, Dr. Gander, doctors, now that things have come to this, you should quickly pack up the necessary items and go to the spaceship first. How can we evacuate first in such a dangerous situation? Said a voice. Hey, Yu Yuan almost laughed out of anger. How could an expert say such a thing? Maybe they are experts in their field, and they haven't reacted yet, Yu Yuan comforted himself, and then said with impatience. It's not evacuation, we have nowhere to evacuate, and you can't help much if you stay here at this time. Why can't I help? It was Gander who spoke. He was much calmer now. Major General Yu, have you ever thought about how to convince everyone in the base to move to the bottom floor, or even to the inside of the damaged spaceship? Of course it was broadcast to the entire base. It's not like I haven't done this kind of thing before, Yu Yanshi said to himself. But just as he was about to say it, he suddenly understood what Gonda meant. It's true that I'm the base commander, and I'm confident that I can handle it, but at a time like this, if I add these scientists from various fields to the mix, it will surely go more smoothly and the persuasion effect will be better. Especially Gander. He is very prestigious. When explaining the supernova explosion of a planet that should not have a supernova explosion, there is a huge difference between having him and not having him. Yu Yuan is an absolute action-oriented person who acts decisively. If there is a better option, he will choose it without hesitation. So he immediately hung his pistol on his waist, took a dozen soldiers from the security department, and rushed to the publicity department office to start the live video broadcast. Yu Yuan understood that once the news that his hometown in the rear was gone got out, there would inevitably be some shrewd speculators who would try to take advantage of the opportunity to profit, and there might even be those who would incite emotions to seize the initiative. Therefore, he must keep the base's military force firmly under his own control. Because the more times come to this, the more we cannot allow riots to occur. Fortunately, the incident happened suddenly, and the people inside the base who have no means of external observation have not received the news yet. So there is no sign of such a thing happening now, but it is always better to be prepared. This is where the news is usually released at the Jovian base. After Yu Yuan and his group arrived, he immediately asked the staff to adjust the equipment and then pointed the camera at himself and the group behind him. Yu Yuan stood at the front, followed by Gonda, Yu Nanfeng, Su Zheni, Zhao Yuqin and other scientists from various fields, while the rest of the guards were on guard in various places. The video images are connected to screens throughout the base. After being turned on, all screens playing other content are switched. The screen suddenly switched to images of Yu Yuan and several scientists behind him, and then Yu Yuan began to speak. Everyone, I am Yu Yuan, the commander of the 4th base of Jupiter. I believe you are all familiar with the people behind me. They are astronomer Gonda, optics Dr. Zhao Yuqin, and engineering Dr. Yu Nanfeng. Now I am broadcasting a heavy message to everyone. Just now, we confirmed it through the astronomical telescopes and radio telescopes at various stations, as well as the final communication with the Temptation Base, Guanghan Palace Base, and Earth. The closest star system to us, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, as well as our neighboring star and our sun, which we depend on for survival, all suddenly experience supernova explosions. This is abnormal, but we don't know the reason. They just exploded so suddenly. This is the last image information we received. When Yu Yuan said this, a corner of the screen turned into a video showing the process from the precursor of the solar explosion to the interruption of the signal, as well as the observed images of the Centaurus triple star system. At this moment, I am very sad to tell you that our home Earth, Guanghan Palace, and Huahua Base have all been destroyed by the solar explosion. The strongest gamma-ray burst is coming towards us, but we are lucky enough to escape because of Jupiter's shielding. But according to Dr. Gander's calculations, the upper levels of our Ganymede base are still in danger. So I once again call on everyone to cooperate with the soldiers of the Defense Department and evacuate to the lower buildings of the base in an orderly manner to avoid a disaster that may endanger their lives. I know that this news is shocking and some people find it hard to believe, But when the ironclad observation results are placed in front of us, we have to face reality. At this critical juncture, please cheer up, follow the arrangements of the base, and evacuate to the safe area in an orderly manner. According to calculations, the first wave of impact from the solar eruption will reach Jupiter's orbit in less than 15 minutes. But because Jupiter blocked the impact with its body, the Ganymede base still has time. Ganymede has an orbital period of 16.7 days and has just begun to pass behind Jupiter, so Jupiter can provide it with protection for at least another 6 to 7 days. As for what will happen in the future, we can only pray that God will bless mankind. While Xu Yuan was speaking, the sun exploded as predicted. There are two mechanisms for supernova explosions. One is that a white dwarf accretes matter from a companion star and explodes. The second is that a massive star suffers gravitational collapse at the end of its evolution, and then its balance is broken and it explodes. The second type is the most common in the universe. When the hydrogen in the core of a star is burned out, the star can no longer produce enough photonic pressure radiation to maintain gravitational balance, and the core of the star will begin to collapse. This collapse will cause the temperature and pressure in the core to rise sharply, reaching the conditions for helium fusion, thereby initiating helium fusion. The occurrence of helium fusion will cause the core of the star to generate enough radiation pressure again to prevent collapse. The product of helium fusion is carbon, which cools the core of the star slightly, but still high enough to allow helium to continue fusing. When the star has consumed the helium, if it is massive enough, it will have enough pressure and temperature to continue fusing heavier elements. For example, the next is oxygen, then neon, magnesium, and silicon. The whole process of collapse, stabilization, expansion, and collapse will be repeated several times. Each time, the core of the star will produce heavier elements and higher temperatures and pressures, causing fusion. The continuous production of these heavy elements will cause the heavy elements of the star to gradually accumulate in the inner core, and the closer to the inner core, the heavier the elements. From the outside to the inside of the star, the elements go from light to heavy, and fusion reactions occur layer by layer until the final product, iron or nickel-56, is produced. At this point, the fusion reaction stops, and ultimately the gravitational balance is completely broken. At this time, the star begins to collapse destructively under the influence of its own strong gravity, and the speed of its core collapse can reach 23% of the speed of light. A battlefield with gravity and electromagnetic forces as the protagonists is staged here, and the supernova explosion begins. Except for the initial light and heat, most of the matter is accelerated to 1/10 the speed of light and ejected outward. The remaining part at the end has different endings according to its mass. If the value does not exceed the Chandrasekhar limit, it will form a white dwarf. If it exceeds the Chandrasekhar limit but does not exceed the Oppenheimer limit, it will become a neutron star. As for the value that exceeds the Oppenheimer limit, it will undoubtedly become a black hole. But this second mechanism requires at least 8 times the mass of the Sun to occur. In the Alpha Centauri system, the mass of star A is only 1.1 times that of the Sun, and that of star B is 0.907 times that of the Sun. They are even smaller red dwarfs than their neighbors, so like the Sun, they do not belong to these two mechanisms. They belong to the third type that has never appeared before, attacks by advanced civilizations. As we all know, the more massive a star is, the more powerful its supernova explosion will be. Therefore, the explosions of the Sun and the Alpha Centauri system must be much smaller than normal supernova explosions. The impact range of a normal supernova explosion is extremely wide. The powerful radiation and shock waves it releases can affect an area of 160 light-years. If there is a planet with life within this range, the energy released by the superinformation is enough to blow away the atmosphere of the planet and kill all life on the planet. Of course, this range of lethality refers to supermassive stars and life exposed on the surface of planets. The Sun is much smaller than a normal supernova explosion, but even though it is small, it is still a supernova explosion, which is far beyond the ability of current human technology to withstand. After all, it was too close, almost touching the face. Moreover, no one knows what caused the Sun to explode. At this moment, the Sun became the fourth star after the Centaurs to illuminate the entire Milky Way. Violent gamma rays first radiate outward from the sun, and the gentle sun becomes the god of death, launching an indiscriminate attack on the entire solar system. The Xihe probe melted instantly, and the nearest planet Mercury only lasted a few seconds before it completely broke apart and turned into cosmic dust. In these few seconds, the sun roared and released super-strong energy that would have taken billions of years to release. The energy rushed out across a distance of an astronomical unit and poured onto the planets. Venus held on for a few dozen more seconds before also stepping into Mercury's dust. Next is the Earth. The ocean of light rushed past, and the world on the side facing the sun instantly turned white, a sea of light. The vegetation on the surface instantly caught fire and turned into ashes, and the towering mountains instantly turned into magma and even sublimated. Sublimation is not spiritual sublimation, but physical sublimation. The change from solid to gas is called sublimation. The Earth's atmosphere was blown away in an instant, the sea water boiled and evaporated, and the vast continent turned into thick soup. The night side also turned into day, and the temperature quickly rose. As the Earth rotates, the other side that is still surviving is not immune. The great engineering projects on the planet have all turned into tofu dregs in the face of this force. The vast sea became a vast sea again, and then turned into a magma sea. The magnificent orbital mass accelerator that mankind is so proud of was instantly melted into molten iron and merged with the Earth again. Under the destruction of light and heat, the Earth cracked, the underground fire erupted, the blocks fell apart, the Earth began to crack and merge into the ocean of light. Also integrated into the light is the pinnacle of human space station, Tiangong. Next came the moon and Guanghan Palace. They also could not withstand the endless energy from the sun and completely fell apart. Mars has a farther orbit and lasted a few minutes longer, but it was inevitably mixed with the dust of Mercury, Venus, and Earth, and together they became part of the sunlight. The vast sea, orbital mass accelerator, Tiangong, Xihe, Guanghan Palace, Huahua, Artemis, Apollo, Zeus, a name that mankind is proud of, a spiritual sustenance that mankind is proud of, a pinnacle technological creation of human civilization, a great project of mankind, all seems so small and fragile in the face of the wrath of the sun. Greatness seems to have become a mockery of smallness and fragility. Everything is quiet. The intrigues, tender feelings, heroic spirit, love, and hatred that were there have all turned into light. The prayers to the gods and the spitting at the devil have also turned into light. This is the darkest hour in human history. The darkness of destruction rushed through the asteroid belt, passed through the huge Jupiter, shattered all the strong souls, and left a deep impression in the hearts of the survivors. This is the mark of human injury and pain, and a ruthless blow from the unknown universe to humans who have just stepped out of the cradle. It shattered all of mankind's beautiful fantasies about this unknown universe. Please invest 100 people after the ocean of light washes past. The next thing is the ejection of matter at a speed of 1/10 the speed of light. The ejected stellar matter will sweep across the entire galaxy, past Jupiter in 7 hours, and spread out into the endless universe. Jupiter provided a shield for the survivors of the Ganymede base. Conspiracy. It's all conspiracy. An abrupt voice was heard among the team that was retreating in an orderly manner to the bottom level of the base. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The man saw that he had attracted everyone's attention and immediately shouted, "Everyone has been deceived. Think about it carefully. How could a supernova explode on the sun? Xu Yuan deceived you. He wants to betray humanity. Everyone, don't go down to the base. If you go down, your life and death will be in the hands of others." While speaking, the man pointed at Xu Yuan, who was speaking on the TV screen, gritting his teeth as if someone owed him money. The crowd, not knowing what was going on, froze in silence. They just believed the base out of habit, and when they saw everyone starting to pack up and go downstairs, they followed them. In addition, the news that the Sun and the Centauri triple star system had exploded was too shocking, and everyone was in shock and grief, so they didn't think seriously about it. Now that someone has shouted this, some guys who think they are smart started to think about it. Yeah, the sun exploded as a supernova, and at the same time as the Centauri triple star system. How could it be such a coincidence? I almost believed it with so many mistakes and omissions in the rhetoric. What a mess. Yeah, what a myth. Even if they are aliens, it's not that lucky. If you believe this, I might as well give Qin Shi AV-50. There was silence for a moment, and then there were voices of sudden enlightenment. But there are also those who hold opposing views. Believe in science. They've given you the images, but you still don't believe them? And there are a group of scientists here. Are you a fool to be the base commander for telling such a lie? The opposing voice was immediately met with a mocking voice from the person who initially spoke. Haha, of course he is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. Otherwise, he would not have allowed so many experts to support his lies. Think about it. If there were no experts behind him, if there was no Dr. Gander, would you have believed it in the first place? What is this? This is taking advantage of your inertial thinking. Do you think that what astronomers say is trustworthy? Little do you know that those people are now controlled by Xu Yuan and are endorsing him. Coco videos can't fool people. Someone retorted hesitantly. From the tone of his voice, one could tell that he was already wavering. After all, he really didn't want to believe that the sun was gone just like that. Haha, pictures and videos? Think about it. If you only watched those scattered videos and no one told you that it was the sun exploding, who would know it was the sun? To put it bluntly, there are not enough technologies for synthesizing videos and pictures now, but they don't even know how to make similar star maps. Think about it. Why is it that Dr. Gander, who has an astronomer in his hands, can't make any similar stars? That's right. Besides, what does a supernova explosion have to do with the death of all mankind? It's not like the Earth is exploding. Someone in the crowd echoed. Obviously, this guy had no idea what a supernova explosion was. In fact, there are quite a few people like this in the base. If Xu Yuan hadn't mentioned the Centauri triple system repeatedly in the video, these people wouldn't even know what it is. Of course, these people just don't understand much astronomy, which doesn't mean they are useless. Those who can come to the Jovian base basically have some skills. At the very least, they have a job here. It's not that bad. It's just that everyone has their own specialties. At this moment, a voice came from the back of the crowd. What's going on with the team in front? Stop crowding in the entrance. The people behind you can't move. Hurry up and grab your belongings and catch up with the main group. As the sound got closer, a soldier in a guard uniform was seen hopping towards the crowd. The gravity of Ganymede is about 1/8 of that of the Earth. Warriors who have stayed here for a long time know how to walk faster and less likely to fall. What happened? The warrior came to the scene and asked again. His question silenced the crowd that had just been shouting in unison. It seemed that no one wanted to be the first to speak out. But this group of people is quite interesting. They don't take the lead, but they all look to the one who started it first. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Ministry of Defense looked in the direction of everyone's gaze and saw a man with eyes standing at the intersection of everyone's eyes. He was about 40 years old, wearing a suit and tie, and looked very gentle. "You are the one who is causing trouble?" the soldier asked, leaping over. As he spoke, he pressed a few buttons on the device on his left forearm, then raised the camera and pointed it at the man, clicking twice. Apparently, this is collecting the man's facial information and then sending it back to the system host to retrieve the person's data. Ha ha ha, what a serious crime. You accuse me of causing trouble right away. The man was not afraid, but laughed out loud. Yes, I asked everyone to stop, but it was not a matter of causing trouble. I was telling everyone the truth and exposing Xu Yuan's ridiculous lie of destroying the world. Han Dongxiu, a shareholder of Juhe Trading Group, arrived in Jupiter 3 months ago to do business. The warrior read the information he found, and then said righteously, "I don't care who you are, and I don't want to say other nonsense to you. I can tell you that your current behavior has already caused the crime of disturbing public order. This matter is light and heavy. In this extraordinary period, you can be sentenced to at least 3 months detention. If you ignore the advice and cause the evacuation of the masses to be delayed, resulting in the disaster and causing damage to the masses, you can be imprisoned for at least 7 years. I hope you will take care of yourself." Haha, you're trying to scare me? Do you think I'm scared? Han Dongxiu was not afraid, but shouted, "Don't be fooled. Yu Yuan is against humanity, and these people are his minions. Hey! This roar made the soldiers who came to maintain order laugh. What anti-humanity, what minions? They were really crazy. Yu Yuan was very prestigious among the warriors of the guards, and was also very popular in the fourth planet of the European planet. However, he was now said to be anti-human and a deceiver of the masses, to the point that this warrior felt like laughing. Why make up this excuse when there are so many other excuses to choose from? Everyone, keep going forward. Don't delay the evacuation. The soldier shook his head and shouted to the crowd to speed up. Then he turned to Han Dongxiu and said, "No one is asking you to go down. If you don't believe me, turn around and go up. There is a spacesuit in the closet on the left side of the upper level of the base. Go outside the base and take a look. Oh, by the way, don't blame me if you die. You're just scaremongering." Han Dongxiu snorted, but didn't move. "Xiaosheng, what's going on here? Why is it stuck for so long?" The people behind have been waiting for more than 20 minutes. At this moment, another call came from the back of the team. "Team leader? There's a guy causing trouble. Take care of him right away." The warrior called Xiaosheng responded, and without waiting for his team leader to jump over, he immediately jumped forward, stuck one foot on the bulge in the ground, reached out and grabbed Han Dongxiu's arm and pulled him out. In an environment of 1/8 of the Earth's gravity, Han Dongxiu was unexpectedly pulled out by him, and then fell to the ground with a bang. "Please vote. Any votes are needed then." Xiaosheng quickly put Han Dongxiu's hands behind his back. He couldn't let the team leader think that he was not doing his job well. Such small gaps in mobilization and relocation occurred occasionally, but they did not cause much disturbance and were basically handled by the soldiers of the Ministry of Defense. The fourth base of Jupiter has strict control over firearms. Except for the security department, ordinary people cannot carry firearms, so small-time disturbances like this are easily quelled. Although there were some minor disturbances, no one was stupid enough to gather together and raise the flag of rebellion. However, the occurrence of such incidents eventually planted some seeds of doubt in the minds of the people. Yu Yuan actually knew this situation, but he did not deliberately explain it. Time will prove everything, not to mention that this time is not long. Ganymede will soon move to the other side of Jupiter, and the intense explosion of the supernova will last at least a month, by which time the Ganymede base will be greatly affected. This is also what Yu Yuan is worried about, because many scholars and experts dare not say for sure. If we can't stop it by then it will be all over. Although after the live broadcast, Gander and particle physics expert Mao calculated for a long time and concluded that it was likely to be blocked, Yu Yuan was still worried. As if knowing his worries, not long after, Gander and experts in high-energy physics and particle physics told him the good news that even if it escapes the obstruction of Jupiter, Ganymede will not fall apart. The reason is that the orbit of Jupiter is far enough away, plus it is protected by Jupiter's magnetic field. In addition, most of the base itself is underground, which provides good protection for the base. However, the top layer of the base exposed on the surface may be destroyed. Solar supernova explosions are different from normal supernovas. There was no data available for reference before, so these experts dare not make any guarantees. To this end, Yu Yuan personally led the team and worked hard to move the heavy machinery in the base, such as excavators, bulldozers, and various construction robots and equipment, as far as possible. With these things, if the upper layer of the base really collapses, we can dig it out. Although I don't know if I will still have hope of survival in the future, if I don't work hard to prepare, even if I do survive, I will end up dead. 7 days passed quickly during the Great Move. Perhaps it was because Yu Yuan had a good reputation on Ganymede. The Great Move was generally smooth. More than 80,000 are all downstairs, which makes the living conditions a bit crowded. Fortunately, there is a damaged spaceship. Otherwise, the 2 lower floors alone would not be able to accommodate so many people. There are 5 floors in total at the Jovian base. Now the top 3 floors are empty. All personnel have moved to the bottom 2 floors, and the damaged spaceship buried deep underground. Personnel can move freely because the damaged spaceship is no longer a secret. According to estimates, at this point in time, Europa will pass behind Jupiter and be exposed to the afterglow of the supernova. People are anxiously awaiting the final judgment. Yu Yuan, along with a group of scientists and the leadership of the Ministry of Defense, quietly waited for the decision of their fate in the temporary command post built at the bottom of the base. All that needs to be done has been done, and all that remains is to pray. Waiting for death is painful, but expecting a miracle is very exciting. During this contradictory time, people were suppressing their emotions. The busy relocation made them temporarily forget the pain of losing their loved ones, but after they calmed down, all kinds of joys and sorrows could not help but surge into their hearts. Everyone misses their deceased relatives and friends, misses Mother Earth, and misses the former glory of mankind. Everything is gone. Everything that mankind is proud of has been ruthlessly destroyed. All they can do now is to shed tears and pray silently. May Guanyin Bodhisattva bless you. May the Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, and all the gods and Buddhas in the sky protect our safety. I beg Tai Juku Tianzuan to bless the base to be safe. I don't have any incense at the moment, but I will definitely give you some after we get through this difficult time. Great God Shiha, please be gentle. People began to look for solace, muttering to themselves, and praying to gods and Buddhas whom they had never worshipped before, hoping that they could hear their prayers. There are also more faithful believers who are calling upon the one and only Lord in their hearts. Lord, I am your faithful servant. Please help your servant to survive the disaster. There is only one God, Allah God. Please do not abandon your servants, Amen, Yahweh. Many people are looking for spiritual sustenance, or they are temporarily seeking spiritual support, or they are true believers. But Yu Yuan didn't. He just hoped that the structure of the base was strong enough, that current human material technology was advanced enough, that the design of the original base builders was good enough, and that the earthquake resistance was strong enough. Time passed slowly, until at a certain time and space, a tremor like an earthquake came, followed by a series of rumbling sounds of heavy objects collapsing, mixed with the sound of steel colliding, spreading from top to bottom throughout the base and into people's tense hearts. The tremor was not strong and the base withstood it. Yu Yuan, who felt the vibration, also quickly raised his head and looked at the computer screens in front of him. After the relocation, the screens in the original control room were moved to this temporary command post. These screens are connected to cameras throughout the base, but now they only show scenes from the upper 3 floors. Everyone in the command center followed Yue Yuan's gaze and looked at the screens that were projecting the top-level scenes. On the screen, everyone saw that the transition chamber used to enter and exit the base was the first to show abnormalities. The horizontal and vertical structures began to deform, and at the same time, a crackling sound was heard. Then, the airtight door deformed. The load-bearing beam became more and more twisted, and then it collapsed with a bang. A hole appeared, and then a dark red torrent rushed through the hole and rolled in, illuminating the entire surveillance screen red. It was magma. The hot magma kept expanding the hole as it poured in, and then the surrounding areas were heated to the melting point. More holes appeared, and more magma poured in. In a short period of time, the crazy influx of hot magma burned the circuits and melted the camera. Everyone looked away and found that more than one screen had turned black. Airlock number 4 destroyed. Airlock number 8 destroyed. Isolated compartment number 7 deformed. The fireproof coating of isolated compartment number 7 melted, and isolated compartment number 7 was engulfed by lava. Malacca infiltrated the upper ceiling, the grill caught fire, the coolant was released, and the load-bearing columns deformed. The first level of the air defense area has been broken, and lava is pouring into the air defense cabin. The signal is interrupted, and screens 4-8 are switched to the camera on Route 667. Amid the reports from the operating and monitoring staff, the screens went off and on again one after another. The main load-bearing beam number 7E on the first floor melted, the main load-bearing beam number 16H melted, the lobby collapsed, the signal was interrupted and the connection was switched. Yu Yuan listened to the announcements and stared at the disasters unfolding on the screens. He clenched his fists nervously, held his breath, and felt increasingly heavy-hearted. The infrastructure of the flower-growing family is the best in the world. The Jovian base is undoubtedly a base that integrates the most advanced architectural technology of the flower growers, so it is no exaggeration to say that this base is the pinnacle of human architectural technology. But such a masterpiece was easily shattered by the aftermath of the explosion. You know, the most destructive first shock wave, and the material ejected at 1/10 the speed of light were all blocked by Jupiter. This was only the aftermath, and there was also the valley rock of Ganymede as a shelter. In the face of a cosmic disaster, the buildings that humans are so proud of are like ant nests that collapse at the slightest touch. The topmost buildings collapsed completely, and the building materials and steel that had originally protected the people now became part of the magma and spread to the lower levels. This is the second line of defense of the base. When preparing for evacuation, a large amount of high-temperature resistant materials in the base were moved here, either to reinforce the partitions or to be embedded in various incisions. This is an emergency plan developed by the expert group based on the latest data. According to the terrain of the base and the corresponding data on supernova explosions provided by various astronomical experts, they piled up coolant such as liquid nitrogen on the top layer and filled the lower layer with a large amount of high-temperature resistant materials as thickened partitions. On the next layer, they used machinery to temporarily install many load-bearing beams, columns, and supports. The infiltration of magma was expected. In the project scenario, if the aftermath is extremely large, it may cause a large area of the surface rock of Jupiter to magma and then infiltrate the base. Or the outermost layer of the base may be directly melted by the high temperature of the aftermath, causing the surrounding magma to directly flow into the base. If the outer layer of the base is destroyed and magma infiltrates, the top layer will slow it down and weaken it. If it works, the magma will cool down slightly in the process. Then, in the next layer, the magma will be blocked by various insulation materials. The next layer is obviously used for anti-collapse reinforcement to prevent people from being buried alive. After all, the influx of external magma will inevitably increase the load-bearing capacity of the base. However, because the gravity acceleration of Jupiter is only about 1/8 of that of the Earth, experts are very confident that the base can bear the load. Xu Yuan stared at screen after screen. Finally, after a long period of agony, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Blocked. The second layer of thermal insulation blocked most of the magma, and the little magma that penetrated into the third layer had little killing power. After falling to the ground, it began to darken and solidified into black volcanic mud. Turn the video outside so that everyone can know that we have succeeded. Xu Yuan loosened his hands, which were clenched so hard that the knuckles turned white, and said to the operator. Then he leaped forward, picked up the microphone from the equipment stand, pressed a button to connect it to the external PA system, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Comrades, friends, we have succeeded, we have survived." Wow! Upon hearing Xu Yuan's announcement, cheers rang out from every corner of the base. At the same time, countless TV screens showed clips of the scene, from the beginning of the magma infiltration to the final cessation and stabilization. People were in tears. Now, all the slander against the great relocation movement has disappeared, and people seem to have no memory of the previous slanderous words. Suddenly, they have all become staunch supporters of the great relocation movement. People watched the thrilling scenes on the screen. Although they knew the ending, they still felt a lingering fear every time they saw the scene of raging magma. Survived. Really survived. This was the last force of the supernova, and also the strongest force that damaged the fourth base of Jupiter. Having survived this shock wave, the survivors were truly alive. According to experts' predictions, as long as they survive this wave of impact, they can wait until the aftermath is completely weakened and the magma cools down before they can dig it out. Yes, dig it out. Now the survivors have been buried under the base, but many large excavation equipment are still there, so there is no problem digging them back. As ordinary people, they have not thought that far ahead as to what to do after digging it out. Major General, what should we do next? At this time, Zhu Pai came to Xu Yuan and asked. He now admired Xu Yuan even more. If it weren't for Xu Yuan's series of decisive decisions, at least half of the people in this huge base would have died, or even all of them would have been swallowed up by the lava. Although there are a few stubborn guys who refuse to believe in evil and stay in the upper echelons and die, there are only about 100 of them. In Zhu Pit's opinion, these people really deserve to die. What's next? Xu Yuan took a deep breath and did not answer directly. Yes, what should we do next? This question made Xu Yuan think a lot. Just like when a person relaxes, he will think about all sorts of things. If Yu Yuan answered directly, he would definitely say that the next thing to consider is still the issue of survival, and what to do is also related to survival. But at this moment, there were too many doubts in his mind. For example, why was the sun destroyed? Why was the Centauri triple star system destroyed? Why was not just one, but all three destroyed? In addition to these two galaxy systems, were there other galaxy systems destroyed? What is the connection between them? Why? These questions came to his mind, but Yu Yuan quickly put them aside because they could not be answered immediately. Then it's still a question of survival. Although the crisis of immediate annihilation has been averted for the time being, the question of how more than 80,000 people will survive in the coming period is a question that must be considered. The nearest ones are food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Far away, humankind continues. In the near term, the disaster came too suddenly. Although most lives were saved by planned measures, a lot of material losses were inevitable. In the days that followed, the main contradiction at the Jovian base was the contradiction between the shortage of materials and the needs of people's lives. In the long run, the disaster came too suddenly, resulting in only 80,000 people surviving. Obviously, this number of people cannot support the entire technology tree, so that in the future, technology may regress, good things cannot be made, bad things cannot be repaired, and then everything will die. Call. Yu Yuan let out a sigh, then turned to Zhu Pit and said, notify the heads of various departments, elites in various fields, and technical representatives to come to the temporary meeting room on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for a meeting, and then go back and rest first. In the past few days, everyone has been working all night for almost a week and is exhausted. Now that they can take a break, they should have a good sleep. Only when your body is in good health can you have enough energy to solve the next difficulties. Yu Yuan noticed that several staff members in this temporary command post had fallen asleep unconsciously because they suddenly relaxed. Too tired. Yu Yuan himself had been holding on until now with red eyes, but he couldn't rest yet because he knew it would be dangerous if everyone went to sleep. People's minds are unpredictable and Yu Yuan cannot fathom their minds. So after everyone went back to rest, he went to the guard department. After the big move, the guard department was placed inside the damaged spaceship, which was below the bottom level of the base, while the temporary command post was currently on the top level. This was Yu Yuan's arrangement, and the purpose was self-evident. At this time, placing the guard department inside the damaged spaceship will reassure the soldiers, and placing the temporary command center at the top closest to the danger will convince the public. Minister. As soon as Yu Yuan arrived at the security department, Manuimi came to greet him. Manuimi is the deputy director of the Ministry of Security, but since Yu Yuan also serves as the base commander, the Ministry of Security is basically commanded by Manuimi. Especially during the time when Yu Yuan returned to Earth, she was in charge of all the affairs of the security department. In terms of her abilities, there was absolutely no problem at all. It could even be said that she was too capable. Although Manuimi is a woman, she has a spirit that ordinary women do not have. Having graduated from a military academy, her starting point is higher than that of ordinary soldiers, but she started as a private, and with her own ability, she made rapid progress and was selected into a special warfare unit. There, she was still very dazzling, a sharpshooter, a combat expert, and had excellent military skills. Later, she was transferred to work in the guard department as an instructor and deputy director. Yu Yuan knew that she was here for training. If it weren't for this catastrophe, she would have been the commander of Temptation Base and the head of the defense department soon. Don't be fooled by her good figure and sisterly appearance, but all the warriors who have been with her know that this woman is actually a ruthless character, and her style of doing things seems to be unscrupulous in order to achieve her goals. So Yu Yuan was very relieved when he asked her to maintain public order during the large-scale relocation, but such a person was not easy to control. Yu Yuan returned the greeting and said, Deputy Man, you have worked hard these days, but leave the next task to me and you can rest first. Let me go back and rest? Manuime frowned and said, Minister Yu, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. I promise to complete the task. Yu Yuan walked past her and headed towards the security department. After he felt that she was following him, he said, Deputy Man, I'm afraid you misunderstood what I meant. What I meant was that you and some of the brothers in the security department go to rest first, and leave the rest to me during this period. You bring people to take over the shift in the second half of the night. People can't rest without rest. Besides, now is an extraordinary period, and we must not let any loopholes appear. We must not let those with ulterior motives take advantage of the opportunity. By the way, you have to attend the meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you don't go now and get some rest, it will not look good if you fall asleep in the meeting. Yu Yuan added. That's the truth. But don't mention it. I feel uneasy without you in the second half of the night. The previous big move caused a lot of trouble. I think those who want to do bad things are spies planted by other countries. Yu Yuan shook his head secretly as he spoke. It's already this darning time, and you're still jumping out to stir up trouble, just opposing for the sake of opposing. You're really out of your mind. Oh, hearing Yu Yuan say this, Man Yueme raised her eyebrows and uttered an oh, then walked while repeatedly looking at the palms and backs of her hands. This is interesting. Forehead Yu Yuan was stunned. Then he looked back at Man Yueme, who seemed to be in some state, and said, Now we don't know if we can walk back to the ground alive, so don't make things complicated. Don't worry, Minister. I know what to do. Man Yueme seemed unaware of Yue Yuan's gaze and was still looking at the palms and backs of her hands. After the two of them arrived at the security department and gave some brief instructions, Man Yueme went back to rest. Yu Yuan led a group of soldiers to continue maintaining order until the second half of the night when it was time to rest. However, he woke up again after only a few hours of sleep and rushed to the conference room. When Yu Yuan arrived at the conference room, the room with about 300 people was basically full. He glanced around and saw that Man Yueme had also arrived. Gonda, Su Song, Zhao Yuqin, Yu Nanfeng, Su Zhini, Li Zhenglu, Yikai and other scientific experts and doctors were also present. But no one spoke, and everyone seemed a little lifeless, as if they were still immersed in sorrow. After entering the conference room, Yu Yuan rubbed his eyes to make himself more awake, then walked to the front and glanced at the time. 7:58. After waiting for 2 minutes, Yu Yuan immediately put the microphone to his lips, cleared his throat, and said loudly, Everyone, I have gathered you all here today for no other reason than to discuss the future life and death of mankind, that is, us survivors. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the doctors in the scientific community. Without them, the Jovian base would not have been able to prepare for the disaster in advance. Secondly, I would like to thank all the soldiers of the Ministry of Defense. They have been fighting day and night for the past few days to make the relocation a complete success. At the same time, I would also like to thank all departments for their close cooperation. Without them, our large-scale machinery, engineering equipment, and life support equipment would not be able to be transported to the destination smoothly. It is yours, and our joint efforts that have kept us alive and allowed us to exist. To cherish the memory of our deceased relatives, friends, and compatriots, please join me in observing a minute of silence for our deceased compatriots. After saying a bunch of necessary nonsense, Yu Yuan got to the point. I know that this unprovoked disaster has filled each of us with grief and despair, but we cannot let it discourage us or let it degenerate us. We have survived, so we must bear the name of human beings and live up to the hundreds of millions of compatriots who died. So, how can we live up to them? Yu Yuan glanced at everyone in the venue, then raised his right hand and clenched his fist, saying solemnly, Revenge. In fact, Yu Yuan and everyone present here don't know why the Alpha Centauri triple star system and the sun exploded in a supernova, but everyone who is not stupid knows that it must not have happened naturally. So this did not prevent Yu Yuan from using this incident to ignite the fighting spirit of the survivors. Revenge. No matter what the future holds, no matter how far we can go, and no matter whether we have the ability or not, as long as we still have a breath left, we must do everything we can to find the truth of this matter, and then find the alien that destroyed us, and then wipe them out from this universe. Only with the blood of our enemies can we honor the souls of our hundreds of millions of compatriots who died. We want revenge. 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 Suddenly, there was an excited shout in the conference room, which frightened Yu Yuan so much that he quickly clasped his hands to ask everyone to calm down. But if we want revenge, we must first survive. And if we want to survive, we must unite and work together as a team. Only if we unite and work together can we survive in this dangerous universe. Speaking of unity, Yu Yuan waved his fist again. Humans are social animals. In the cradle of our growth, humans cannot leave the group and survive alone, let alone the vast universe. After the impassioned opening, Yu Yuan saw that the atmosphere in the conference hall was completely different from before. The lifeless scene was gone forever, replaced by everyone standing with their chests straight and their backs straight, full of energy. Seeing this scene, Yu Yuan nodded secretly. That's the way it should be. Without any energy, how can we lead the survivors through the months of underground life? How can we lead the survivors to dig back to the surface? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beams will be crooked too. If the soldiers are incompetent, the generals will be incompetent too. Good habits must be established from the top. The 300 or so people in the conference hall seemed to be in good spirits, but Yu Yuan knew that was only temporary and was temporarily stimulated by his speech. To solve this problem, we must know the root cause of the public's low state and then solve it. The fundamental reason, Yu Yuan analyzed his own feelings and people's reactions in recent days, and he believed that it was the fear and hesitation of the unknown. This is also the reason why the Sun and the Alpha Centauri system exploded. In this matter, as long as the upper echelons of the planet of the apes do not make a reasonable judgment, this feeling of fear, hesitation, and uneasiness will always be buried deep in the hearts of the survivors and will haunt the society of the planet of the apes base. Because of the unknown, people will worry whether they will still face unknown threats after returning to the ground, or even another Jupiter explosion, or the direct destruction of Ganymede, waiting for all kinds of persecution imagination. If we want to unite and forge ahead, and actively strive for survival, we must eliminate this influence from the hearts of the people. But for the current surviving humans, it is impossible to know the real reason. After all, it is impossible for anyone to ask aliens, right? Therefore, this requires the leadership of the base to come up with a reasonable reason, regardless of whether it is true or not, as long as it can stand up to scrutiny and dispel the fear in people's hearts. Only by doing a good job in ideological construction can we achieve twice the result with half the effort and work with unity. Yu Yuan knew this truth very well, so the first thing he did at today's meeting was to ask the conference to give a reasonable explanation for this incident that would reassure the survivors. To put it qualitatively, Yu Yuan has actually said that most people's first reaction is that it was done by aliens, and such a qualitative statement is bound to cause panic. So this meeting must give a reassuring explanation. As soon as Yu Yuan expressed his idea, noisy discussions broke out in the conference room. After a few minutes, when the discussion gradually died down, Yu Yuan finally spoke up. This is an astronomical event, so I think astronomical experts have the most say. Now let them share their thoughts. As an astrophysicist, Gander knew he had to speak up. Based on the observational data, we can first be sure that this event is definitely not a natural occurrence. Gander defined the nature of the event and then continued. Then we need to analyze the logic behind this event and the possible truth based on the limited information. There are two things we know for sure. One is that the solar system and the Centauri system exploded, and the latter happened before the former. The other is that we are still alive. Both of these pieces of information Gander mentioned are obvious and well known, and there is nothing mysterious about them. From the first message, we can infer that the attacker, an unknown civilization, has mastered some means of destroying stars. We don't know what weapon it is, but we can be sure that the technological strength of alien civilizations exceeds our cognition. Second, the time difference is very important. From the time difference between the explosion and the explosion, we can draw two conclusions. First, the unknown civilization attacked the Centauri triple star system first, and then attacked the solar system. Second, the unknown civilization attacked both at the same time. If it is the first possibility, we speculate that this unknown civilization should use our sun as a means of attacking the triple star system, most likely for some strategic purpose. But if that is the case, then with the technology of this unknown civilization, it is impossible that they did not discover us in the process of destroying the sun. This would contradict the fact that we are still alive. So I think the possibility is relatively small. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the unknown civilization turned a blind eye to us, just like we don't look at ants when we walk. Gander took a sip of water from the table in front of him and took a sip to moisten his throat. He then continued, if it is the second possibility, it means that the unknown civilization was in the Centauri system or in that direction when it destroyed the star. The star-destroying weapon hit the Centauri system at the same time, crossing a distance of 4.3 light-years and hitting the solar system 4 years later. This is consistent with our observations and the fact that we are still alive. So I am more inclined to the second point, but this is all based on our own thinking and limited information. We don't know the existence, form, and thinking mode of aliens, so we can't rule out other incredible possibilities. Gander added very seriously. His words sparked another round of discussion. Then some scientific elites put forward a number of supplements, and elites in social sciences also actively participated in the discussion. This group of elites extended Dr. Gander's views and discussed the possible forms and relationships of unknown civilizations and even other cosmic civilizations. There are also some alternative viewpoints and opinions, but they seem to be going too far. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said directly, very good. Let's put aside other possibilities such as alien thinking. At this stage, we can only take the second conclusion. Dr. Guanghan, you go back and draw up the data evidence for this conclusion, and then write an article with a reasonable context. The publicity department is responsible for cooperating with the publicity. Regardless of the truth, we need this result at this stage. The unknown civilization has not discovered humans, but has destroyed the solar system for some purpose unknown to humans. Now the survivors are temporarily safe. Xu Yuan needs to convey this signal to the people so that they will no longer regard unknown civilizations as the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, an unknown civilization discovered humans and destroyed humans by destroying the sun, but this possibility requires explaining why the Alpha Centauri system was also destroyed. Could there be life there? And it does not rule out the possibility that other surrounding stars have also been destroyed. After all, the survivors cannot observe the outside world now. However, this can only be confirmed after returning to the ground, re-establishing various telescopes, and launching various detectors. Therefore, it is not within the scope of discussion of this meeting. As for whether the alien civilization is good or evil, and what the situation of the universe is, it is not the focus of discussion now. Each stage has its main contradictions, and the main task at this stage is to unite people's hearts and work together to survive. Everyone knew what Xu Yuan meant, so the matter was settled. Next, let me talk about the general situation of the base in all aspects at present. After the first thing was confirmed, Xu Yuan began to introduce the second agenda of this meeting. There are a total of 88,836 people at the Jovian base. Apart from a few foreigners, most of them are Chinese. The male-to-female ratio is about 1 minute and 0.6 seconds. The Ganymede base is originally a Chinese space base, so it is not surprising that most of the people there are Chinese, but the ratio of men to women is indeed seriously unbalanced. There is nothing we can do about it, and this is basically the case for all major bases. Xu Yuan continued, because of the timely response, the starch production equipment in the base has been well preserved. If starch production is carried out as usual, the daily output of starch is about 30 tons. Under normal circumstances, we would have been able to sustain the base's needs with some vegetable and meat supplies from the outside world. But now that is gone, we can only rely on the base's cultivation gardens for vegetables, and there is no meat at all. Relying on the meat stored at the base, according to the data from the logistics department, the normal supply can probably last for 2 months, but this is not the biggest problem. After all, we will not die immediately without meat. The biggest problem is that we lack energy. As it is the farthest base, the equipment at the Ganymede base is indeed more complete than that of other bases, but pigs and cattle are not raised there. So the meat is basically shipped from the Earth. There are quite a few experimental animals such as mice in the laboratories, but even if the mice can be processed into meat products for consumption, it may not be able to meet the needs of so many people. Besides, you can't eat it all, otherwise the survivors will really kill themselves. It is used in various medical experiments, unless you want to experiment directly on human bodies, which is unrealistic. Embryo cultivation is one option, and the Ganymede base also has the equipment and technology to do so, but energy is a big problem. Because when we were still on the ground, we could use ground-based nuclear power plants and various solar cells to generate electricity, but now all of this is gone. In addition, the storage of carbon dioxide and water is also a big problem. Yu Yuan paused, looking at scholars, doctors, engineering department, and logistics department in various fields. So now, I need a reasonable plan, a reasonable distribution plan, a reasonable energy utilization plan, and a possible solution to the energy shortage. Yes, Yu Yuan was always talking about energy. Because of the energy, the Jovian base basically doesn't have to worry about food problems. For artificial starch technology, mature industrialized artificial starch technology has provided a good solution to the problem of space food. As long as there is energy, carbon dioxide, and corresponding biological enzymes, starch can be produced continuously. This was the case in all major bases, and the plantations within the bases were used to grow fruits, vegetables, and a small amount of wheat and rice, which could basically guarantee the fiber and other trace elements needed by the human body. Only meat cannot be grown. It all depends on Mother Earth to provide it. The original carbon dioxide and water at the Ganymede base, except for the recycling of exhaled gases from the human body, are all mined directly from the ice layer on Ganymede. Now that this source is gone, the carbon dioxide produced by the base population's breathing circulation is obviously not enough to meet the industrial starch production needs. 2 months is enough. In another month, the aftermath of the solar explosion will have passed. Our engineering equipment is not seriously damaged. A month will be enough for us to dig back to the surface, said a doctor. What happens after we get back to the surface? Another person asked. Of course, we will continue to mine from the Jovian ice sheet. Is there any problem? The doctor replied. The man sighed and said, It's hard to say whether there is still ice on the surface of Jupiter. These words reminded everyone of the surging magma. Yes, the violent energy impact is likely to vaporize the ice layer and blow it all away. A planet of Ganymede's mass cannot retain atmosphere. However, as long as we return to the surface, there is still great hope with a large planet like Jupiter. At present, the most important thing is energy, whether we are living underground now or returning to the surface in the future. It all comes down to an energy issue, Yu Yuan said. Although the energy storage station has reserves, it can only last for a month at most. Optimistically speaking, we can dig back to the surface in a month, but we can't build a power station instantly once we get back to the surface. Don't we have nuclear fission batteries? Someone asked. Yes, we do, but its power is too low. The nuclear batteries stored in the base can only meet the needs of weak current equipment or small electrical equipment. Heavy industrial equipment such as large cranes, excavators, forklifts, hammers, pile drivers, etc. cannot be used. Yu Yuan explained. Nuclear batteries, also known as atomic batteries, are based on the principle of converting the heat generated by the decay of radioactive isotopes into electrical energy. This phenomenon is called the Seebeck effect, also known as the first electrothermal effect. Nuclear fission cells do not produce large amounts of nuclear waste like nuclear power plants do, and are considered to be a harmless, clean energy source that is not a renewable resource. Nuclear battery technology was already mature at the end of the last century. It is widely used in various remote detectors due to its long life and no need for charging. A nuclear battery can basically be used for dozens or even hundreds of years. But it also has a fatal flaw, that is, its power is too low. If you want it to generate more electricity, you have to increase its mass. Too much mass is undoubtedly a huge burden for various devices. After all, you can't load several tons or even dozens of tons of batteries on a transport truck. Therefore, even though humans have already established a base in Jupiter's orbit, nuclear fission batteries have not been used on large vehicles. Of course, because mature technology has solved the safety problem, nuclear fission batteries have now been widely used in some small devices, such as mobile phones and tablets, which no longer need to be charged. Even many small appliances that use the light-emitting diode principle for lighting use this type of battery. Therefore, there is basically no need to worry about power outages for lighting and small electrical appliances at the Jovian base. Correspondingly, the energy problem Yu Yuan was talking about was not this kind of problem. He was talking about the electricity consumption problem of large-scale heavy industry and large-scale daily necessities production equipment. In the past, these things were powered by nuclear power plants or solar power plants on the ground in Jupiter. Now, because of the catastrophe, everything is gone. so there is an energy shortage problem. At this time, an expert stood up and expressed his opinion. As for the energy problem, I think we can consider the parallel connection of multiple small-scale radioactive power plants. Our nuclear fuel reserves are sufficient to support us until the power plant is completed. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused everyone to think deeply. The basic principle is still similar to that of a nuclear battery, but this seems to be the most feasible method for the current Ganymede base. The nuclear power plant originally built on the surface of Jupiter has been destroyed, and due to heat dissipation, safety, and land issues, a nuclear power plant cannot be built within the base. This method is the best way to solve the problem using existing resources. It would be great if there was a transport boat in the base. The engine of the transport boat could be directly dismantled and used to generate electricity. Unfortunately, the transport boat was too large to be stuffed into the lower level of the base, so it was destroyed in the disaster. Well, let's go back and have the engineering department come up with a plan, and once it's proven to be feasible, we can start working on it right away. I want to emphasize that we must ensure utmost safety. Xu Yuan saw that everyone thought this plan was feasible, and there was no better way, so he made the decision. There is no time to hesitate. The emphasis on safety is because nuclear weapons are really dangerous. If there is even a slight problem, the entire base will be destroyed. A group of people discussed one issue after another in the meeting, which lasted from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening, before they finally determined the current top priority. This is not a waste of time. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife makes the chopping of wood easier. Rushing into something without a plan or a solution is a waste of time. Although the disaster came suddenly, the Jovian base was not in disarray. The original leadership team was not idle either, and Xu Yuan was very powerful during this extraordinary period, keeping the power firmly in his own hands, so that no major disturbances occurred in the entire base. Against this backdrop, the base issued a temporary decree on people's livelihood, and restrictions on the purchase of food and various daily necessities were implemented. Yes, there are purchase restrictions. The relatively stable social structure of the Jovian Empire has prevented the original monetary system from collapsing for the time being, and this mini-government is naturally effective. Currency is electronic money. Originally, the fourth base of Jupiter had no right to issue currency, but it had a banking system, and everyone living on the fourth base of Jupiter had their data recorded in this branch. So even though the host is offline, this system can take on this temporary task. Time passed slowly as the survivors struggled for survival. With the cooperation of various departments, various functional equipment was restarted, and the production of daily necessities such as starch, fruits, vegetables, oil, and salt resumed, while other scientific research equipment was temporarily put into hibernation. The rapid recovery of production capacity gave the survivors hope. The surviving humans gradually recovered in the base buried deep underground. Under the guidance of the propaganda department, the sorrow of the destruction of the sun and the death of their compatriots was transformed into the obsession of revenge and the motivation to live. 10,000 men took up their bows and shot at the same target, and every shot hit the target. When human beings unite and move towards a common goal, they can often unleash amazing power. Not to mention that most of these people grew up in a good historical and cultural environment. Under such circumstances, the people who were living underground like moles were full of energy, waiting for the top management of the base to announce that they were going to dig up. Xu Yuan is very satisfied with people's mental state. With this kind of energy, they can get through any difficulties. Time goes by day. The machines in the underground base started up again, the motors roared again, and people returned to production work. The radiation generators are also progressing in an orderly manner from design to assembly, from drawings to real objects, gradually becoming a reality, making adequate preparations for the base's future energy transition. Many scientific experiments were temporarily suspended, and scientific research equipment was temporarily stopped. There are many types of such projects, such as various chemical experiments, material research, space calcium loss-related drug research, biological space receptor experiments, various carrier catalytic research, and propulsion engineering research. The electricity generated is used to ensure people's daily needs. Life underground is boring, but because of that boredom, everyone is holding back their anger, waiting to vent it out when they get back to the surface and have a blast. But among so many people, there are always some exceptions. Ma Dongjin is one of them. He was originally an ordinary second-generation rich man with a rich life, and basically everything he wanted. After inheriting the family business, girls surrounded him wherever he went, but he was not interested in them. It's not that he likes men, but he is more loyal in love. When he was a junior, he fell in love with a girl named Xu Yanshi and was very obsessed with her. However, Xu Yanshi ignored him, even though he revealed that he was very rich. Ma Dongjin thought that such a girl was very special and was a girl worthy of his true love. That year, he and Xu Yanshi both graduated. Xu Yanshi was admitted to graduate school, while he returned to help in the family business. This realistic separation was enough to make their love disappear, but Ma Dongjin did not give up. He still worked hard to pursue her. Finally, this unremitting pursuit moved Xu Yanshi, who was about to graduate from graduate school. Excited, Ma Dongjin planned to give Xu Yanshi a surprise at her graduation ceremony as Space Rose. He knew that Xu Yanshi loved all kinds of rare animals and plants and aspired to become a great biodiversity researcher, so he planned to cater to her preferences and give her a special gift that could express his love. For this purpose, he even mobilized the power of money and asked someone to cultivate a rose that grows in a vacuum environment for him. However, the cultivation garden of the space base is not a place where anyone can grow anything. However, driven by money, Ma Dongjin finally found a way, and a researcher from the Jovian 4 orbit laboratory agreed to him. However, since the control of express delivery goods in and out of the Ganymede base is very strict, if such behavior of privately changing the experimental planting is discovered, it is very likely to be fired. In order to reduce the risk, the researcher asked him to pick it up himself. He only agreed to take it out from the laboratory and give it to him. Everything else is up to him to do. It would be good enough to be able to get it. The power of love made Ma Dongjin agree without hesitation, and then he set out for the 4th planet of the European planet under the pretext of trade negotiations. Unexpectedly, the disaster struck not long after he arrived at the 4th planet of the European planet. Ma Dongjin lost everything after this incident. He had graduated for many years and had almost given back all his knowledge to his teachers. He had no idea what he could do here. Fortunately, the original financial system of Europa still used it, so he was not penniless. However, he did not plan to stay here for a long time and did not open an account here. Therefore, he was really penniless after spending all the cash on him. He, who had always lived a life of luxury, suddenly fell into confusion in life. He stared blankly at the people coming and going in the base with a dull expression. The old village chief Dueshue in his hand was his last spiritual sustenance. I unscrewed the bottle cap and took 2 more sips, still reluctant to finish it. Have you heard that the machinery company affiliated with the engineering department is recruiting people to prepare for returning to the ground? Ma Dongjin heard this with a confused look on his face. Recruiting people? What does it have to do with me? Ma Dongjin had no interest at all, but the conversation continued to drift into his ears. That stuff is for high-level technicians, remote mechanic drivers, high-level mechanics, and the like. What does it have to do with a lazy guy like you who only knows how to live off your savings? Look at what you said. Am I just idle? I was preparing for the moment. You know, I'm just in the preparation stage. What can you do? You can't operate an engineering robot, and you can't even repair machinery. Even if you want to sell your physical strength, there's no place for you to move bricks. Do you think this is the early 20th century? You're brave enough to come to the 4th planet without any skills, and you're lucky to have a brother like me. Who said there were no brick movers? Look what this is. Remote sensing equipment installation technician? Oh, this thing is to pull the optical fiber cable. When returning to the ground, it is indeed necessary to lay various communication lines back, but it does not require much manpower. I'm not talking about this, but this one here. Apprentices don't need experience. I think the base will definitely need to be reformed in the future. Even though they are still using the previous system, it will definitely change in the future. Think about it, there are so few people in the base. Do you think they will tolerate the existence of a worthless person? So you want to make yourself more valuable before then? The one who understands me is Brother Pao. As the saying goes, where there are people, there is a world. Rather than being passive in the future, it is better to work hard now. He has ambition. That's what my good brother is. The two people's voices gradually faded away, but Ma Dongjin was stunned. He looked around blankly and found that none of the people coming and going were as confused as he was. Haven't they lost loved ones? Haven't they lost loved ones? Haven't they lost everything? No, everyone is the same. They can come out of the haze and try to survive. Why can't I? Moreover, if it is true as those two people just said, that there will be reforms in the future and the existence of worthless people will not be tolerated, do I want to become that worthless person? No, I don't want to. Ma Dongjin sobered up instantly. He raised the half-full bottle of wine in his hand and looked at it, then walked to the trash can and reached the bottle over. But in the end, he held himself back, unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured the wine down his throat. What a shameful waste. Ma Dongjin muttered something, threw away the empty bottle, and then went in the direction of the two people. He wanted to apply for the position of mechanic apprentice, cheer up and find his own position. There are many people like Ma Dongjin, but in such a context, they woke up one by one and joined the torrent of collective will. 2 months passed in the long wait. Now that the aftermath of the solar explosion has completely passed, it is time for people to dig back to the surface and embrace a new future. The heavy equipment that had been prepared long ago rumbled over the floor of the base and headed towards the rock formation. The construction plan and construction scheme were evaluated within these 2 months, and the support works had already been fully built before excavation. Now all that's left is excavation. Humans are now on the 3rd floor underground of the original base, about 10 meters from the original ground. However, due to the magma, the previous data can no longer be used. The base located in the canyon is likely to have been covered by magma. Engineers have estimated based on previous canyon data that humans are now at least 70 meters above the ground. It's only 70 meters, which is completely incapable of stopping human progress. Of course, the actual length is much longer than 70 meters because the hole cannot be dug vertically upwards, but must be dug diagonally at a slope. The engineers had already planned the excavation route. Of course, the excavation route must be planned. It is not necessary to dig upwards from the upper layer of the original base, because 2 months may not be enough time for the magma in the original rock layer to cool down completely, and digging from the top is no different from seeking death. Engineers first used fault scanning technology to detect the rock layer. The so-called fault scanning is to determine the structure and properties of the rock layer based on the different values of physical properties such as resistivity, density, and sound waves reflected in different rocks. It is divided into 2 types: seismic exploration and electrical exploration. Due to the conditions, engineers chose to use electrical exploration, which uses the characteristics of electrical current propagation in rock formations to detect the structure and properties of underground rock formations. During the exploration process, engineers will use physical instruments to send a certain frequency of electric current from the base to the rock layer, and these electric currents will propagate in the underground rock layer. Due to the different resistance and propagation speed of different rocks to the electric current, engineers can determine which direction of the rock layer can be excavated and which direction of the rock layer has the risk of collapse by measuring these data. This will determine the excavation plan. This is a passage that concerns the fate of mankind, so we must be cautious. The machine operators strictly follow the excavation plan to dig, how much slope to dig, where to turn, where to pile soil, where to transport the soil for the second time, what machinery to use for transportation, how far to stop and install support, what materials to use for support, when to pour the tunnel surface, and how to deal with emergencies. All of these have clear details. Moreover, before excavation, all members of the engineering team involved received repeated training until everyone understood what they should and should not do. To prevent unexpected situations, at the start of excavation, one of each professional engineer must be on site. So, this is the scene that happened. Engineers pointed at the ever deeper rock formations, occasionally shouting into their walkie-talkies, but there were hardly any workers to be seen. In fact, such a scene is not surprising, because the workers are in the indoor cab remotely controlling various mechanical equipment, including but not limited to excavators, forklifts, blasting hammers, road rollers, tamping mechanical vehicles, concrete mixers, concrete pump trucks, crawler-type simulated double-arm mechanical vehicles, wheeled single-arm cranes, and wheeled small simulated double-arm tractors. Of course, there are engineering equipment for the cockpit, But because it is an outer space base, there are relatively few such equipment, and they are basically only used within the base. Most of the equipment on Jovian 4 is remote-controlled, so this phenomenon occurred. Among the tall engineering equipment, the engineers wearing helmets appear very small and weak, but everyone knows that their figures are huge. From a distance, they are barely visible, just busy machines in a hole that is gradually expanding and deepening. At this moment, they seem to reflect the entire human race, those small bodies armed with wisdom. Day after day, a 9-meter diameter circular hole gradually appeared in people's eyes. It tilted upwards with a moderate degree of curvature, leading to the long-lost surface. "We're here." A shout came from the top of the tunnel to the base, announcing to everyone in the base that humans had returned from underground. It also announced to the vast starry sky that humans had returned. The tunnel was brightly lit, and construction vehicles and vehicles carrying various equipment and building materials slowly moved up. These machines, equipment, and materials will establish the first foothold on the ground for the survivors in the base. The ground will be re-leveled, the power station will be rebuilt, and everything that was previously destroyed on the surface will reappear. It seems that mankind has returned to the early days of developing space bases. It is foreseeable that the coming days will be an era of great construction. However, the first thing to do after returning to the ground is not construction, because the first technicians who returned to the ground found that the sky was dark. That's impossible. The fourth base of Ganymede is facing Jupiter all the time. How can the sky be dark? Could it be that after the sun was destroyed, it became a white dwarf or a nebula, so that there was not enough strong light for Jupiter to reflect onto Ganymede? It's possible, but it shouldn't be that dark, the technician thought to himself. With this thought in mind, he put on his spacesuit, got out of the car, and looked up at the sky. Hey, where's Jupiter? Where did it go? Is it so dim that it can't be seen with the naked eye? The telescope was sent up, and astronomy experts who received the news also arrived on the ground. Jupiter is very large, especially when viewed from the perspective of Ganymede, so there is basically no need to adjust the viewing angle of the telescope. You can just point it at Jupiter. But when the telescope was set up, he found that Jupiter was gone. Jupiter is missing? How is that possible? Xu Yuan, who received the news at the base, first reacted that it was impossible. Although the solar explosion was powerful, Jupiter was huge and far enough away that it was impossible for it to be pushed away. I'm sorry, I didn't express it correctly. It's not that Jupiter has disappeared, but that the tidal lock of Ganymede has been broken. Gander, who came to tell Xu Yuan the news, gave an apologetic expression and explained, "More data is needed for further judgment." "Are you doing it?" Xu Yuan stood up anxiously. "We're working on it. A bigger telescope is being transported up there." Xiao Zhang from the astronomy department followed up immediately after he found out about the situation. According to calculations, the first batch of observation parameters should be available soon. We'll know the specific situation soon. Gonda stroked his newly cut sparse white hair and spoke calmly. Xu Yuan was very satisfied with the efficiency. He nodded and said, "Let's go to the data center." As he said this, he was the first to walk out of the office. However, he stopped at the door and turned back to Zhu Pit in the office and said, "Pit, the work on the ground cannot stop. You should follow up on this matter and coordinate with all departments to build various facilities on the ground as soon as possible." "Yes." After giving some instructions, Xu Yuan strode towards the temporary data center of the base. Gander followed closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at the data center on the ground floor. As soon as they entered, they saw a large group of staff busy processing data. Some were moving back and forth in this large center, passing documents, and some were discussing their opinions on the data. It seemed chaotic, but it was in order. Xu Yuan waved to the crowd and nodded, telling them to continue doing what they were doing without being polite. Then he and Gander walked through the crowd and headed straight for the astronomical data receiving station. Arriving at the data receiving station, Gander directly said to the woman at the operating table, "Xiaoyu, has the data been transmitted?" "Dr. Gan, you are here." Upon hearing Gan's voice, the woman called Xiaoyu turned around and greeted him, but then she found Xu Yuan was also there. So she looked stern and said, "Base Commander, you are here too." "Well?" Xu Yuan nodded to the woman, then pointed to the data receiving station and said, let's get down to business. Xiaoyu was about 30 years old, with shoulder-length hair and well-maintained skin. She looked like a girl in her early 20s. She turned around and operated the data console while saying, "The first batch of data has been sent back. Doctor, please take a look." After a series of operations, pieces of data were switched out and displayed on the big screen. Gander stared at the screen intently, but the more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. Yu Yuan saw his expression and felt that something was not right. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw Gander raise his head, close his eyes, take a deep breath, and then slowly open his eyes and sigh. The situation is far worse than expected. Without waiting for Yu Yuan to speak, Gander continued, "During our initial observations, we simply thought that Jupiter's tidal lock on Ganymede had been broken, and the side where our base is located had simply turned to face the dark universe. But from the data from this further observation, it seems to be much more than that." "Much more than that?" Yu Yuan was shocked and said hurriedly, "Tell me the details." It's not that Yu Yuan has no eyes to see, but what is displayed on the screen now are strings of initial data and some very professional curves. Non-professionals really can't understand this kind of data that has not been processed twice or tertiary. Gander also realized this, so he told Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, input the data into the celestial simulation system and set the time to 30 times the speed." Okay. Xiaoyu opened the celestial simulation software very swiftly, and then skillfully imported the data into the system one by one. Yu Yuan saw that the display on the big screen was switched to a dynamic 3D simulation video of the solar system. As the little fish moved, the solar system simulation system that was originally operating normally began to change. First, the brightness of the sun suddenly increased, and a light of more than 20 magnitudes occupied the entire screen. After the strong light burst out, as the frame rate was refreshed, a red, white, and yellow cloud rapidly expanded and spread from the original position of the sun. As the solar eruption spread, Mercury, Venus, and Earth were directly engulfed in the scorching ocean and then completely disappeared from the screen. The orbit of Mars became a dust cloud, and then its name was also erased from the simulation system. The asteroid belt was directly blown away. The super-strong solar wind formed by the solar eruption turned from white to blue, sweeping outward in waves. It was like a demon, expanding in the starry sky, swallowing up all of its original children one by one. When the powerful explosion passed, only the names of a few giant gas planets were left hanging alone in the hot clouds. Death replay. Seeing this, Yu Yuan felt very uncomfortable. This was not appreciating the wonders of the universe, but accepting mental torture. He suppressed his sadness, looked outward, and found the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter is still there, but it seems to be much brighter. According to the data, the surface temperature of Jupiter soared from 164 degrees Celsius to over 10,000 degrees Celsius within 2 days, and continued to rise until it reached a maximum of 17,900 degrees Celsius on the 18th day, and has been hovering around this temperature ever since. Jupiter ignited. At the same time, its mass is slowly decreasing, which means that Jupiter's atmosphere is being blown away by the super-strong solar wind. In contrast, in the following time, Jupiter's surface temperature is slowly falling. More than 2 months later, its surface temperature fell back below 10,000 degrees Celsius and slowly cooled. After 4.5 years of cooling, its surface temperature will fall back below 0 degrees Celsius as the temperature of space drops. Its mass is constantly decreasing, but as the temperature decreases, the mass being blown away will slowly stop and eventually stabilize at a certain value, which is about 30% of the original mass. This is because Jupiter is a gas giant and has suffered severe loss of gas mass. Yu Yuan looked carefully at the local details and found that Jupiter's orbit was represented by a solid circle and a dotted arc. He nodded secretly. He knew what this meant. The solid circle represented Jupiter's original orbit, and the dotted line was Jupiter's new orbit after the change. Not only was the orbit represented by solid and dotted lines, but the rotation axis was also marked with solid and dotted lines. This shows that not only has Jupiter's orbit changed, but its rotation axis has also tilted at a certain angle. This is not only true for Jupiter, but also for Saturn. Yu Yuan looked on the screen but could not find any trace of Europa in the original orbit of Jupiter, so he asked, Where is Europa? Here. Gander pointed to the dark area on the screen and asked Xiao Yu to mark it out and make it a conspicuous bright spot. As a string of constantly changing numbers appeared, Yu Yuan saw the small bright spot. This Yu Yuan frowned. This celestial simulation system uses the sun as its coordinates, so it is obvious that the rapid changes in the numbers on the labels indicate that the planet is moving rapidly relative to the sun's original position. This is a normal phenomenon, but Ganymede is not normal. In order to make it more intuitive, Gander asked the fish to shrink down a bit more so that most of the solar system could be shown on it. We were thrown out. This time Yu Yuan saw it clearly. According to observation data, this is indeed the case. Gander was silent for a while, and then tried to speak in a calm tone. As we can see, the super-strong shock wave generated by the solar explosion and the reduction in gravity caused by the loss of most of the mass due to the explosion directly changed Jupiter's original orbit. At the same time, Ganymede and other satellites of Jupiter that had not been destroyed by the impact wave were all blown away by this series of complex effects, and Jupiter eventually became a wandering planet because it lost the gravity of the Sun. At first, the planet we were on, Europa, was protected by Jupiter, but its surface temperature once exceeded 2,500 kilodegrees Celsius. When the temperature of space in the solar system skyrocketed, no planet could escape. Gander continued to explain the answer he got from the observation data. Fortunately, our base on Ganymede is strong enough and buried deep enough. Otherwise, we would never have a chance to return to the surface again. Yu Yuan knew this, and he nodded and said, I heard from the first group of workers who went up that when they stepped onto the ground, there was still magma around the cave entrance that had not cooled down. If the engineers had not calculated it accurately, we would have faced the risk of magma backflow. Yes, if just one link goes wrong, we will be doomed. Gone sighed. As he spoke, he straightened his aching back and sighed that his body was not as good as before as he had been when he got older. Then he continued, Now, the moon we are on has left the gravitational range of Jupiter and is heading towards the dark universe at an angle of 17.3 degrees to the solar ecliptic plane. Not only Jupiter, but also Saturn's Mars, 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 and Saturn's Mars that were not destroyed in the disaster were also thrown out of the solar system. At this point, Gander couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear on his face. Actually, we are very lucky. Many satellites fell towards Jupiter during this process and were torn to pieces when they crossed Jupiter's Roche limit. God has eyes, and we are very lucky not to have the same fate as them. Who would have thought that, unknowingly, the surviving humans had escaped another disaster? In theory, humans on Jupiter should be able to detect such a big change in orbit through instruments, but at that time, in order to save energy, basically all kinds of scientific detection instruments were stopped. However, according to speculation, when the catastrophe struck, the strong shock wave caused great chaos in the solar system. Under the influence of the chaotic gravitational field, the orbits of various celestial bodies underwent a series of complex changes and chain reactions, leading to the current situation. Doesn't it mean that Ganymede will become a wandering planet, and we will fall into the vast dark universe along with Ganymede? Yu Yuan murmured. This sentence seemed like a question, but it contained too much surprise. Yes, with the current relative speed and position of Europa, it will pass the original orbit of Uranus in 3 years, and completely fly out of the original solar system in 30 years. Gander gestured on the screen and said, That is, we will be farther and farther away from the stellar remnant until we can no longer get any light. No, we are already in darkness now, because the sun did not become a white dwarf, but was blown into a nebula. So it is obvious that we are still in this remnant nebula that is gradually cooling down, just like many planets in the solar system that have not disappeared yet. This is extremely bad news. The sun will be blown into a nebula, and the entire solar system will no longer be the same. There will not be enough gravity to restrain the planets that have not disappeared, so these planets will slowly go their separate ways. This means that the surviving humans will enter a dark age. In the long run, humans will not be able to obtain any energy from the stars and will fall into a real energy crisis in the near future. It may even gradually wither away in the cold universe along with Jupiter and perish in an unknown corner of the universe. This is fatal, and it is also the ending that Yu Yuan can foresee now. Because humans do not have the ability to travel across space. Even though humans have been able to build such a huge base on Ganymede before, the distance between the Earth and Jupiter is not a distance at all in terms of interstellar space, or it can be said that there is no comparison at all. It is really like, when it rains, it pours. The ship is late and encounters headwinds. It is really a double whammy. What direction is Zhou heading? Yu Yuan was silent for a moment before speaking, his tone full of anticipation. Gander smiled bitterly. He certainly didn't want the Proxima system to be in the direction of Europa's advance, but the solar system was originally a wilderness of the Milky Way, and the nearest Centauri system had also been bombed. The probability of Europa being randomly thrown out in the chaos and heading towards the Proxima system was almost zero. There is no star system. Judging from the current direction of Jupiter, we will cross the empty space where the Van Manen, Epsilon Indiae, and GJ 9066 star systems are located in the future. However, this is only a preliminary analysis. More accurate data can only be determined after the ejected matter from the Centaurus triple star system is scanned. Since these areas of knowledge are familiar to Gander, he is basically the one doing the talking. Perhaps because he had been standing for too long, Gander, who was a little tired, pulled a chair over and sat down. He then continued, the diffuse debris gas cloud formed by the material ejection from the Centauri triple star system will probably meet us in 33 years, but I think it will not have much impact. After all, the distance is already very far. With our technological capabilities, we can at most hide underground for a while. Electronic equipment may be affected, so we need to ask experts in related fields to think of a solution first. Yu Yuan understood that Gander was trying his best to remind himself from the information he had, and from his perspective that the disaster was not over yet. Well, I'll ask experts from various fields to come and discuss the matter later. It's always a good idea to prepare for a rainy day. Yu Yuan gladly accepted Gander's suggestion, because he also knew that what Gander said was true. The sun had been blown up to the point where it had lost the qualifications to become a white dwarf, and the Alpha Centauri system would probably be no exception. The good news is that once Ganymede is heated, we won't have to worry about energy problems for the next few decades, Gander said again. Before Yu Yuan could be happy, he opened his mouth and told him some bad news. But because of this, we may have to worry about other resources. This shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking it was some kind of problem, Yu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Oh? Gander didn't expect that Yu Yuan would say that the problem he was worried about was not a big deal. We have Ganymede, Yu Yuan said with a smile. Please collect the investment recommendation tickets as an astronomer. It is normal for him not to know the distribution of resources on the 4 planets. However, Yu Yuan, the highest commander of the 4 planets, knew very well that the base had already had the distribution of resources on the 4 planets before the disaster. There is a very thin layer of carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and oxygen in the atmosphere of Jupiter. Of course, it has been completely blown away by the solar wind, which has also heated it from a cold planet with no geological movement to a planet with magma bubbling all over the ground. This heating does not penetrate into the core. After a few years, when its surface cools down, its resources can be mined. After all, it is a rocky satellite, and a large amount of silicate materials are not blown away with the atmosphere. It is not impossible to mine resources from Ganymede, which is still in a semi-magma state. With current human technology, it is not a big problem to collect magma at more than 2,000 degrees Celsius. All we need to do is to specially make some high-temperature resistant shovels. The problem is that if the magma is taken out directly for separation, the product obtained will contain very little heavy metals because the heavy metals sink to the bottom. Fortunately, many places have cooled down, and if we dig deeper, we can find heavy metals. The only thing that is certain is that Ganymede does not have a core with large reserves of iron, nickel, and other elements, which is why it does not have a global magnetic field. However, iron is the element with the largest reserves in the solar system. It exists on almost every rocky planet. As long as you dig deep and dig hard, you will always find iron ore. The only problems are that the reserves are not abundant, or the purity is not high. These are not problems if you don't consider the economic cost. As for oxygen, we need to build more plantations and cultivate some seeds from the base laboratories. Plant all the seeds that can be grown, and use chemical methods to assist in the preparation. There will be no problem at all. Carbon dioxide is similar to other gases. The next step is definitely large-scale construction, which will lead to the emission of industrial waste gas. It can be said that Ganymede ensures that humans do not have to worry about extinction due to resources and energy in the short term. Basically, as long as the nuclear fission fuel on Ganymede is not used up, there will be no energy problem. With the current nuclear fuel at the Ganymede base, it will be enough to last for 20 to 30 years. So Xu Yuan's biggest headache is actually what happens afterward. Where should humanity go? How to go and how to follow? Well, where to go is not the key point. How to leave is the key issue. Oh, I'm so worried. Xu Yuan pulled his hair. After leaving the data center, he held several small meetings in different departments in a hurry to confirm and arrange the major construction. But in his heart, he was always thinking about the future. After finishing today's work, Xu Yuan returned to his residence. He looked at the time and found that it was already 11:30 in the evening. There is no distinction between day and night on Ganymede anymore. Oh, there has never been a distinction between day and night before, but it was always Jupiter's day before, and now it is always the night of the starry sky. Therefore, the standard time of Ganymede still follows the Earth time, and people have been accustomed to this for many years. It's 12:30. It's still early. Xu Yuan sat down on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. It had been a long time since he had been alone in such peace and quiet. In this environment, his mind couldn't help but reflect on the kind figures of his parents and every detail of his life on Earth. Parents' advice, friends' jokes, and comrades' calls. For a moment, Xu Yuan's eyes gradually became moist. His nostalgia was a little sudden and a little late, but it was only in this occasional leisure that he had time to reminisce about everything he had lost. Xu Yuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes tightly, and locked the emotion deep in his heart. After calming down, Xu Yuan pushed open the door, walked out of the temporary room, and glanced at the guard duty station from a distance. Although it was dim, Xu Yuan's eyesight was very good, and he still saw Zhu Pit bragging to the guard on duty in the duty room. From time to time, there were a few laughs, which seemed quite joyful. The sound was quite loud, but without listening carefully, Xu Yuan could guess what Zhu Pit was saying. He was just using his discovery to make people laugh, and then he exchanged his experience in maintaining thick hair. Zhu Pit had followed him for so many years, Xu Yuan still knew him very well. Originally, Xu Yuan came out to remind Zhu Pit that he had to attend an important meeting tomorrow, but seeing that he was so happy, he didn't say anything and went back to his room to sleep. Tomorrow's meeting is very important, because Xu Yuan will bring out the leadership of the Jovian 4th base and all the departments and positions at the meeting tomorrow to make a resolution. Then, they will discuss the issue of large-scale construction and the future of the surviving humans. It can be said that each one is a big deal, especially the first thing. In fact, Xu Yuan had thought about this matter when he was still underground, but at that time people were still in various sad emotions and still had illusions about the great disaster. So it was too early to talk about this matter. Xu Yuan knew very well that under the circumstances at that time, even he himself still had a strange fantasy that he would not believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. So after breaking out of the ground, he also ordered people to launch multiple strong electromagnetic wave signals into the inner orbit of the sun in the hope that a miracle would happen. Intellectually, this behavior was unnecessary, and the result was as expected. Except for the humans on Jupiter 4, all other bases, and even the Earth were sacrificed. Everyone is sure of this, and now that the living environment has improved, at least everyone knows that they have survived for the time being. Under such circumstances, it is very necessary to determine the leadership. The base already had a set of management models, and everyone tacitly accepted the original leadership. However, in the face of dramatic changes, there is actually a huge difference between bringing it up for discussion again and keeping it ambiguous. Even just reiterating it has extraordinary significance. Of course, Xu Yuan needs to do more than just reiterate. He needs to use appropriate management methods based on the current situation to ensure that the survivors can unite as one and survive together in this thorny universe. Today is different from the past. Shang Jun said, "The way to govern the world is to benefit the country and not to follow the old ways." This means that there is not only one way to govern a country. As long as it is beneficial to the country, it is not necessary to stick to the old ways. It depends on local conditions. Furthermore, Yuan felt that Manuimi was a bit too ambitious and he couldn't let her lead the guard department alone. Yuan felt that it was not too much to attach importance to mastering violent machines. Although he had always held the power of the Ministry of Security, some things still needed to be done. Therefore, for the sake of future stability, in line with the principle of preparing for a rainy day, he decided to appoint another deputy minister. This kind of subject matter is really niche. The reading, votes, recommendations, and various data are all extremely low. The next morning, Yuan arrived early at the temporary conference room. Because there were many participants in this meeting, the so-called conference room was actually the lobby on the third floor below the original base. After the passage back to the ground was reopened, many machines and equipment were slowly moved to the ground, making this place empty and perfect for use as an expanded conference venue. In addition to experts in various fields and heads of various departments, this expanded meeting also includes outstanding representatives from various professions, so the number of people is several times more than usual. Yuan glanced at the list of participants and found that the total number of participants reached 832 people, which was almost 1% of the total population of the base. After the crowd of attendees entered and took their seats, Yuan took the microphone and spoke first as usual. Today is the 181st day since our homeland was destroyed. During this period, we have experienced life and death, despair and hope, as well as various hardships. We are so resilient. I believe that we humans will definitely turn the tide. After a not too long opening speech, Yuan began to get the meeting to the point. I believe everyone here knows the issues we are going to discuss and determine today, so I will not waste time talking about it. Now let's move on to the first topic, which is the leadership of our surviving humanity. The previous catastrophes have taught us that in the face of the vast universe, we humans are so small that we are not even as small as floating creatures. Therefore, if we want to survive, we must determine this issue. Only in this way can we avoid being scattered, and can we unite closely to survive. After the presentation, the meeting entered the substantive stage. First of all, this conference must clarify the leadership of all mankind. There is no doubt that it is the original Timber 4 government. This is the consensus of all, and was once again passed unanimously at the conference. This operation is not a superfluous move, but rather a statement of the legitimacy and justice of the leadership's power. Once the legal legitimacy of the new government is established, the next step is to elect a supreme leader. There is no doubt about this. Yuan was confirmed as the top leader of the new government and was approved unanimously. No one is more suitable than him, and no one is more prestigious than him. As for Yuan himself, he is willing to take on this important task and also needs this position. He never concealed this. After this stage, Yuan came to the stage again to give a speech. Thank you for your trust and affirmation. I will do my best to fulfill my responsibilities and put the future of mankind first. With unity and progress as my mission, I will strive to do my best for the survival, development, growth, and even the expansion of mankind into the universe. I know that many of you here trust and affirm me not because of your rationality, but because you believe that I am the savior of the survivors and the savior of all mankind. But I want to tell everyone here that there has never been a savior, and I am not one either. Because our ancestors have long told us through their actions that the savior of mankind is actually mankind itself, that is, each and every one of us. After Yuan gave a speech similar to an inaugural speech, the next step was to determine the heads and functions of each department. There are not many changes in this regard. The original administrative structure of Ganymede is still used, and only the name has been upgraded and adjusted accordingly. It is generally divided into the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, etc. Of course, the Ministry of Defense is also indispensable, but now it has been divided into two. One part has become the Human Armed Forces Equipment Support Department, abbreviated as the Armed Forces Department. This department is quite special. It is a purely military department. It is a special department directly under the Human Military Commander-in-Chief. Yu Yuan is the highest commander of this department. The other part is still called the Ministry of Security. In addition, some expansions and changes were made to the personnel in each department, and corresponding modifications were made to the promotion channels. After everything about the formation of the new government was confirmed, the meeting should have immediately moved on to the next topic, the major construction issue, but Yu Yuan threw out a decisive plan at this time. He came to the stage again and scanned the audience, then said, "The conference will discuss issues related to large-scale ground construction. However, before that, I have a proposal that needs your discussion. I have asked the staff to upload the proposal to the conference document sharing platform folder 0876. You can check the content there to see if this issue is feasible." After finishing his words, Yu Yuan stood quietly on the stage, watching the 832 attendees operating their mobile phones or other network devices in front of them, waiting for them to finish reading. The proposal was not long, and after a while, most people knew the content of the resolution. At this time, sparse discussions began to be heard among the crowd. How can this be allowed? Should people who slack off or lie low be punished by law? What kind of proposal is this? Yeah, this is too much, isn't it? This is forced labor. And how do you judge whether someone is slacking off, lying down, or taking their time? You can't just report someone if you see them doing something wrong, right? I know these are extraordinary times, but I've never heard of punishment being written into the law. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to do. That's right. It's easy to judge slacking off at work. There were punishment plans based on the salary system before, but what about lying down? Does that mean a person should be punished for being a lazy person? Hey, look at all of you. You oppose without even thinking about it. In my opinion, lying down should be written into the law. There are more than 80,000 people now. Why can you live well and enjoy the home I worked so hard to build just by lying down? It doesn't make sense. That's the truth. How could I not know the plight of mankind? But the problem is that it's difficult to deal with. I don't care. Anyway, I can't just lie down. It's my honor and my responsibility to contribute to the cause of mankind. But among more than 80,000 people, there will always be some people who just want to enjoy themselves without paying. They will definitely strongly oppose it. As everyone discussed, Yu Yuan proposed adding a legal provision that is in line with the current situation. The general content of this legal provision is to establish a punishment mechanism for behaviors such as slacking off and lying, as well as to morally characterize such behaviors. However, the specific terms have not yet been clarified. Amid the murmurs of discussion, Yu Yuan coughed, and after the meeting place had quieted down again, he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, the main reason for formulating relevant laws against negative behaviors such as lying down is that humanity is now at a critical juncture of life and death, and our population is too small. In this situation, the power of any individual is invaluable. In order to unite all forces, we have to put forward this seemingly unreasonable proposal, and I believe everyone understands this. In a society, one or two people cheating and playing tricks are nothing more than a minor problem. But as everyone knows, humans are not only animals that love leisure and hate work, but also animals that worry more about inequality than about scarcity. Yu Yuan pondered for a moment and continued, when a hard-working person and a person who eats and sleeps receive the same treatment from society, then this society is not far from chaos. If this society is the entire human race, then the root of destruction has already been sown. We cannot allow such disasters to take root. So at this time when mankind is born, we should formulate a series of preventive measures. Lying down, slacking off, and procrastinating may seem like no big deal, but if you use another word, it becomes known to everyone as serious. That is, nonviolent non-cooperation. This is an act that can shake the foundation of human government, and in this context, it is very likely that humanity will destroy itself because of this act. Yu Yuan knew the seriousness of the situation, so he proposed this seemingly absurd plan. The so-called nonviolent non-cooperation is nonviolence and non-cooperation. This is the super-evolved version of slacking off and lying down. In the past, when there were many people, it wasn't a big problem to have a group or even a large group of idle people, but it's not the case now. Yu Yuan never forgets the fragility of human beings, and he must do everything he can to make the survivors work together. After hearing Yu Yuan's words, Some of the participants who had mindlessly opposed the proposal gradually calmed down. They began to think about the pros and cons, and to think about the problem from the perspective of the current human situation. Gradually, the number of people in favor became the majority, and the remaining minority did not object, but only cast a few abstention votes. It does not mean that the bill can be implemented immediately after it is passed. After all, it is just a proposal, and the specific content still needs to be worked out by relevant legal experts from the Ministry of Justice. Of course, the content involving finance also requires the participation of the Ministry of Finance. Of course, there is the Ministry of Finance. Although there are only a few of them, as long as their thoughts and enlightenment have not reached the level of everyone becoming a saint, they still need currency. The monetary system of the new government of Jove also follows the previous system, except that the institution that issues virtual credit currency has become a newly established human bank. Of course, if material resources become abundant in the future, it will be necessary to implement communism on all kinds of survival materials, but now is not the time. The meeting is still going on. On the issue of large-scale construction, all participants had no opinions and all believed that humans needed to work at full speed. Large-scale construction equipment is needed to expand production, and a series of factories including food processing, machinery manufacturing, material processing, power plants, mining processing, steel plants, etc., need to be built. There is also the indispensable aviation industry and educational institutions. Humankind will never forget the starry sky, nor will they abandon their heritage. We plan to build an orbital mass accelerator on a relatively flat land in Jupiter, the director of the engineering department said passionately at the meeting. After the steel mills, machinery mills, and electrical and other related factories are established, we should produce the materials needed for the orbital mass accelerator. To do this, we also need to expand the team of technicians, more fully/semi-automated equipment, and more engineering vehicles. In short, we need people. Mineral exploration and mining also require people. Some jobs cannot be replaced by machines. The person in charge of the mining of the 4 mineral resources in Jovian was no longer silent. Regarding specific issues such as manpower, material resources, resource extraction, and exploration, your respective departments should hold small meetings to come up with solutions. Yu Yuan interrupted the conversation at the meeting and said, "This meeting is mainly to determine the general direction. Regarding this aspect, you can speak freely about your opinions." As soon as Yu Yuan finished speaking, Gander, who had been ready to speak, was the first to speak. As an astronomer, he needed to introduce the current cosmic environment in which humans live to everyone. He said, based on the latest observation data and the wandering direction of our Ganymede, the closest star systems to us in the future are the Van Manen, Epsilon Indiae, and GJ 9066 star systems, but unfortunately, our Ganymede will not pass through any of them. Even if our Ganymede will encounter the star system in the future, we will not be able to wait until that time. After all, at the current speed of Ganymede, it will take 30 years for it to fly out of the original solar system. In other words, Ganymede can only be our short-term habitat. If we humans want to survive, we have to leave Ganymede and find a new star system before its energy and resources are exhausted. Someone couldn't wait to ask, how far is the nearest star from us? Currently, it's Barnard Star, which is 6 light-years away from us. Wolf 359 is the second largest, 7.7 light-years away from us. However, in the future, they will gradually move away from us. Gander said directly without even looking at the data. The future? A representative hesitated for a moment, then said, we don't have to wait that long. As long as our industry is restored, we can build one or several interstellar ships to leave Ganymede directly. I think with our technology, it shouldn't be a problem to cross a distance of 6 or 7 light-years. Dr. Yunnan Feng, a mechanics doctor, took over the conversation and replied, with our currently mature nuclear fission propulsion system, we have enough fuel to continue accelerating and can reach a maximum of 1% of the speed of light. That's enough. Don't forget we have the hibernation warehouse. It's 8 light-years away, so it will take us 800 years to get there. The representative did a simple calculation. Yun Nanfeng shook his head, but we are still in the interstellar gas cloud. We can't accelerate the spaceship to 1% of the speed of light. Moreover, sailing in such an environment, the the spaceship will be affected by resistance and slowly slow down, so that we may run out of fuel halfway. How about bringing more fuel? If you carry more fuel, the total mass of the spacecraft will increase, and accelerating the spacecraft to 1% will also consume more fuel. If we were not in a nebula formed by a supernova explosion, we might be able to reach our destination at a speed of 1% of the speed of light and in a hibernation chamber, but that is not the case now. What about controlled nuclear fusion? I heard before I came to Ganymede that this thing seemed to be almost successful. It seemed that it was just missing some piece of the puzzle. Another person asked. Room temperature superconductivity, replied Xu Yanshi, a PhD in materials science. Yes, yes, yes. Didn't they say that this thing will only take a few more years to be developed? The man looked happy, as if he saw hope. Ah, Xu Yanshi said bitterly, that's on Earth, not Jupiter. What's the meaning? No one answered him, for all but a few were silent. Xu Yanshi made it very clear that it was on Earth, not Ganymede. In other words, it was the old Earth that was about to succeed in controlled nuclear fusion, and Ganymede never had this project. With the destruction of the Earth, all the core data and core equipment related to controlled nuclear fusion disappeared into thin air. Although Ganymede is known as the space base with the most complete equipment, it is impossible for it to have a controlled nuclear fusion laboratory, and it does not even have core technical data. It can be said that the technological regression that was thought to be very far away has already happened to the surviving humans. Are we doomed to perish? If so, what's the point of working hard now? Upon hearing this news, some pessimists immediately felt a little overwhelmed. That depends on the fission mineral reserves of Ganymede. As long as Ganymede has enough uranium, niobium, and other mineral reserves, we can still survive until the dust cloud in the universe becomes thinner. Xu Yanshi answered meticulously. Are we going to stay on Ganymede for hundreds, or even thousands of years? But what if the storage capacity is not enough? Will we die together on Ganymede? A pessimistic mood is spreading. What if? What if we can achieve controlled nuclear fusion within 30 years? It turns out that the Earth can do it, so there's no reason why we can't. The words of a young researcher dispelled the spreading pessimism. Xu Yanshi moved his, but that he had used for 43 years, then looked deeply at the researcher and said in a very serious tone, I have participated in the room temperature superconductor project, and I have also been fortunate to participate in the development of many core technologies. Although Ganymede came later, it was only a matter of 10 years later. Isn't it that in this regard, we are at most 10 years behind the Earth? You can say that. Xu Yanshi answered confidently. The problem is that the core technology of magnetic confinement for nuclear fusion has been basically lost, and Ganymede has no physicists or engineers who have participated in this field and are leading figures in it. It's too difficult. Everyone then realized that they had not completely inherited the scientific and technological achievements of humans on Earth. This is certain. After all, the Jovian base was not prepared for the continuation of human civilization. It is impossible for it to have everything. When you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out. Xu Yuan spoke at this time. He continued, since room temperature superconductivity is expected to be recovered, let's study it. Technology is interrelated. We have only lost some technology, not all of it. We don't have any scientists who have participated in the magnetic confinement fusion project, but we have all the theory, and except for the core technical data, we have all the other data. Just like the young man said just now, if the original Earth can do it, there is no reason why we can't. I believe we can definitely get through this difficult time. Although Xu Yuan's words did not provide a specific solution, they did have a calming effect. Yes, we will get through this. A group of people cheered themselves up. This is the fact. The same words spoken by different people may have different effects. Although no specific solution to the problem of controlled nuclear fusion was discussed at this expanded meeting, many things were determined. For example, the establishment of a new human government, the passage of the Lying Flat Bill, the direction of large-scale construction, and the decision that humans need to leave Ganymede 4 and search for a new planet. There are also other fragmentary matters that are related to the entire civilization, which are also being determined one by one. For example, determine the name. Human civilization. It is not a new human civilization, because this group of people feel that they are the bearers of the hope of mankind on Earth, and they will always be proud of their ancestors. so there is no need to add new words to separate each other. For this reason, human civilization did not use a new calendar, but continued to use the AD calendar. In fact, some people have proposed to switch to the new era, and the reason is quite reasonable. They say that humans just broke out of the ground from the Jovian base, just like mammals just got reborn after the dinosaur extinction disaster. From that day on, it should be recorded as the first year of the new era. Some people also suggested using the Yellow Emperor's calendar. This suggestion had many supporters. After all, most of them were flower growers. But in the end, the conference chose to continue with the previous AD calendar. The reason is that there are almost only the flower-growing people left. Can't you be more generous? Human beings are one. There is no need to change everything. In the future, Yu Yuan will be busy organizing various meetings and processing decision-making documents. One by one, major events that would determine the future direction of human civilization were decided. New construction projects on Jupiter 4 were moved from paper to construction, and conjectures about the background of the universe began to brew in such an environment. Under the leadership of an absolute voice, humans in danger of extinction exploded with superpower, turning Ganymede into a bustling construction site. One after another, exploration robots flew out from the base. The blue flames they spewed out were like fireflies in the dark night above the completely dark planet Europa, transmitting various information about the post-disaster Europa to humans. Surface pictures, thermal images, mineral distribution characteristics, and reserves. In addition, these small machines also serve as temporary network nodes in the early stages, providing precise positioning for engineering teams going out for mining. After that, there are various harvesting robot operations. The environment of Ganymede after the disaster is very different from before. It has changed from a cold satellite to a temporarily hot planet. Therefore, in order to adapt to the current environment of Ganymede, engineers have modified these mining machines. The original rubber wheels were replaced with more heat-resistant crawler-type ones, and other sensor devices, mining blades, and circuit designs were also processed accordingly. Gradually, the outlines of industrial buildings began to appear on the deserted island of Jovian. The first power plant, the first steel smelter, the first chemical raw material production workshop, the first supporting parts production plant. Amid the busy operation of various engineering machines, industry has returned to the surface of Jupiter, and the dawn of human civilization has once again risen from the darkness. From mineral mining to raw material processing, from raw material processing to parts assembly, from parts assembly to product delivery, main material processing, by product extraction, industrial production lines have restarted. The raw steel produced by steel smelting is pulled into various secondary processing plants, and then turned into batches of alloys with different properties, and then transported to the finishing plant to become special steel, alloy steel, composite materials, and various parts. Byproducts such as ore and other byproducts produced during the smelting process also flow into various types of chemical plants, producing batches of organic materials, inorganic materials, and various waste gases. Plastics and synthetic rubber are also produced in chemical plants during this process. The moment a brand new robot emerges from an automated machinery factory, human industrial power begins to snowball, with machines producing machines, and the produced machines then mine more mineral raw materials to produce more machines. After 3 years of vigorous infrastructure construction, mankind has finally taken another step towards the starry sky. The Orbital Mass Accelerator project has officially started. Because the escape velocity of Ganymede is only 2.4 kilometers per second, the surface gravity acceleration is only 1.24 meters per square second, and there is no need to consider air resistance. The mass of the orbiter built on Ganymede is much smaller than that on Earth. Moreover, the current orbital mass accelerators are mainly used for cargo transportation, so the long orbits due to the consideration of the human's limit to the acceleration due to gravity are also saved. This undoubtedly greatly reduces the difficulty of construction. Thank you for your daily recommendation votes. Your support is my motivation. During the construction of the Orbital Mass Accelerator, the first orbital satellite was also launched using traditional propulsion. The days passed one by one, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, mankind has unleashed great potential. The smelter has grown from 1 to 10, and various supporting factories have sprung up on Jupiter 4. The orbital mass accelerator has also been successfully completed and debugged. The dark Jovian planet was ablaze with lights. Various facilities stood side by side, spreading outward from the original base to form a brightly lit steel city. Countless robots of various types, both fully automatic and semi-automatic, shuttle back and forth on the roads connecting the buildings. The interweaving of machinery, gears, and engine oil and lubricants adds a busy atmosphere to this steel city. The unprecedented large number of robots invested has indeed reduced the burden on people, but it has also caused the central computer of Ganymede to be almost fully loaded. In this case, the new generation of computers has also been included in the future planning documents. Of course, the new generation of computers can only be planned at this stage and cannot be achieved overnight. It's a kind of future planning. There are many such plans, but none of them are urgent at this stage, because the most urgent task is to build a spaceship. Because of this matter, Xu Yuan ran to the Design Institute angrily early this morning. He originally went to the engineering department first, but the people there told him that the design plan had not been finalized, so he turned around and went straight to the Design Institute. Arriving at the Design Institute, Xu Yuan's first stop was the director's office. However, when he entered the office, he found no one there. Zhu Pai asked other people and found out that the director of the Design Institute had gone directly to the design department early in the morning. After hearing this news, Xu Yuan felt much better. After all, the design department is where actual drawing design takes place, so when the dean goes there, he must have personally participated in the design. This made Xu Yuan, who had originally wanted to ask Zhu Pit to call the director of the Design Institute in the office, change his mind and turn around to rush to the design department opposite the office. Before even entering, Xu Yuan heard a slightly argumentative conversation coming from inside. That won't work. Spaceships must take gravity into consideration. At this stage, medicine cannot completely solve the problem of calcium loss in the human body. The consequences of letting humans live in a weightless environment for a long time will be catastrophic. We may face long-term spaceship life in the future. It's even possible that the next generation will be born on a spaceship and grow up in a weightless environment. Newborns will have many problems. Yes, we all know this. Newborns growing up in a weightless environment will be taller than humans on Earth, but they will also suffer from muscle atrophy and heart atrophy. They will have fatter faces, more fragile hearts, and difficulty in distinguishing directions. I know all this, but we don't have anti-gravity technology. What else can we do? We can only accept the fact that we humans will become new humans. And with our current technological capabilities, the best solution is to build multiple residential spaceships to meet the living needs of more than 80,000 people. What anti-gravity technology? We don't need anti-gravity technology. We can use inertial force to simulate it. All we need to do is build the spaceship into a large rotating disk. A big turntable? That's easy to say, but people who are in a rotating state will be affected by the Coriolis effect. The head and body will move in opposite or similar ways, which will induce symptoms such as disorientation and nausea, unless the turntable can be made very large. That's what I mean. We can build a spaceship so big that the Coriolis effect on humans would be negligible. Why are we still discussing this issue? Shouldn't the plan have been written by now? Hearing this, Xu Yuan, who was standing outside, finally couldn't help but push the door open and walked in, frowning and saying, "It's already this late. Why haven't you written the plan yet?" Having said that, Xu Yuan walked straight up to the two people who were discussing. One of them is Gao Kuan, the director of the newly established Design Institute, and the other is Yi Nanfeng, the chief designer of this spaceship construction and currently the most outstanding engineering doctor on Ganymede. Xu Yuan heard the conversation between the two clearly. It was Gao Kuan who thought that there should be multiple spaceships, while it was Yi Nanfeng who thought that there should be only one large ship. Xu Yuan was a little angry because at this time, the two of them were still discussing the plan instead of writing several plans and submitting them to him for review at the same time. "Director Yu? Why are you here?" The fat Gao Kuan turned around and said in surprise first. He obviously didn't notice that Xu Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. Xu Yuan is now the supreme leader and the chief of all departments. So many people call him General Yu, while military personnel call him Marshal Yu. "I came to see you discussing the plan." "Why? It's been so long since you finished writing it?" The orbital mass accelerator is already ready, and time is running out. Yu Yuan repeated his meaning again. I finished writing it, and am preparing to submit it this afternoon. Yin Nanfeng replied. Oh, it seems I misunderstood. Yu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he pulled a chair and sat down, looking at Yun Nanfeng and Gao Kuan. Inform me directly about such important matters in the future. Understood, they said in unison. Tell me what happened. What did you guys discuss just now? Yu Yuan leaned back in his chair, his tone becoming much more relaxed. Oh, it turns out that I just overheard our discussion and thought the plan was not ready. Hearing Yu Yuan's question, Gao Kuan and Yin Nanfeng looked at each other and immediately understood why Yu Yuan came in with a stern face just now. General Yu, this is it. The one who answered was Gao Kuan, director of the Design Institute. Although he knew that Yu Yuan had listened to the conversation between the two, he pretended to be ignorant and continued to explain it from the beginning. In his speech, he also gave a detailed account of the advantages of his proposal for multiple spaceships. When Gao Kuan had almost finished speaking, Yun Nanfeng immediately listed out the advantages of building a large spaceship, as if she was afraid that Yu Yuan would immediately decide to use the multiple spaceship plan. After listening to the two people's detailed explanation, Yu Yuan also understood. There are two spaceship plans. One is to build mini Starship-type residential spaceships, and the other is to build a large rotating spaceship. Yu Yuan held his chin in silence for a while, then looked up at Gao Kuan and said, It is definitely not possible to live in a spaceship for a long time without gravity. We can use magnetic boots. As long as we adjust the magnetic force, we can make walking on the spaceship just like walking on the ground. Gao Kuan interrupted Yu Yuan before he finished speaking. That's different. Yu Yuan shook his head, but he did not completely deny the idea of magnetic boots. He then said, although magnetic boots are not suitable for use on residential spaceships, they are good for use on future warships. Thanks to Fish Monster for the reward, thanks to Book Friend's Time Salted Fish, Half-Life Crab, Qingshui Shan Yao Shan, Coletly, Book Friend 201807221134124474, thanks to every Book Friend for the monthly ticket. Yeah, battleship? Gao Kuan was stunned. As he had not yet shifted his focus from the positioning of the Jovian 4 base, he did not think about the battleship, mainly because he did not realize that the Jovian 4 survivors were already an independent group. Yu Yuan didn't know what Gao Kuan was thinking. He nodded and said, yes, the existence of alien civilizations is an indisputable fact. As an independent civilization, we definitely need warships to protect ourselves. But we'll discuss this later. Let's talk about spaceships first. With our current technology, is it feasible to build a spaceship that can accommodate everyone? No way. Feasible. Gao Kuan and Yu Nanfeng answered almost at the same time, but their answers were different. Gao Kuan, the director of the Design Institute, took the lead in explaining, I believe you, General Yu, also know that if we build a large turntable spaceship, the smaller its radius, the greater the Coriolis force we will be affected by. If we want people to hardly feel the Coriolis force, we must build a very large turntable, but we can't build a spaceship that big. Gao Kuan had worked in ship design on Earth before, including large cruise ships, large transport ships, and even some medium-sized cruisers, so he was very familiar with shipbuilding. First of all, the larger the spaceship, the greater its mass. We don't have a propulsion system with such a high power. Even if we use multiple fission boilers, it will be difficult to meet the needs of long-distance voyages due to the problem of carrying fuel. As he spoke, Gao Kuan pulled over a chair in front of the workbench, sat down, and continued to talk to Yu Yuan. Secondly, the larger the spaceship is, the more complex its internal structure and layout will be, and the more fragile its main structure will be, so it is impossible to build a large spaceship on the surface of a planet. Yes, we have the ability to build a spaceship on the synchronous orbit of Jupiter, but in this case, the cost and time will inevitably become 3 to 5 times more than building on the surface of a planet. And due to the strength of the material, the main propulsion system of this large turntable spaceship can only be installed on the central axis. In this case, with our current fission propulsion system, it is probably difficult to propel such a huge spaceship. No. At this time, Yun Nanfeng, who was leaning on the desk, interrupted and said, President Gao, please don't take my words out of context. Who said we want to build a big turntable? We want to build a big barrel, a coaxial big barrel. I have checked with Dr. Xu Yanshi before. If we build a big barrel spaceship, the material strength is no problem. In addition to the main thruster installed on the central axis, we can also install a circle of auxiliary thrusters on the outer wall of the big barrel. The power is completely sufficient. Yu Yuan interrupted. Have you ever calculated how much a spaceship this big weighs? We calculated when we were designing the plan that the total mass of the large barrel spaceship is about 50 million tons, Yun Nanfeng replied. This is almost as massive as a small asteroid. Can we push it? Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yun Nanfeng. This guy is a PhD in engineering mechanics and an expert in missile dynamics. Yu Yuan believes that he must have calculated this problem. Yun Nanfeng thought for a moment and said, it can be pushed. As long as there are enough thrusters, great power can produce miracles. We have calculated that if each secondary shaft is equipped with a thruster, theoretically we are fully capable of pushing the spaceship to 1% of the speed of light. It just takes a little longer to accelerate. How long? 30 years. I'm going to go a little bit longer? Yu Yuan pressed his temples with a headache. 30 years accelerated, then slowed down another 30 years, and 60 years had passed. How many 60 years can a person have in his life? Considering the current average human life expectancy of 90 years, the acceleration and deceleration phase alone would consume one's life. We have hibernation cabins, and most people will spend the voyage in hibernation, so it's not a big problem. Yun Nanfeng added. Okay, have you taken into account the mass of the massive hibernation chambers? Yu Yuan lowered his arms. Of course. Yun Nanfeng patted his chest, looking very confident. Yu Yuanshin stood up and walked around the Design Institute's office twice, then returned to the two of them and spoke again. How big is a spaceship that can accommodate more than 80,000 people? Well, we have to take into account some reserved redundant space. Tell us more about this plan. Seeing Yu Yuan's inclination to build a large spaceship, Gao Kuan was unwilling, but he was also sensible and did not interrupt to say more spaceship plans. In fact, he also understood that battleship-type spaceships could not solve the problem of gravity effects, and this problem was related to the development of a new generation of human beings, which was indeed too fatal. Magnetic boots can only solve the problem of walking, but cannot allow people to feel the effect of gravity as a whole. 294. At this time, Yun Nanfeng first raised 3 fingers and said a number, and then continued to explain. We know that when people are on a rotating object, they will be affected by the Coriolis force, causing symptoms such as dizziness and nausea. However, as long as the angular velocity of the rotating object is slow enough, the adverse effects of the Coriolis force on people can be ignored. This speed is 2 RPM, which is 2 revolutions per minute. So the big barrel spaceship we built only needs to keep its rotation speed below 2 revolutions per minute. In order to keep the spaceship at such a low rotation speed and still produce gravity comparable to that of the Earth, the radius of the spaceship must be at least 294 meters. That is to say, as long as we place the living quarters about 300 meters away from the center of the axis, we won't feel dizzy or nauseous. Another advantage of such a spaceship is that all the living quarters are located at positions that are equal in length to the axis and have the same linear speed. So it is equivalent to living on the equator of the Earth. The movement of objects along the entire line will not be affected by the Coriolis force. People cannot feel slight gravity deviations, so the living cabin can not only be at 294 meters, but also extend slightly outward by about 50 meters. The gravity acceleration experienced further outward will exceed 11.5 h. Of course, we can fine-tune it up and down, and reduce the rotation speed a little bit, and then keep the gravitational acceleration of the innermost living compartment and the outermost living compartment within a range that the human body can feel little difference, that is, about 9.3 meters per second for the inner side and 11.3 meters per second for the outer side, so that we can have a construction height of 60 meters. In Yin and Feng's description, a large barrel or cylindrical spaceship gradually emerged in Yue Yuan's mind. The rotating axis at the center of the spaceship is made of a high-strength special alloy. Extending outward from the center axis are wide rotating lever arms. Because of the need to consider the propulsion of the spaceship, these lever arms are designed to be flat, just like the spokes of a thickened tire. Along the long column, The rotating turntable of the spaceship is divided into multiple synchronous sections. It is like putting in tires on a coaxial axis, and the sidewalls of the tires are the living cabins. Please vote and invest. The calculations of the spaceship's rotation angular velocity, radius, centripetal force, and other parameters in this chapter seem to have some errors, but I calculated them carefully a few more times, and the differences are not very big. The radius and rotation speed are within the achievable range, so I will not change the specific values. It's okay as long as everyone roughly understands the meaning. Taking into account future maintenance, the living quarters are suspended in modules. Each suspended module is equivalent to a 60-meter-high building. Assuming that each floor is 8 meters, a living cabin hanging module will have 21 floors. If there are 2 households on each floor, then a living cabin hanging module will have 42 suites. If 3 people live in each apartment, then one living cabin hanging module can accommodate 126 people. 4 more than 88,000 people, about 705 living cabin hanging modules are needed. Of course, we cannot simply calculate 3 people per apartment. After all, there are also rooms for single people or offices. However, the difference is not that big, and a maximum of 900 hanging modules will be enough. In this design, the base area of each living cabin hanging module is about 180 square meters. Each floor can be divided into 2 90-square-meter rooms, or used as a large room for other purposes such as office. If this is the case, then the height of the cylinder must be at least 70 meters. However, in the design plan, Xu Yuan saw that the length of the spaceship, that is, the height of the cylinder, reached 980 meters. There is such a big difference. After listening to the introduction carefully, Xu Yuan realized that redundancy, nuclear reactors, and various functional facilities were all taken into consideration. For example, ecological circulation systems, plantations, laboratories, and various material storage warehouses. Indeed, a habitable spaceship can not only consider living space, but also various other supporting facilities and storage warehouses for machinery and equipment that humans may pack up and take away in the future. Yu Nanfeng continued to introduce. Perhaps he felt that talking about it was not real enough. So he imported the design data into the computer and demonstrated the 3D image of the spaceship to Xu Yuan in person. It is definitely more real with pictures than just hearing. Xu Yuan looked at the computer screen and saw a large cylinder with various numbers on it. From the numbers, it was easy to tell that this was a barrel-shaped spaceship with a radius of 550 meters and a length of 980 meters. Looking from the bottom, 5 thick levers extend from the axis of the spacecraft to the outer wall. Each lever pulls a building base, on which are embedded 60-meter, high-hanging building modules, just like bee pupae embedded in a beehive. There are 5 lever arms and 1 disc. A 100-meter high cylinder is made up of 10 such discs stacked on top of each other. Each disc has an independent power system to drive its rotation. These power systems are actually a super-large motor. Through the control system, 10 super-large motors can drive 10 large turntables to rotate synchronously. They can also be composed of a super-large linkage motor to provide power for these 10 large turntables that can be connected to each other at any time. The nuclear reactor that supplies energy is placed at the center of the axis. The core nuclear reactor is a very large facility, so the central axis that houses it is designed to be a giant pillar with a diameter of more than 200 meters. The main thrusters are attached to the outer wall of the rotating shaft. The auxiliary thrusters are distributed on each lever arm, and the vector steering thrusters are installed on the outer edges of the upper and lower bottom surfaces of the cylinder. Looking at the detailed design plan, Xu Yuan nodded and said with relief, "Let's use this plan. As for the multi-spaceship plan, we can't throw it away. Gao Kuan, you will be responsible for changing it to a battleship design. I will ask Pete to arrange for the relevant departments to cooperate, and we will strive to start the spaceship project within this year." "No problem, but if I want to design it into a battleship, I need the cooperation of the Commander-in-Chief," Gao Kuan replied. "Of course," Xu Yuan said straightforwardly. "After all, battleships are for the use of the headquarters, so the headquarters must be involved. Although they don't understand the design, they can still give suggestions on usage habits, turret locations, etc. Director Yu, I have a question." Seeing Xu Yuan get up and leave, Yu Nanfeng quickly spoke. "Speak." Yu Yuan stopped. Yunanfeng hesitated for a moment and reminded, even if we build a spaceship, we can't leave Ganymede immediately. I know, but we can't just do nothing, right? Yu Yuan looked back and sighed. At that time, Gander had already told us about the current situation of the starry sky. The supernova remnants were filled with interstellar dust. Spacecraft in the inertial navigation phase would definitely be affected by the dust and slow down. How could he not know that? If we do nothing, humans will likely fall into a hopeless negative state. So even though we know that interstellar travel is difficult to achieve using nuclear fission propulsion, we have to do it. Only in this way can those trapped in Jupiter's fourth planet see hope for survival and have something to strive for. Besides, it is not completely hopeless. As long as a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion is achieved during the construction of the spacecraft, it is possible. Although the technology of Jupiter has regressed compared to the previous Earth, it is not very big. In the field of controlled nuclear fusion, it is only about 10 years, and it is fully capable of catching up. It just so happens that building a spaceship also takes a long time. According to the Ministry of Engineering, a spaceship project of this size would take at least 20 years to build, unless technology advanced again during this period. After all, such a large ship was built from scratch and needs to be equipped with various facilities and nearly 100,000 hibernation cabins. In fact, there were some warships on the fourth track of Jovian orbit, but unfortunately they were all destroyed in the catastrophe. In short, we should start the project first. If there is a breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology by then, we will replace the core nuclear fission reactor with a fusion reactor, and the same goes for the thruster. If there is really no other way, we can only wait until the dust cloud in the supernova remnant becomes thin enough to be suitable for interstellar travel. I understand. In that case, this plan needs to be adjusted. Space for installing the power system needs to be reserved, and the installation can be carried out after the spaceship reaches the final stage of construction. Yun Nanfeng said while looking at the simulation on the screen. This was what he meant when he asked Yu Yuan. By the way, do you have any ideas about battleship design? Yu Yuan, who was about to walk out the door, suddenly changed his mind after being interrupted by Yun Nanfeng and turned to look at Gao Kuan. We at Europa have experience in building transport ships. Even though the previous spaceship has been destroyed, the technology is still there. I think there will be no problem. The key is how big it should be, Gao Kuan replied. Yu Yuan said without hesitation. It must be bigger than a transport ship, but not too big. If you want to build one as big as a residential spaceship, we definitely won't have enough resources. In fact, it is indeed not suitable for humans to build warships at this time. But without a warship, Yu Yuan always feels uneasy, even though he knows that if he really encounters aliens, it will probably be of no use. I think there is a problem. At this time, Yun Nanfeng suddenly stood up from the computer and objected. It's okay to build a battleship, but how do you drive it away? How to drive away? Just follow the residential spaceship and leave. Is there any need to ask? Yu Yuan was about to say this when he suddenly thought of the key point of Yun Nanfeng's objection. Yes, how to drive away. We can't let a group of people stay on the battleship all the time. You know, it's a long journey, and interstellar travel requires humans to hibernate to travel that length of time. Putting a group of people in a zero-gravity environment in hibernation for tens or hundreds of years, that would definitely cause problems. It's really difficult, but sailing naked is too dangerous. Even if there are no aliens, at least there are ways to deal with other emergencies. Those who don't have a few atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, helium-3 bombs, and neutron bombs in their hands will have no confidence. After hearing what Yin and Feng said, Yue Yuan kept walking around the office, thinking about how to make humans more powerful. Finally, halfway through, Yu Yuan stopped and looked at Yi Nanfeng. Can this plan include some weapon systems? He asked. Of course you can, but then the spaceship will have to be built bigger because the entire weapon system must be taken into consideration, and the large cylindrical structure designed for living is not suitable for placing weapons. Yun Nanfeng's tone was full of opposition, but he still answered very seriously because he also agreed with the idea of arming humans. Currently, the most powerful weapon in human hands is still the high-yield hydrogen bomb. Of course, there are also laser weapons, but laser weapons are mostly used for precision strikes and are definitely not as powerful as hydrogen bombs. As for manufacturing, of course humans can do it. There are talents in atomic energy at the Ganymede base. Otherwise, how can they build nuclear facilities? It's just that Ganymede, as a base at that time, did not allow manufacturing. Well, we can wait for this matter. There's no rush. At this stage, people's living needs are still the top priority. Let's focus our work on the living spaceship first, Yu Yuan said helplessly, as he had no other options for the time being. Yu Yuan was about to leave when he heard Gao Kuren mumbling something, as if he was talking about some method or something. What did you say? Yu Yuan turned around and looked at the chubby guy. Well, it seems that there is a solution. Gao Kuren tightened his big belly and raised his voice to a higher pitch. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you mumbling about? Yu Yuan complained in his heart, then looked at Gao Kuren's belly and said, Speak. Since the living spaceship can be hung on the living cabin, we can also hang the battleship on the outer wall of the living spaceship, and the latter can be hung on the outside of the living cabin. Gao Kuren thought for a while and said, When designing the living cabin suspension module, we can make a special suspension reservation, or directly make an independent extension of the suspension system from the lever arm base, and then make a corresponding suspension structure on the back of the battleship. However, if this is the case, the living cabin suspension module in the corresponding position will have to make some corresponding position adjustments. Gao Kuren's words made Yu Yuan and Yin Nanfeng silent. But the two of them expressed silence in different ways. Yu Yuan was really silent to think, while Yin Nanfeng was silent because he had already started to modify the model data on the keyboard. Yu Yuan realized what Yu Nanfeng was doing and decisively gave up his fantasy and rushed over in 2 steps. This is what action means, Yu Yuan said in his heart when he saw Yun Nanfeng's eyes shining and his hands moving like a shadow. At this moment, Gao Kuren also came behind Yu Nanfeng's seat and stared closely at the constantly changing design model on the computer screen with Yu Yuan. What you see is what you get. Yin Nanfeng turned on this function. So every time he changed a data, the corresponding part of the 3D simulation image on the screen would change accordingly. So in Yu Yuan's eyes, he saw the large cylindrical spaceship model being constantly fine-tuned as the screen frame scanned. Gradually, a hole was opened in the vertical direction of the exterior, and then a base extended from the middle to the outer wall, followed by various hanging structures appearing on the extended base. Half an hour later, Yun Nanfeng finally stretched his back and said with a smile, Done. Looking back and seeing Yu Yuan and Gao Kuren behind him, Yun Nanfeng proudly said, I just slightly adjusted the shape of the model. It is not the final version. The specific details still need to be perfected by the design department. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Yu. Now let's hand it over to those jerks, Gao Kuren said with a grin, and it was obvious that the depression caused by the rejection of the case had just disappeared. Yu Yuan also patted Yu Nanfeng's arm and said, Well, not bad. Let's do it this way. By the way, Dr. Yu, you still need to keep an eye on the ship's weapons. Yu Yuan took 2 steps towards the door and turned back to add, Yin Nanfeng is not only a doctor of engineering mechanics, but also an expert in missile propulsion. The ship's weapons will definitely include atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs, and they certainly can't be thrown directly overboard. The propulsion unit must be used to launch the combat unit, so we need a power dynamics expert like Yu Nanfeng to keep an eye on them to feel at ease. No big deal. I guarantee that all the nuclear missiles will be in great shape. Sunshine filled Yun Nanfeng's face. He continued, General OU, how many of these battleships do you plan to build? Of course it is 1. As soon as Yu Nanfeng finished speaking, Yu Yuan interrupted. There are still a few left. It would be nice to have 1. Yun Nanfeng didn't know the situation of the Human Force Equipment Support Department, but how could Yu Yuan, as the Commander-in-Chief, not know about it? With the current number of people in the Armed Support Department, being able to operate 1 battleship is already the limit, so who would want to operate a second one? After the reorganization of the Human Force Equipment Support Department from a part of the Defense Department, although there was an increase of 200 people after an expansion, the number of people is no more than 2,900. According to the military's past experience, a battleship must be equipped with at least 2,000 crew members to form combat effectiveness, and this is a battleship with good information automation. If we really build 2, no one will drive them. At this stage, it is impossible for the Human Forces Equipment Support Department to recruit more people. After all, the total population is so small, and people are needed in every place. If the military really expands its recruitment, the talent gap in other industries and departments will be even greater. There are 2,900 people at the current Jovian base, and the ratio of military to civilians has reached almost 130. This ratio is already the same as the ratio of military to civilians in countries that entered a state of military mobilization in the last century. If it weren't for the urgent need of the large-scale relocation, it would have been impossible to recruit those 200 people. After leaving the Design Institute, Xu Yuan went straight to the Armament Department. There, various parameter data of some previous transport ships and frigates are still preserved. He wants to send this data to Guanghan so that the Design Institute can have a reference. This thing was confidential before, and it is still confidential now. However, the only Design Institute in human history has been incorporated into the system and is a confidential internal organization. It's just that there has been no design in this area before, so the Design Institute does not have these data. In order to release the weapon data, it must be approved by the Military Command Headquarters, so this matter really needs to be handled personally by Xu Yuan, the Minister of the Military Command Headquarters. Some people said, there are only so few people. Why bother with so much trouble? Can't we just say a word and be done with it? Anyway, Xu Yuan is already the top leader now. Indeed, it is possible, but if we want to lead a civilization forward, then some rules and regulations still need to be followed and are necessary. Because this is power under order. If you take the lead in messing things up, then it is possible that the same behavior will spread to your superiors and subordinates, and ultimately the institution will lose its authority. This is digging your own grave. Xu Yuan, who knew the truth well, would never do such a thing. After dealing with the Design Institute's affairs, Xu Yuan discussed the battleship with Manuimi, mainly to communicate with her in advance so that she could be prepared to board the ship in the future. After the Ministry of Security was split into two, Manuimi no longer served as the Minister of Security, but became the Minister of Human Force Equipment Support Department, that is, the Minister of Armaments. As for the Security Department, it was headed by Xu Yuan's assistant Zhu Pai-te. Both are military departments, but they have different functions. The Ministry of Security is mainly responsible for internal security and internal public safety. Security, police, and other departments are all under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Security. The Armament Department is responsible for external warfare. Although it is indeed empty talk to talk about foreign wars now that a new human government has been established, it must be fully functional, and it is not a bad thing to prepare for a rainy day. Moreover, not everyone can command a warship. Getting on board, getting familiar with the crew, and training all take time. The battleship has not been built yet, but we can practice with simulation equipment first. In an age where virtual reality technology is common, simulation exercises are routine operations, and the Jovian base originally had these facilities. Although the battleship design data has not yet been produced, the virtual data of the previous transport ship can be used for simulation. After leaving the Armament Department, Xu Yuan returned to his busy and regular work routine, reading plans, approving plans, and making decisions. Time goes by day. Many technologies that had fallen behind the pre-disaster era were picked up again by the surviving humans, who rushed to catch up along the path that had already been traveled once. It has been more than 2 years since the controlled nuclear fusion project was proposed, and progress has been obvious, but there is still a long way to go to reach the level before the disaster when hope could be clearly seen. Fortunately, controlled nuclear fusion technology had already been confirmed to be achievable before the disaster, and the road to success had almost been paved by our predecessors, so the surviving humans did not need to grope their way across the unknown river, but only needed to continue accumulating technology, and one day it would surely be realized. In fact, this is true not only for controlled nuclear fusion, but also for many other lost technologies. But humans need time. Humans need time, but Ganymede doesn't seem to want to give them that much time. Just today, Xu Yuan opened a report that made him worried. Joyce 4 Resource Exploration Report. Over 2 years, humans returned to the surface from underground, and through exploration teams, intelligent robots, satellite remote sensing, and other detection methods, they finally figured out the detailed resource distribution, structure, and storage of Jovian Mars. As a member of the solar system, Europa, like other planets and asteroids, has a complete range of common elements. Although rare earth and other trace elements are less, they are barely enough for current human use. The problem lies in its storage of radioactive elements, that is, nuclear fuel. According to the report, even if humans hollowed out the entire Jovian star, the nuclear fuel they could obtain would only be enough to sustain humanity for about 70 years. If it is used on the planned new spaceship, then this number will have to be discounted. Yu Yuan rubbed his swollen temples. This matter gave him a headache. Shaolin, go call Dr. Gonda and Dr. Suzhini over. Leaning towards the sofa, Yu Yuan dialed the phone on the desk and said, "Okay." A clear voice came from the other end of the phone. Ever since Zhu Pite was pulled by Yu Yuan to manage the Ministry of Security, Long Xiaolin took over the position of assistant and secretary, so Yu Yuan's messenger changed from Zhu Pite to her. She was in the large office next to Yu Yuan's office, and Yu Yuan called her directly via the direct line. Long Xiaolin was quite efficient in his work. After a while, there was a knock on Yu Yuan's office door. "Come in, Director Yu. What's the matter?" It was Suzhini who came in. He asked calmly, then turned around and prepared to close the door. "There's still one person who hasn't arrived yet, so don't close the door yet." Yu Yuan stopped Suzhini from moving, then stood up and handed the flatbed over. "Please sit wherever you want. Take a look at this first." Suzhini took the tablet and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more serious his expression became. Finally, he couldn't bear to sit down. "Commander, what's the latest data?" Suzhini's face was extremely serious, but he seemed to have become calm. Perhaps he usually had this expression. "Yes, the exploration department has just finished sorting it out." Yu Yuan nodded, signaling Suzhini to read the content carefully. At this moment, an old man walked in from the door. It was Gander. Before Gonda could say anything, Yu Yuan came forward and asked, "Dr. Gon, what is the current situation in interstellar space?" Gonda was stunned. He didn't expect Yu Yuan had called him here just to ask this question. However, he still answered truthfully. "The interstellar dust is much thinner than it was 2 years ago, but it still does not meet the conditions for navigation." At this point, Gander seemed to understand why Yu Yuan asked this, so he raised his eyelids and looked at Yu Yuan. "General Yu, you don't want to start interstellar travel in a short time, do you?" Seeing Yu Yuan's increasingly determined eyes, Gonda quickly shook his head and said, "No, absolutely not. We cannot set sail within 50 years, otherwise we will all die on the way." Gonda, who knew Yu Yuan's character well, knew that Yu Yuan's look really meant that he wanted to speed up the schedule for humans to start sailing. However, the dust cloud left by the supernova still permeates the interstellar space and is not thin enough for navigation. If a spacecraft were to set sail rashly, it would definitely be slowly slowed down during the inertial navigation phase and eventually die due to fuel exhaustion. Thinking of this, the usually calm Gander became a little excited. "General Yu, if the conditions are not met, we can never set sail. This is science. If the data says it is not possible, then it is not possible. There is no miracle. Dr. Gon, don't get excited. I didn't say to set off immediately. Take a look at this first." Yu Yuan suppressed his urge to set sail and pointed at the tablet in Suzhini's hand. "The situation is not optimistic, Lao Gon." After reading the content, Suzhini handed the tablet over with a serious expression. Gonda was a little confused, but looking at Yu Yuan and Suzhini's expressions, it seemed that this was the reason. Thinking of this, he took the tablet and browsed it carefully. After a while, Gonda was also a little confused. He looked at Yu Yuan in disbelief. "Only 70 years? Yes, look further down. Below is the data curve listed by the engineering department." Yu Yuan paused and added, "About fuel and spaceships." Gonda continued to flip through the pages. After a while, he raised his head and glanced at Yu Yuan, then glanced at Suzhini with a serious expression. Now he knew why Yu Yuanxiang had accelerated its voyage. The reasons are all in this report. The exploration department provided data on nuclear fuel storage and usage, and the engineering department used this data to draw up a consumption curve for the spaceship and base that were being built. It is clearly stated in the data that it takes 30 years for a spaceship to accelerate to 1% of the speed of light, and another 30 years to decelerate. Both processes require continuous consumption of nuclear fuel. Of course, considering that most people are in hibernation when the spaceship is sailing, the fuel consumption is relatively small. The total acceleration and deceleration time of 60 years will use about 75% of the current fuel reserves. That is to say, apart from this part, the nuclear fuel available now and in the future can only last for 18 years. However, the new spacecraft project is predicted to take 20 years to complete. This is not so bad. The difference is not big. I believe it is possible to complete it ahead of schedule if we work hard. As for the situation of interstellar dust, it will take at least another 50 years before it is suitable for humans to engage in interstellar travel. Do we really have to rush to build a spaceship and then set sail with the fate of all mankind at stake? At this point, Gander also fell silent. Xu Yanshi pondered, in the past 2 years, we have built a lot of hibernation chambers. Can we let some people hibernate now to reduce resource consumption? The spaceship project is being launched now. If we start the hibernation plan now, it will be impossible to complete the construction of the spaceship within 18 years. Xu Yanshi shook his head. He had already made up his mind to cancel the battleship project. If the battleship project was canceled, the large cylindrical spaceship might be completed several years earlier. The hibernation chambers are prepared for future voyages and cannot be used during the construction period. Although today's automated equipment is already very smart, building a spaceship cannot rely solely on automation. Many delicate tasks and positions still require humans. If there is no other way, then you can only take a risk and give it a try. Of course, we can't take risks rashly, as that would be tantamount to committing suicide. As Gander said just now, the scientific data is there, and sailing recklessly will definitely result in death. So when Xu Yanshi decided to cancel the battleship plan, another crazy supporting plan had gradually emerged in his mind. If there is really no other way, then we can increase the efforts to build hibernation chambers, and then stop everything except the construction of spacecraft and the research of controlled nuclear fusion, and then let all irrelevant personnel enter hibernation. In this way, the nuclear fuel saved may be enough to deal with the resistance of interstellar dust. Of course, if this is really to be done, the relevant departments must calculate the various data and formulate a feasible plan. Although Xu Yanshi rejected Xu Yanshi's suggestion on the surface, he actually listened to it. Oh, if only so much controlled nuclear fusion technology hadn't been lost. At this moment, Gonda let out a long sigh, expressing the heartbroken thoughts shared by almost everyone in the base. Yes, if technology does not regress, controlled nuclear fusion is entirely possible within 10 years, and then the abundant helium-3 on Ganymede or the hydrogen in interstellar space can be used as fuel. The dust cloud formed by supernova explosion remnants contains a large amount of hydrogen and its isotopes, but unfortunately humans cannot use them. If the real technology is not up to the task, it's useless to look at the mountains of gold and silver. Seeing that there was no immediate solution, Gander changed the subject and tried to find hope from another direction. He put down the tablet, looked at Xu Yanshi, and asked, "By the way, Chief Yu, where are the alien spaceships? Have you made any progress in your research recently?" Xu Yanshi shook his head. When Gonda mentioned the alien spaceship, he knew what Gonda was thinking. The main part has been excavated, and the internal siltation layer and some warehouses, especially the driver's cab, are still being excavated and cleaned. No major discoveries have been made so far. Since the entire spacecraft was sunk into the soil, in order to avoid destroying anything that might be valuable, the excavation work has been progressing very slowly, which is no different from an archaeological excavation. So much so that 2 years later, the driver's cabin was not completely cleaned. Moreover, Xu Yanshi did not hold out any hope for the alien spaceship. The main reason was that the spaceship was too dilapidated. Not only was it covered with dirt inside and out, but after cleaning it up, it was discovered that many places were rusted. It did not look like an immortal creation of an advanced civilization at all. So long before the disaster happened, everyone who knew about the existence of spaceships already knew that this broken spaceship could no longer fly. If people didn't want to dig it out to study its various constituent materials, it would probably be sold as scrap metal and no one would buy it. Of course, the final situation can only be determined after all the beginning and end of it have been cleaned up. Xu Yanshi estimated that everything would be completed in another year or so. Next, Xu Yanshi discussed with the two scientists for a long time, but couldn't come up with any good solution. In the end, Xu Yanshi could only ask them to go back first. This is understandable. After all, one of them is an astronomer and the other is a materials scientist. They may not be as good as leaders of other departments in terms of program strategies. This is not a question of understanding or not, but a question of different information grasp. Yu Yuan knew this very well, so in the following days, he held several emergency meetings with various departments. Then scientists, experts, and other professionals from various disciplines attended the meetings and provided various professional knowledge references for the proposed solutions. This way of holding meetings is very effective. For example, someone may come up with a solution, but sometimes he does not know whether the things used or involved in this solution can be developed. This requires experts from various fields to participate in the evaluation. It is like someone wants to cross a river, and then someone comes up with the idea of building a bamboo raft, but he has no idea of the technology needed to make a bamboo raft, such as what kind of bamboo to choose, whether the bamboo needs to be dried in the sun, how to tie the bamboo together, etc. At this time, an expert who understands bamboo rafts is needed to answer the questions. In emergency meetings and technical seminars, many people propose solutions, but without exception, none of them could be implemented, or they only seem to be feasible. For example, some people have suggested that in order to save energy, the power generation of nuclear power plants should be reduced, and only necessary facilities should be retained to consume electricity in order to save nuclear fuel. Then, ordinary electricity, lighting electricity, heating electricity, etc. are all replaced by fuel. Humans mastered the technology of making gasoline from carbon dioxide and hydrogen in the last century. This method seems feasible, but the person who proposed it did not realize that making gasoline is just a kind of energy conversion, not crude oil directly extracted and separated from nature. The fundamental energy needed to support this process still has to come from nuclear power plants. This is indeed the case. What humans lack now is not the form of energy, but energy. If the sun was still there, none of this would be a problem. But now Yu Yuan returned to his residence after finishing another day's work, but he couldn't fall asleep because his mind was full of things. Do we really have to burn our boats? Yu Yuan leaned on the sofa, looking at the ceiling and muttering to himself. Since the nuclear fuel crisis, the mountain of responsibility has almost made him breathless. He is under great pressure now because he has great power. If he makes a wrong decision, it is very likely that mankind will fall into an irreparable situation. Therefore, he would think carefully before making each decision and would consult all the experts who should be consulted. These experts had almost become his think tank, for he was afraid that there would be omissions due to inadequate consideration. Seeking investment as the days passed, Yu Yuan finally had to abandon the emergency hibernation plan that was originally proposed by Xu Yanshi. But he was unwilling to stop all human activities except for spaceship construction. Not only him, but almost everyone was unwilling to accept this. It took so much effort to get this large-scale construction going, but now we have to destroy it with our own hands. But what can I do if I am unwilling? Under such circumstances, the battleship construction plan was stopped before it even started, and the emergency hibernation plan was officially put on the table. Experts began to discuss its feasibility and began to carefully calculate the energy involved in this plan. Today, after finishing the work at hand, Yu Yuan crossed the bottom of the base as usual and entered the damaged spaceship. Instead of going to the armament department, he turned a corner and came to a spacious room where a group of scientists worked and where experts who studied the damaged spaceship gathered. Yu Yuan, who was somewhat helpless, had to pin his slim hope on the broken spaceship. As soon as he entered the room, he heard a rough voice talking trash and another one trying to dissuade him. Darn it. After all these years, you haven't come up with anything. The base is really wasted. If you can't figure it out, tear it all down. Dig forward and dig out the original cockpit. I don't believe it won't collapse if everything is destroyed. The engineering experts have calculated it. Old Lu, why are you getting mad at them again? You can't study this thing quickly. I'm not in a hurry. There's no point in being anxious. If you really want to tear it down, you have to apply for it. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I know. I'm just saying. If it's really a disgrace, I'll apply for it myself. Hey. The two of them were talking back and forth, one old and one strong, pointing at the computer, and they didn't even notice that Yu Yuan was behind them. One of them is Lu Mayan, one of the most outstanding physicists of our time and a leader in the field of particle physics, and the other is Xu Yanshi, a doctor of engineering mechanics and a dynamics expert. The one who spoke more aggressively was Lu Mian, who was about 50 years old. Yu Yuan was already used to this guy's temper. It is hard for those who do not understand to imagine that an outstanding physicist would talk trash like that. What do the two doctors want to dismantle? Yu Yuan walked over and asked. Tear your sister down? The irritated Lu Mian blurted out when he heard the voice coming from behind. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt something was wrong, as if the voice was a little familiar. Lu Mian quickly turned his head and looked. Oh, you don't want to dismantle this, do you? Yu Yuan ignored him and looked at the screen. He found that it was a 3D model based on a component from the back half of the spaceship. We want to dismantle it. We think this thing should be part of the spaceship engine. It is connected to the spaceship engine room, but we don't know what its function is because the part connected to it is clearly a complete engine with a mouth-shaped nozzle and a structure similar to a fuel tank. It's already severely deformed. We can't restore it without dismantling it. Besides, this broken spaceship is in such a state that we can't dig it out and use it. We might as well dismantle it and study it. While talking, Lu Mian operated the computer to flip the 3D configuration and explained it to Yu Yuan. There was a gleam in his eyes, and he was completely different from the person just now. Captain Yu, look here, here. The structure of this spaceship is not completely incomprehensible to us. According to our judgment, this thing is definitely part of the engine, but our understanding of its structure is completely different from our understanding of the engine. It seems to be a redundant part, but how can a spaceship have redundant parts? This part is in such an important place as the engine room. Yu Yuan nodded seriously and then asked, does this thing come in pairs? This broken spaceship has a twin engine, so of course it has a pair. Lu Fan's words were filled with excitement, as if he could dismantle it right away. This thing has troubled the research team for many years. If we can take it apart and take a closer look, maybe we can figure out what its function is. After Lu Mian said this, Yu Yuan remembered it. He pondered for a while and said, well, I remember that the other engine is still embedded in the soil. Has it been dug out? It's been dug out. That engine is much better than this one, which is completely scrapped and deformed. Only the engine port is slightly deformed. The speaker was Xu Yanshi. Is the deformation serious? Yu Yuan asked, then changed the subject. Let's go and take a look. Just go. As soon as Yu Yuan started, Lu Mian and Xu Yanshi followed immediately. The three of them jumped and held the steering rod in their hands and exerted force, and soon arrived at the engine room. This place was originally filled with mud, but now it has been cleared, and the large hole on the left side has been supported by engineers using scaffolding. Yu Yuan saw that the engine under the support had been severely deformed and shifted inwards, while the engine on the other side was in much better condition. However, when he looked back, he couldn't help but want to curse. The engine looks intact, but the tubular opening at the rear end has changed from a round opening to a duck beak. You call this a slight deformation? Yu Yuan looked at Yin and Feng beside him. It's a little big, Yu Nanfeng said somewhat embarrassedly. Yu Yuan. He was speechless. Finally, Yu Yuan moved over and knocked on the duck's beak, which was 10 times taller than him. Is there any way to restore it? No. Yu Nanfeng also moved forward. Oh? Yu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he turned around to look at Yu Nanfeng in surprise. Seeing that he looked confident, he immediately showed a happy face. Can you tell me the specific method, or have you already made a plan? How feasible is it? How come the Institute hasn't seen a plan signed by you for such a big thing? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't have time to do it. Just show it to me when you have made it. Well, facing Yu Yuan's string of words, Yu Nanfeng was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, hit it with a hammer. Phew him. Before Yu Yuan could utter a word, he heard a violent dry cough coming from the side, and then saw a stream of water shooting diagonally into the distance. It turned out that Lu Mian was choking when he took a sip of water from the bottle. Ahem, you jerk Yun Nanfeng. Are you trying to strangle me to death so you can inherit my fortune? Hayam Lu Mian coughed to clear his throat and complained, hit it with a hammer. Is that what an engineering mechanics expert would say? Yu Yuan was also a little speechless. Just as he was about to say something, He found that Yun Nanfeng was looking at him seriously. Seeing this, Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Of course, it's simple and crude, and great force can produce miracles. Yun Nanfeng nodded and answered very seriously. This thing is much more durable than we thought. Ordinary engineering hammers really can't move it. Yu Yuan fell into deep thought. I want to recommend some niche articles. Hitting with a hammer may sound unreliable to you, but you cannot deny that it is a method. You just can't really smash it randomly. I finally dug out a useful thing from this broken spaceship. What if I destroy it? Therefore, to be on the safe side, it is better to dismantle the engine that has been confirmed to be broken first. Study its structure carefully, and know the approximate purpose of each of its components before solving the problem of the other deformed engine. Let's put the deformed pipe mouth aside for now, and dismantle the other one to study it thoroughly first. Yu Yuan said. That's what I thought. Lu Mayan laughed and said loudly, anyway, this broken spaceship is already in such a mess that it can't fly anymore. We might as well recycle it and dismantle everything that can be dismantled. Then we can take it back and study it slowly. Well, then tear it down. Remember to be careful. Yu Yuan nodded in agreement, and then he turned and left the engine room, and then said to the two people who followed him, what do you think of this alien spaceship? To be honest, Yu Yuan was a little disappointed. He thought he could dig out some remaining fuel or something in the engine room of the broken alien spaceship, but in the end, there was nothing at all. Seriously speaking, they did dig out an engine that looked relatively intact, but Yu Yuan had no hope for it. It had been buried in the ground for 20,000 years, and there was only soil inside and outside. Who knew if it had decayed inside? It would be nice if it could be put in a museum after it was cleaned up. It should be a reconnaissance spaceship or a small cargo spaceship. Yun Nanfeng answered first. The reconnaissance spaceship should be judged from its size, and the cargo spaceship should be judged from the red gas at that time. As they walked forward with Yu Yuan, Yun Nanfeng said, but apart from the red gas, we found nothing, nor any traces of alien remains. But I don't think this is an unmanned spaceship. Lu Mayan interrupted. I'm sure it's not unmanned. We'll know once we clean out the cockpit. Also, the materials research team has analyzed the hull and internal components of the spaceship and confirmed that it is an alloy with a very high titanium content. However, compared to the titanium alloy we make ourselves, it is more than 10 times better in terms of strength and other properties. But its layout, mechanical structure, and electrical conduction are not beyond ordinary imagination. It has visible wiring and recognizable mechanical structures. In summary, we all think that the technological strength of this spaceship is indeed far superior to ours, but it is not to the level of a divine object. Let's put it this way. We have the ability to know what parts of a spaceship are used for, but we don't know the specific principles behind them. If we are lucky enough to find a complete part, we might even be able to describe it in a word. Black technology? Yu Yuan asked. Yes, black technology. Lu Mayan nodded, but it's not completely black, because in our opinion, it doesn't violate the laws of nature. What is black technology? It is knowledge that is not independently developed by humans and is superior to existing human technology. The alien spaceship is about 2 kilometers long and about 800 meters wide, which is very large for humans, but no weapons corresponding to its size were found. Several tubes similar to launchers were found on the bottom of the hull, but no ammunition was found inside the hull. Judging from the excavation report, it was either blasted away or not there at all. Some analysts also believe that it was some kind of laser-emitting device, and even made functional speculations about some corresponding components. In either case, it was dilapidated. The only thing worth learning for humans is probably the design framework of the spaceship, such as the internal partitions and cabin layout. Humans have no experience building such large spacecraft, so even though it is almost an empty spacecraft, there are still things to learn. How long? Yu Yuan asked. Lu Mayan ducked his head to avoid a shelf and replied, about 3 months. There's no time. Speed up and finish the cleanup within 2 months. We can't wait any longer. If we can't find anything on this ship, then we have to activate the emergency hibernation plan. When they reached the fork in the road, Yu Yuan turned around and looked at the two of them. Has it really come to this? Lu Mayan was shocked. Of course he knew about the emergency hibernation plan, But he didn't know that this plan had never been truly launched because Yu Yuan still had a glimmer of hope for this spaceship. Time waits for no one. Let's work hard together. Yu Yuan did not give any explanation. After saying this, he turned around and left. After leaving the broken Spaceship Research Institute, Yu Yuan went to the Nuclear Fusion Research Group again. But he was just seeking some psychological comfort. The new tokamak device has been completed, and the research team is constantly trying various experiments. However, this thing is not the latest generation of technology on Earth at all. The stable combustion time can last for more than 30 minutes, but the output energy is still less than the input energy. It's so awful. Feeling a little upset, Yu Yuan returned to the office and continued to deal with daily affairs. He then had a dinner made of industrially produced starch, artificial protein, and a few poor vegetables. The greens are produced from a plantation and were originally available at the Jovian base. They taste okay, but if you eat too much, they lose their flavor. As for food, since we lost the Earth, the variety is pitifully limited. A while ago, Yu Yuan saw a plan report from the food department, which said that artificial protein would be used to make a high-concentration protein bar, which would be counted as meat and could last for half a day. The food department is also planning to develop some protein bars with different flavors in the near future to satisfy people's taste buds as much as possible. So far, food for humans has not been scarce, but the variety is very monotonous. All we eat all day long is artificial starch and artificial protein, and a few dehydrated vegetable leaves are considered good. It's the same for everyone, so there's no complaint. After finishing a dinner that tasted like chewing wax, Yu Yuan went to Dr. Ikai's biological laboratory again. Ikai originally came to lead a project to study human lifespan, but due to the sudden disaster, the laboratory is now a little deserted, and coupled with the problem of resource allocation, the progress of work is also very slow. 2 years have passed, and the serum that Yu Yuan left last time has not been used up. In fact, many research projects are like this one, in a state where they cannot be completely stopped. Nowadays, humans are still vigorously carrying out large-scale construction, and many internal research works have entered a semi-dormant state. Yu Yuan is well aware that this state is unhealthy, but to break it, humans must reach a new galaxy. Thank you very much for Kiyo's reward. The machines on the ground of Jupiter are still humming. The construction sites are still in full swing, and the pace of major construction is still moving forward steadily. The orbital mass accelerator continuously launches materials into the dark sky. The night sky here is always dark, and the day sky is also always dark. In the space filled with interstellar dust, even the starlight from the past can hardly reach. This image was captured by an orbiting satellite. The light on the last harbor of Jupiter is like the last candle of civilization, swaying and about to fall in the endless darkness. Apart from that, all I could see was darkness. Interstellar dust blocks most of the sounds from the universe electromagnetic waves, so that the humans on Ganymede seem to be in an isolated environment. From quiet to stillness, from darkness to loneliness. If the last human being rests here, he will die quietly, like an insignificant ant dying in a dark corner. In order to avoid becoming such ants, humans are busy day and night. A large amount of steel, non-ferrous metals, and rare metals were processed into semi-finished products on the ground, and then packed onto electromagnetic catapults and launched into the orbit of the fourth solar system. Among the countless items launched into space, in addition to various semi-finished building materials, there are also modular equipment modules. It has been more than 2 years since the plan to build the large cylindrical spaceship was proposed, but now there is no trace of the spaceship on the fourth orbit of Jupiter. It's not that humans aren't working hard, but they haven't really entered the spaceship construction stage yet, because such a large spaceship cannot be built on a planet. So in the 2 years from when the plan was proposed to now, all the materials sent to the synchronous orbit have been used to build the space terminal. Yes, the space shuttle. The technology to build spaceships had been mature long before the disaster, and in fact many large transport ships in the past were built from spaceships. Now humans are just building another spaceship. This is not the first time, so they are quite experienced. However, what is different from the past is that this time the dock is larger, because the large cylindrical spaceship it is going to build is larger than any previous human ship. But because it is for one-time use, this spaceship is much simpler than previous ones, and many things do not need to consider long-term service life. Therefore, this spaceship is the largest shipyard in history, but the construction speed is very fast. Because of this, it is very different from what people imagine a spaceship to look like. When people think of a spaceship, they often think of a space building that looks like a fortress, or two buildings that are joined together like ribs. Most conventional spacecraft are like this. The spacecraft in the geosynchronous orbit before was like two ribs put together, but that spacecraft was based on the Tiangong space station as its industrial core. But now, there is no industrial core at all. So the first step of this shipyard built from scratch is actually to build an industrial core. In the past, we could see countless building modules produced according to design drawings being launched into space day and night, and then pieced together like a puzzle in synchronous orbit. They are assembled in space into living cabins, robotic arms, tool workshops, remote synchronous construction robots, small transport ships, and many other things. These things make up the core of the space cluster. Although it is called the core of a spacecraft, it is actually a large space station. The only difference is that a normal space station has more comprehensive functions, while the core of a spacecraft focuses on industrial construction. However, both are large space buildings. After more than 2 years of hard work, the appearance of the space terminal finally appeared before people's eyes. It consists of a core roughly the size of the Tiangong space station, plus L-shaped rails and work corridors extending upward, downward, left, and right from the core. It looks like a chip with long legs growing out of it. The rails and work corridors extending from both ends of the core of the dock are the longest, totaling more than 1,800 meters. In future shipbuilding projects, the structures sent up from the ground will first be processed again in the various workshops in the core of the shipyard, and then transported to the working platform at the end via rails. Then the first step in the construction of the spaceship is carried out laying the keel. Engineers went from the work corridor to the work platform to carry out their work. Because the spaceship being built is a large cylindrical one, the keel installation here becomes the assembly of an electromagnetic center shaft bearing. With the help of laser positioning, the core assembly of the middle shaft bearing with a finished diameter of more than 200 meters will be completed here. After that, the spacecraft yard will start from this middle axis and build the planned large cylindrical spacecraft bit by bit. Because it was a relatively crude spaceship that was completed in a hurry, it was not possible to build the spaceship from start to finish like a complete spaceship would. After completing a portion of a spacecraft, this half of the spacecraft will be slowly repositioned around the axis of the spacecraft with the help of thrusters to the unfinished area. It can be said that it is a mobile space dock. Once it rotates around its central axis once, the spaceship is built. In order to start the construction of the spaceship as soon as possible, the designers came up with a spaceship design. Although it was a rushed work, it is very consistent with the current situation faced by mankind. There are few people. To be honest, if we really want to build a complete shipyard, humans may not have enough people to fill the job positions in the spaceship. Currently, there are 8,000 staff and engineers on this half-occupied spaceship, which is almost 1/10 of the entire human population of the base. In 2.5 years, humans built a spacecraft from scratch in the synchronous orbit of Jovian Mars. The power of science and technology has given everyone hope, but Xu Yuan, including those who know the reserves of nuclear fission minerals, is still worried. Today, Xu Yuan, who had just finished reading the report on the construction of the spacecraft, went to the wreckage of the alien spacecraft again. It was not because he had discovered any major secrets, but 5 minutes ago, the excavation team called to report that they had found traces of suspected alien remains. Apparently, it was discovered during excavation and cleaning of the cockpit of an alien spacecraft. If this happened before the disaster, it would indeed be a major event that would shock humanity, but now it is just an episode. Xu Yuan went to see it, actually just out of curiosity about extraterrestrial life. He wouldn't be able to analyze the remains anyway, so he just wanted to watch the excitement. The door leading to the alien spaceship's cockpit has been opened, and the cockpit that was originally filled with dirt has been cleared out. When Xu Yuan arrived, he also saw something that looked like a seat. Why do I say similar? Because that thing looks like a wine glass, not a chair. The cockpit is where the spaceship's precision instruments are stacked. It is also the core node of the entire spaceship's pipelines and circuits. Almost all of the spaceship's actions are realized through the cockpit. Such an important place has finally been cleaned up. But the results of the cleanup were surprisingly satisfying. When Yu Yuan entered the cockpit, what he saw was not sophisticated instruments full of technology, nor a cabin with shining metal luster, but a rusty garbage dump. Rusty, worn out, fragmented, deformed. These words pop up in my mind one by one. The cockpit was very empty, but there was almost nothing good left. Yu Yuan looked around and saw a few workers still touching various broken pieces, and a few were squatting next to something that looked like a control console, scraping the dust with a brush, like an archaeologist. Yu Yuan asked about the alien remains, and was told that they had been transported to a nearby research institute. After walking through the corridors and compartments, Yu Yuan soon arrived at the research institute that the staff pointed out. Although it is called a research institute, it looks more like an exhibition room. There are all kinds of things displayed in it, all of which are various types of alien spaceship parts. Yu Yuan walked past various exhibits and came to the middle of the research institute. What came into view was his old acquaintance Ikai and a few unfamiliar staff members who should be members of Ikai's research team. Dr. E, where are the alien remains? Yu Yuan shouted to Ikai from a distance, perhaps hoping to glean something from the alien remains. Ikai, a biology PhD who had relatively little to do, took the initiative to undertake the research and brought his research team along. Aliens are also living creatures, so Ikai is quite professional in this regard. The commander-in-chief is here. Just call me Old E. Ikai turned around to look at Yu Yuan, who was approaching, and said with a smile. After Yu Yuan got closer, he raised his neck and gestured. This is it. Yu Yuan followed his gaze and found a square wooden frame on the ground 2 steps away. In the middle of the frame was a piece of plastic film, and on the film was a black mass. He took a step forward, then squatted and took a look. The wooden frame was used temporarily by the staff to display items. It was only the size of a table, and the black things placed inside could just fill it up. Is this thing an alien? Why does it look like a piece of black dirt cake? After taking a look, Yu Yuan expressed his first impression. It's not like, it's just soil. Ikai's voice rang out. Are aliens Earth? Yu Yuan was a little confused. He turned around and looked at Ikai, who was taking a step forward, with a puzzled look on his face, as if saying, Are you kidding me? Ikai seemed to understand the expression and explained. I said this is soil, but I didn't say aliens are soil. That's not right. Now aliens have indeed turned into soil. As he spoke, Ikai came to the side of Yu Yuan, squatted down, pointed at the blackened dirt cake, and continued. Look, Director, this is an alien. Look at this pattern here, and this lump outside is a layer of dirt. Yu Yuan followed Ikai's finger and looked carefully for a while, and finally saw that on the black soil layer, there were some inconspicuous lines and some parts that were slightly different in color from the soil layer. As Ikai gestured with his fingers, the outline of the alien gradually appeared in Yu Yuan's mind. Centacle? Yu Yuan asked uncertainly. To be honest, without a rich imagination, it is hard to imagine what this kind of thing embedded in the soil looks like, especially when you see it for the first time. Yu Yuan originally thought that the entire mass was filled with aliens, but he did not expect that the real alien remains were just the patterns on it. The pattern formed by these patterns looked only about the size of a sheep. Maybe it's a hand. Ikai spread his hands and began to explain. This crap? This darn is an alien. Based on observation and component analysis, we initially guessed that this alien should belong to some kind of mollusk, and those patterns are its tentacles or tentacles. The conclusion that it is a multi-tentacled biological species is consistent with the structural distribution of the operating equipment in the cab, so this point should not be wrong. As a serious millennial, although he is already in his 70s, Ikai always accidentally throws in some cliches from the last century when he speaks. Yu Yuan was no longer surprised by this, and sometimes even learned a few old sayings such as lie in the gutter and darn that immortal boss. Ikai slowly stood up and continued to explain. From the analysis of the remains, this alien creature is a carbon-based life form, which is consistent with our traditional cognition, but its genetic information and other biological information can no longer be read. So we only know its general shape and species, according to the classification of Earth's organisms, and we don't know any other more in-depth information. That's it? Yu Yuan also stood up. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. I was excited to see alien creatures, but the results were worse than seeing fossils. If I had known this, I would have gone to look at the strange symbols occasionally found on spaceship wreckage, although humans still don't understand what those strange symbols mean. The information is limited, but at least we know that this is a spaceship belonging to some kind of software-intelligent life civilization, right? Ikai shrugged and continued, aliens exist, alien civilizations also exist, and they are carbon-based life, which is consistent with our previous speculations about life in the universe. In other words, perhaps carbon-based life is a universal form of life in the universe. This also has a certain reference value for our understanding of the universe and other aliens, so we can't say that this alien remains are useless. All right. Yu Yuan, whose curiosity turned into disappointment, sighed in his heart and turned his eyes away from the alien remains. By the way, Lao Yi, is this the only remains? Just one. Ikai nodded, a look of reminiscence on his face. According to relevant personnel speculation, this spaceship may have crashed due to some kind of malfunction, and then was captured by the gravity of the solar system over a long period of time, and finally fell on Ganymede for some unknown reason. Although this speculation is mostly fantasy, based on our results on the age of the alien remains, we found that its age is indeed very different from the soil layer, which is consistent with the theory that it fell to Ganymede and was buried by the soil layer after dying for a long time. I have to say that these scientists are quite capable. They can infer many things based on just a little information. Ikai looked at Yu Yuan, who was in deep thought, and continued, "We have reason to believe that the civilization to which this alien belongs may still exist, even though it is tens of thousands of years old to us." It is true. Only tens of thousands of years is nothing compared to the advanced civilization in the universe imagined by humans. But if this civilization still exists, where are they now? Why would they allow a spaceship from their civilization to go missing? Is it because they have no time to pay attention to it, or is it because this spaceship is insignificant? Or, in fact, the original civilization of this spaceship has already been extinct, so why did they become extinct? The bits of information found in the alien remains have thrown scientists a series of mysteries. Perhaps they will never find the truth, but that doesn't stop them from thinking boldly. Maybe. Yu Yuan did not respond to Ikai's question, but asked about another matter. He scratched the sudden itch on his face and asked, "Is there any progress in the serum research?" Ikai was not there the last time Yu Yuan went to the laboratory. Now that they met here, he just asked him. It's the same as before. Following the original experimental data, we only found that the anti-aging genes were effectively suppressed and the anti-cancer factors were greatly improved, but we don't know how the substance works at the genetic level. Ikai shook his head and seemed to feel that Yu Yuan still had a lot to ask, so he simply pulled a stool over from the side and handed it to Yu Yuan, motioning him to sit down and talk slowly. However, Yu Yuan did not answer it. Instead, he walked to the side, brought a chair over, and pretended to listen attentively. Seeing this, Ikai didn't hesitate and moved the small stool under his butt. As expected, as soon as he sat down, he heard Yu Yuan say, "When I first returned to Beijing, I heard from the experts there that the original form of the red gas was probably not a gas, but some kind of volatile liquid. After returning to the capital that year, the biologists began their research impatiently. Because he had to accept the title of Major General, Yu Yuan stayed on Earth for a long time. It was during that time that biologists in Beijing came to the conclusion after studying and analyzing the serum. Thinking about it now, Yu Yuan feels that those experts are really efficient. Perhaps because of his relatively high position, Yu Yuan heard a lot of news during that time. In fact, those who participated in the serum research at that time were not only serious biologists, but also many well-known medical professors. There are modern medicine and traditional medicine. Basically, the best talents in the country are gathered in that laboratory. If Ikai had not completed his research project on the moon, he would have joined in. Fortunately, he did not join in. Otherwise, there would be no such biologist on the Ganymede base now. I've heard that, too. Ikai stroked his stubble and continued. It is said that for the sake of research, the gang brought out the antique compendium of Materia Medica. That's right, it was the traditional medicine experts who brought up the compendium of Materia Medica. Yu Yuan heard that they wanted to find herbs with similar properties, such as strengthening the foundation and nourishing the essence from countless herbs based on the Qi theory of 100 years ago. and then conduct experimental combinations and try them one by one using the elimination method. It really looks like a big deal. Yeah, it's a pity that it just got started and then it was gone. Yu Yuanmian said with regret. They had the Earth as their backing, but we have nothing now, only a few lonely serums. It's hard. Ikai shook his head and sighed. We lost the Earth. We lost everything. As the saying goes, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Yu Yuan knew exactly what Ikai meant. When it comes to biological genetics research, it is really difficult to conduct experiments without the support of a biosphere. The lifespan research project is different from other projects. Many ideas cannot be done with just mice. Many things need to be found in nature and tested there. If humans still have the Earth's biosphere, we can find some animals in nature that also have a very long lifespan and start with them to do various comparative experiments with serum. The billions of years of evolutionary history of life on Earth is also a natural laboratory for the endless evolution of life. It can be said that over billions of years, every evolutionary path of life has been tried by organisms. It's just that humans either know it or don't know it. This gives the Earth infinite possibilities, and also gives human beings who are born and raised here an unparalleled treasure trove. 4 billion years of biological evolution is a magnificent masterpiece engraved by the laws of the universe in the DNA of life. Here lies the origin of life and the secret of the birth of wisdom. But humanity has lost this treasure. Without the Earth, there would be no biodiversity, and biological genetics research would become difficult. So the situation of this research is even more difficult than controlled nuclear fusion. It seems I am too impatient. Yu Yuan nodded to show that he understood. The conditions for controlling nuclear fusion research can be created by using materials and energy, but it cannot create an Earth biosphere. It would be nice if that red gas still existed, Yu Yuan added regretfully. Yu Yuan pulled his thoughts back to his senses, but after a while, Ikai did not speak. So he called out again, Dr. E? Oldie. Oh, sorry, I was distracted by something. Ikai, who didn't know what he was thinking, finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yu Yuan with an embarrassed expression. Where were we talking about just now? Darn. Yu Yuan frowned and imitated Ikai's complaints. It turned out that this jerk didn't hear a word of what he just said. Forget it. There's no progress anyway, and I can't create an Earth biosphere for you. Yu Yuan, feeling a little upset, stood up and was about to leave. But Ikai looked confused and said, Who said there is no progress? He is only in his 70s, but he is already confused. This shouldn't be the case. Yu Yuan glanced suspiciously at Ikai, who looked up at him. That expression didn't seem to be fake. But Yu Yuan clearly remembered that it was Ikai who said no progress. Well, he said it in the same old way, but the meaning was almost the same. Ikai said so. Yu Yuan replied unhappily. Oh, Ikai nodded as if it was a matter of fact, then suddenly grinned and said, I mean, there has been no progress in the research based on the original experimental data. What do you mean? Ikai's words successfully pulled Yu Yuan back to his seat. Literally, Ikai said, and then motioned Yu Yuan to be patient. After thinking for a moment, he said, We encountered endless difficulties when we studied with the original way of thinking. Every time we knew the previous answer, we would stop moving forward, so we changed our thinking. Instead of starting with a specific DNA sequence, we studied the most primitive driving force of life as a whole system, which led to some different guesses. The most primitive power of life? Yu Yuan interrupted out of habit, but just after he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to have interrupted Ikai. So he quickly changed the subject and said, Dr. E, please continue. In his famous book, What is Life? Schrödinger pointed out that the main problem of biology and physics is not whether organisms violate thermodynamics by producing energy. Ikai didn't care. He leaned forward and said, Obviously, they are not like that. If life is defined by whether it can violate thermodynamics, then the sun is also a living thing. Human cognition is always objective and limited, so it always satisfies the wonder of non-knowledge and inspires constant exploration. The need to break through the limitations of objectivity has led humans to generate and develop various desires that surpass animals, and the pursuit of knowledge is one of them. The development of science has made people more and more agree that living things are naturally generated. But how can the inanimate matter-energy system in nature become living things? Why can inorganic matter evolve into life with information functions? Where does the spirituality of living things come from? What is its driving force? Is it born to die? Is feeding on negative entropy driven by instinct? What role does wisdom play in this process? Hearing this, Yu Yuan couldn't help but interrupt and said, "Wait, Dr. E, just tell me what you found. What heck is going on? I was asking you about your progress. Why are you giving a lecture now?" Yu Yuan complained in his mind. "Isn't this for the purpose of letting the general manager understand it more thoroughly?" Ikai said leisurely. Okay, okay, you say." Ikai nodded, but did not continue his lecture. "It is like this. We believe that life is led by information and directed by instinct, and through objectively inputting information, processing information, transmitting information, and materializing information, it conducts holographic exchanges of matter, energy, and information with the outside world, thereby obtaining negative entropy and evolution. In this way, life not only maintains the stability of reproduction through the transmission of information, but also changes into genetic information through gradual changes and mutations through information feedback, absorption, and accumulation. For us humans, it is to reproduce and give birth to the next generation. This is an instinctive imprint of hundreds of millions of years of evolution. This imprint is deeply engraved in our genetic information. It has only one purpose, which is that it is a set of information that has been passed down for hundreds of millions or even billions of years. In layman's terms, the genetic factors want to pursue eternal survival. Generation after generation will continue forever, and there is nothing wrong with that, until it doesn't know which step it took wrong or whether it inevitably led to the birth of wisdom. Yu Yuan signaled Ikai to stop for a moment, and then asked his own question. Human intelligence has been around for millions of years, and it has been passed down from generation to generation until now. What's the problem? Of course there is a problem. Ikai raised his hand and tapped his head. The selfishness of life is inherited from DNA, or it is the information factor engraved in DNA, and the wisdom or consciousness born from life is more selfish than the instinct of life. Because the instinct of life only requires that the genetic information can continue to exist, but intelligent consciousness does not. It wants to continue to exist on its own. However, the message of born to die has been deeply engraved in our DNA and has been perfected over billions of years. Even if the consciousness is unwilling, it is just a young man of only millions of years, and generation after generation dies in vain as the DNA of its own generation withers away. Therefore, in the long years, the intelligent consciousness has always been fighting against this process. Therefore, there are two paths in front of the intelligent consciousness. One is to allow the genetic factor to carry itself to the next generation and last forever. The other is to suppress the mechanism of the genetic factor that has been used for billions of years so that it will no longer wither due to inheritance. Obviously, the red gas played a role in the second way. It helped the intelligent self-consciousness to successfully suppress the life instincts that had been passed down for billions of years. And what we now know is that it deceived the genetic genes. What do you mean? Yu Yuan frowned. He probably understood what Ikai meant, so now he had a bad feeling. Ikai glanced at Yu Yuan and saw that he seemed to be confused, so he pondered for a moment and continued, "Let's put it this way. We believe that the red gas is essentially changing the biological instinct mechanism so that the genetic factor no longer aims to continue itself through the next generation, but instead continues to renew itself as the purpose of continuing itself. But judging from the results of the serum research, this goal has not really been achieved. So I said deception. The consciousness temporarily deceived the genetic factor mechanism. After a long time, the deception was discovered, and the mechanism was activated again. The life form returned to its original path, letting the next generation continue the mission of genetic information. As for the main body, it died along with the old generation of genetic factors that had completed their mission. Well, it is not appropriate to say that they died together, because the genetic factors have never considered the self-awareness of wisdom. Having said that, Ikai raised his eyelids and looked at Yu Yuan, and then just stood there in silence. Yu Yuan was a little scared by his look, so he coughed to break the awkward atmosphere and said, "I understand. Dr. E, what you mean is that the red gas is an inhibitor of the instinct of living things to blindly continue the next generation." It acts on the information of life survival. So as long as the living organism continues to absorb that gas, it can keep deceiving and achieve the purpose of long-term existence of self-consciousness. You can say that, but biological instinct is not blind. It's just that the self-consciousness recognizes it as blind. Ikaijin said. Yu Yuan thought for a while and said, if that's the case, then this alien spaceship is probably not a transport ship, but just an ordinary exploration ship. The red gas on the ship is just a life-extending drug that the alien civilization has equipped to help its crew members adapt to long space voyages. Yes. Ikai nodded. This can be considered a kind of progress, Yu Yanshi thought. To be honest, he didn't expect that Ikai biological research could actually unlock the secret of the spaceship. It can only be said that all sciences are related. The amount of information brought by this progress is really huge. Judging from the effect of the red gas and the fact that the spaceship carried it to extend the life of the crew, it shows that the technology of this civilization has not reached the level of immortality. If we look at it from another angle, perhaps we can get a glimpse of the cosmic background. Without going into the distant future, judging from normal thinking, this red gas or liquid must be a very important substance in the universe because intelligent life needs it. At least the level of civilization to which this alien spaceship belongs still needs it. And this is something that humans now know. Just one serum research project can enable humans to have such cognition, which shows the important significance of scientific research. It may seem like insignificant knowledge, but it is often because of this seemingly insignificant knowledge that it is possible for humans to avoid extinction due to ignorance. Dr. E, thank you for everything you have done for humanity. Yu Yuan, who understood the meaning of all this, said something sincere and then stood up. By the way, Dr. E, if the serum in the institute runs out, just tell me directly. It's just a few tubes of blood, and I can still afford it as a boss. That's great. But I took a few shots from Dr. Xiaolu a while ago, so I still have some left. Ikai also stood up, and it seemed that he was going to take a few steps and send Yu Yuan out the door. Yu Yuan also knew the Dr. Xiaolu he was talking about. She was a female doctor named Lu Xiaofan, a linguistics expert on the original Timber 4, and also one of the people who inhaled the red gas. Because the other 5 have died on Earth, Yu Yuan and Dr. Lu are the only living receptors of the red gas in the entire human race. Naturally, the Research Institute uses their serum for research. They happen to be a man and a woman, which can meet the requirements of gender-specific comparison experiments. Yu Yuan stepped out of the door. Okay. I almost forgot about the serum research. If Director Yu has time recently, he can go for a special physical examination. When the results come out, we can just have someone send them to our Institute of Life Genetics. Ikai was about to turn around and go back, but suddenly stopped and called Yu Yuan. Special physical examination? What kind of examination? Yu Yuan straightened his wrinkled shirt and turned back with a puzzled look. Well, this Ikai scratched his itchy chin and let out a long tail, as if he was considering how to say it. After a few seconds of pausing, Ikai looked at Yu Yuan and continued. I believe that General you should have understood what I just said. The red gas cheated the life genetic factor instinct. Of course, from another perspective, the aging gene is suppressed, but this is not what I want to talk about now. If you have something to say, please say it. If you have something to say, just say it. I understand. Ikai took over Yu Yuan's words with ease, and then said seriously, because of this, we have come to a conclusion. Although this conclusion is normal for longevity research, I still feel it is necessary to tell the general manager. After all, it is about the general manager's health. Seeing Yu Yuan looking at him with a raised eyebrow, Ikai coughed and said, let me put it this way, Director. You'd better go for a thorough fertility check. What? Yu Yuan looked confused. Literally, a fertility test. Ikai repeated. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Yuan figured it out, so he quickly confirmed. Dr. E means that the red gas will make people lose their fertility? Yes, that's our conclusion. There will be loss, but not complete loss. Ikai continued to speak as if he was talking to himself, because the genetic information of biological instincts has also been suppressed. Theoretically, the receptors will lose their fertility. However, according to our predictions, this loss should be restored after the inhibitory effect disappears. Judging from the current extended lifespan of the general, this time should be 500 years later. At this point, Ikai paused, and seeing that Yu Yuan didn't say anything, he asked, "Do you understand what I mean, General Manager?" "I'm not a fool." Yu Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "I see. About 500 years from now, I will enter the normal growth stage again and regain my fertility. At the same time, I will also slowly age at that time." "Is that what you mean?" The CEO is indeed quick-witted. Ikai gave Yu Yuan a big thumbs up. "Agile chicken. I just follow your line of thought." "I see. I'll go get it checked out later." "Is it a deep genetic test?" Yu Yuan confirmed. He thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just this. Whether to have children or not is indeed a big deal for humans today, but for him personally it is not that difficult to accept, and he does not care about his own fertility issues. On the contrary, he is more concerned about the impact of this thing on humans. If longevity technology is successfully developed from the serum, will it cause people to temporarily lose their fertility like he is now? If so, we really need to think about the policy of using this technology in advance. Although this matter has not yet been finalized, as long as human beings continue to survive, Yu Yuan believes that this technology will eventually be realized and must be realized. Although long life is not a necessary prerequisite for exploring the vast universe, it is an important factor in success or failure. Think about the voyage that takes hundreds of years. If you haven't reached the destination yet, and several generations have passed, there may be no need to set sail. Anyway, you can't reach the destination in this lifetime, so you might as well just sit back and enjoy it. Of course, Yu Yuan also heard that Ikai predicted that things would recover in the future, but it was just a prediction, and it was possible that things would not recover. However, Yu Yuan is not too concerned. If it is really confirmed that it cannot be restored in the future, then corresponding policies can be formulated, such as stipulating a certain number of children before this technology can be used. It will not cause any harm. Why didn't I find this problem when I was tested in Beijing? Yu Yuan suddenly remembered the physical examination in Beijing. He said to Ikai, "I remember that the examination was very comprehensive. Almost all body function items such as male lower part were tested, and this problem was not found. We can't find the problem just by looking at indicators such as activity. Some things can only be known through actual experiments. If it weren't for Dr. Xiao Lu's cooperation, I wouldn't have discovered this problem." Ikai shook his head and answered Yu Yuan's question. "Dr. Xiao Lu cooperates? How to cooperate?" Yu Yuan seemed to have heard some key words. Ikai pretended not to hear and turned around and walked back. "Well, it's nothing. It would be best if you go check it out, Chief." "Bedroom. Could this old man have killed Dr. Xiao Lu?" Looking at Ikai turning and leaving, the image of Dr. Xiao Lu emerged in Yu Yuan's mind. He remembered that Lu Xiaofan should be only 35 years old this year, while old man Ikai seemed to be 75 years old. He didn't expect this old man to be so capable. Not only is he enjoying young girls, but he is also advancing his work research while doing personal things. This is what it means to balance work and life. Really great. Somehow, Yu Yuan suddenly remembered a line from a poem written by Lu Yu more than 1,000 years ago. "Don't say that the old ox is walking slowly and hard, for I am 80 years old and still working hard." To be honest, Yu Yuan knew that he had misunderstood the meaning of this poem, but for some reason, he thought it was quite appropriate. Just check it out. It's a good opportunity to see what the problem is. After muttering to himself, Yu Yuan turned around and left. There is definitely no problem with the function. Yu Yuan knows his own body very well, and he also believes that Ikai would not joke about such a thing. After all, judging from what he just said, the old man must have tried it himself. He is only in his 70s, which is not considered to be dying in this era. As a leader in human civilization, special physical examinations were completed very quickly, and the report results came out on the same day. Yu Yuan took the medical examination report handed over by Long Xiaolin, scanned it carefully, and handed it back. "Take it to the Life Genetics Research Institute and tell them that I have read it." "Okay." Long Xiaolin took it with both hands, turned around, and left Yu Yuan's office. After taking a look at the graceful figure disappearing at the door, Yu Yuan fell into deep thought. He was not thinking about Long Xiaolin's figure, but about the special medical examination report. As Ikai said, Yu Yuan has now lost her fertility. If Ikai's prediction is correct, the recovery period will be around 480 to 500 years from now. According to the report, There were no problems with various functions, but the analysis results stated that due to some unknown reason, the seed lost the ability to carry chromosomes. This situation occurred during the reproductive cell proliferation stage, and the prompting cause was that a certain useless DNA fragment in the human body was dominantly expressed. Researchers do not know the mechanism that causes the expression of useless DNA fragments. They only know that the cause must be the red gas, because the only two people in the world who are in this situation are Xu Yuan and Liu Xiaofan. Well, let's just think of it as a natural contraceptive that has been used for more than 400 years. Xu Yuan shook his head, said something self-deprecating, and put the matter out of his mind. Then he started a busy day at work. Not only Xu Yuan, everyone is busy with their corresponding job. Engineers are busy building spaceships, scientists are busy with their academic research, and machine operators are also completing their own tasks. The surface base of Jupiter 4 was brightly lit, and the orbital mass accelerator was delivering various materials to the synchronous orbit day and night. All work was proceeding in an orderly manner. The repetitive days lasted for more than a month. Today, Xu Yuan came to the office as usual. He thought he would just handle some daily affairs as usual, but not long after he arrived at the office, he heard a hurried knock on the door and an excited voice reached his ears. "General Yu, good news, very good news." Before Xu Yuan could say come in, the owner of the voice pushed the door open and rushed to Xu Yuan in 2 steps, shouting in a loud voice, "Haha, General Manager, good news, great news." Xu Yuan Tai raised his eyelids and looked over. He saw that the man had a head of neat short hair. His hair was thick, black and shiny. His face was cleanly shaved. He looked energetic and did not look like a man in his 50s at all. In fact, he didn't need to look. He knew who it was just by listening to the voice. "Dr. Liu, what are you talking about so early in the morning? If you have good news, you can just call me. Why bother coming here in person?" The visitor was none other than Liu Mayan, a leading figure in the field of particle physics. He couldn't hide his excitement and said loudly, "How can that be possible? Such great news must be told to the general in person. Look how excited you are. What's the matter? Tell me," Xu Yuan said calmly. Xu Yuan, who has been troubled by the energy crisis for a long time, actually still has some expectations in his heart and is not so calm. However, as a leader, he generally does not show his anxiety. The engine of the alien spaceship is good. It's the one that Professor Yunanfeng said was smashed with a hammer last time. Ha ha ha, we have found a treasure. Liu Mayan's eyes were shining with excitement, and he almost danced with joy. He didn't look like a physicist at all. "What? The engine is fine?" Xu Yuan jumped up with a cry of surprise, but the low gravity on Ganymede plus his excessive force caused his head to almost hit the ceiling. After stabilizing himself, Xu Yuan stared at Liu Mayan and confirmed again. "Which engine is good?" "Yes, it is good. That's darn good news. I never thought that such a broken spaceship still had a working engine. There is always a way out. Let's go. Let's go take a look." Xu Yuan immediately walked out of the office and finally said to Long Xiaolin, "Xiaolin, notify Zhu Pit and ask him to bring a few people over." Zhu Paite is now the Minister of National Security. Xu Yuan asked him to go with him, mainly to strengthen security precautions. The Ministry of Security is internally responsible. After the redivision of powers, it is mainly responsible for internal security and protecting the safety of scientists and leading personnel. Wherever Xu Yuan went, there were always at least 2 guard soldiers following him. "Dr. Liu, let's talk as we walk. Tell me in detail what happened. I remember that the engine was severely deformed at that time," Xu Yuan said to Liu Mayan beside him while walking towards the broken spaceship. "It was deformed, but we used a construction hammer to smash it back. In fact, not only was the tail nozzle deformed, but many of the internal parts were also damaged and completely unusable. But we dismantled the other one, and the damaged parts happened to be replaced with the dismantled one, making it a perfect fit." The depressed mood of the past few months was swept away by this news. Although the engine was built by using parts from one to patch up another, it is not wrong to say that it is good. Anyway, Yue Yuan's focus is no longer on disassembly and patching. It is enough to know that one of them is good. The 2 of them quickly passed through the bottom level of the original base and entered the spaceship. Because humans dug from underground to the surface, this place has been widened a lot, and a large basement has been dug near the spaceship entrance. Therefore, the place Yu Yuan went to was not the former spaceship engine room, but the spacious basement that was dug out by the new extension. Passing through the reinforced concrete passage and over the heavy door, Yu Yuan and Lu Mian finally arrived at the engine placement. The first thing that caught the eye was two sets of tall gantry cranes. Moving the eyes downward from the gantry cranes, one could see the engine equipment lying quietly on a lifting platform. The engine was supported by mechanical arms extending from the platform and was connected to the engine by thick steel ropes, the upper ends of which were linked to gantry cranes. This thing is huge. As the two approached the engine, they saw Yun Nanfeng approaching them. Director Yu, Dr. Lu, you are here. Yu Yuan nodded and said directly, tell me about the situation. We have basically figured out the structure of this engine. Yun Nanfeng didn't waste any time and pointed directly at the huge engine in front of him. This is the combustion chamber. This is the fuel storage chamber. This is the pressurization device, the nozzle, and the turbine. As for this, it should be some kind of force field control device. Force field control device? Yu Yuan grasped the key point and asked. Although Yu Yuan is not an expert, he still understands many things. He has heard of the force field control device before, but he has never seen it on an engine before. Human fission engines have magnetic confinement field components, but it is too much to say that they are force field controlled. Moreover, if it is a magnetic field confinement device, I believe that Yin and Feng would not use the term force field control device to explain it. Yes, the force field control device. Yin Nanfeng nodded, then walked towards the component he called the force field control device. This is it, he pointed. It's the thing we didn't know what it was for at first. After we dismantled the broken one, we combined its structure and possible functions with our speculation about this alien civilization. We suspected that this engine was a warp engine, and this device should be a warp force field generator. Yun Nanfeng turned to face Yu Yuan and Lu Mian and continued, if we are not mistaken and our theory is correct, then the warp bubble or warp force field is produced by this thing, although we don't know how it produces the warp force field. Didn't you say that our theory is correct? How come you don't know? Yu Yuan asked curiously. Isn't this contradictory? Yun Nanfeng patted the outer wall of the engine and said, because our theory cannot fully explain it. Our theory's explanation of the warp speed navigation method is not perfect, so we can only guess. If we want to confirm whether this engine is a real warp speed engine, we can only know it by actually trying it. It can be disassembled and its parts can be replaced, but Yu Yuan said he couldn't explain it. He took 2 steps forward and took a look at the huge engine. Can we copy it according to its structure? No. Yu Nanfeng answered very straightforwardly, without really thinking. Seeing Yu Yuan hesitate to speak, Yun Nanfeng seemed to understand something. So he explained, General, we dismantled the nozzle part, and the parts we replaced were also the damaged parts of the nozzle part, its core components and precision mechanical structure. Having said this, Yun Nanfeng let out a long sigh and then pointed to a corner not far from the basement. Yu Yuan went there as he expected, and saw only a pile of mechanical components, circuit components, and various unfamiliar alloy components. I slowly moved closer and took a closer look, and found that there were quite a lot of things piled up, but they were arranged a bit messily. What is this? Yu Yuan turned around and asked. The engine, Yun Nanfeng answered. We dismantled the broken engine and wanted to put it back together, but we found that there were always some parts left after we put it back together. Hey, is this the legendary situation where you can't put it back together after taking it apart? Yu Yuan's face darkened. He had heard of such a thing when he was a child. It was said that a guy who thought he was very good at tinkering had a broken mobile phone, so he took it apart and fixed it himself. However, after he put it back together, he found that there were several extra parts. I thought this was just a legend, but I saw it with my own eyes today. Don't you use a computer to record when you dismantle it? Yu Yuan asked curiously. It shouldn't be possible. With current human technology, we can use cameras to record and scanning technology to construct a 3D model of an object. How could there be any leftover parts? Yun Nanfeng spread his hands, saying that we were not that stupid. Those were parts that had already fallen off due to fracture and deformation, and we didn't know where they should be placed. As for copying exactly as the general manager said, that's even more impossible. We don't have the industrial capacity to do that. It's like wanting to copy exactly but not having a pin. Okay, just now you said we'll know after trying it. How do we try it? Yu Yuan asked again. He was thinking, if this thing can really start, then maybe it can be installed on a spaceship. I can't make it, I can't copy it, but at least I can use it. It's like an ordinary person getting a gun. Even though he doesn't know how to make it, he will still be able to use it after practicing it for a while. We can't try. Yun Nanfeng pointed to a tin-shaped object next to the platform where the engine was placed and said, "This thing is its fuel storage device, an unknown structure we have never seen before. It is not a completely mechanical mechanism and is equipped with a self-control system. We don't know the operating mechanism of this system at all, so we dare not dismantle it by force." You mean we have to decipher its control system first? Yes. Have Li Zhenglu and Chen Haiyu seen it? Li Zhenglu is the most professional surviving human in the field of quantum computers, and Chen Haiyu is a leader in traditional computers and AI. So Yu Yuan asked this question. It's not quantum computer technology. Yun Nanfeng replied. Dr. Chen said that this system is not a highly intelligent AI, but because it uses an algorithm that is completely different from our computer system, we can't crack it in a short time. But he said last time that this thing doesn't actually need to be cracked. We just need to figure out how to use the system. He should have been looking for its operating code during this period. This thing is more than 20,000 years old, and it still has electricity? Yu Yuan muttered as he looked at the protruding part on the huge iron cake that was about 7 or 8 meters tall. This part should be the system that Yinenfeng mentioned. Yes, the electrical signal doesn't need to be very strong to maintain it. After a pause, Yun Nanfeng showed a look of admiration, looked up at the big iron pancake, and continued. We suspect there is still fuel inside it, but we don't know how to use it. 20,000 years. This thing is still running after 20,000 years. It's really hard to imagine. It's just a system on a storage device, but its running time is longer than the history of human civilization. What advanced technology is needed to achieve this? For a moment, the three of them were silent, all immersed in the shock of their imagination. You just said that this thing is a fuel storage device. Have you figured out what kind of fuel it is? Yu Yuan patted the big iron cookie again, but it was like patting a solid wall. There was no echo at all. If we are not mistaken, it should be antimatter. Yun Nanfeng did not say anything, but Lu Mayan answered instead. Guess? Lu Mayan casually pulled a fast rail and sat down. Yes, with our technology, we can't crack this thing at all. What's inside can only be guessed. According to our current theory, the lowest energy level to drive the warp engine is the antimatter level. And in order to preserve antimatter, in our theoretical framework, we must at least realize the grand unified theory. In other words, the civilization to which this spaceship originally belonged must at least be a civilization that has mastered the grand unified theory. So now we have no idea what technology they used to build this fuel storage device. It seems that the idea of installing this engine on the spaceship has failed. Yu Yuan sighed in his heart. Theoretically, humans now have the ability to create anti-charged particles, but true antimatter is impossible because even if it is created, it cannot be preserved. Just as Lu Mayan said, a grand unified force field is needed to truly preserve antimatter, because antimatter is not charged and cannot be confined by a magnetic field. The magnetic field can confine anti-charged particles, such as positrons and negative protons, which are separate particles. Is there a wave of investment coming? It's almost over 100 if only antimatter can start this engine. Then there is nothing humans can do now. If charged antiparticles can also work, then there is still some hope. After all, if humans make further breakthroughs in magnetic confinement technology, there is still hope of separating some charged antiparticles. However, the most important thing is to first understand the operating mechanism of this fuel storage device. Anyway, I really found a treasure this time. Although it could not solve the urgent problem, Yu Yuan, Lu Mayan and others were still very happy. In the following time, Lu Mayan continued to tell Yu Yuan about their work progress in recent times. Yu Yuan also gradually understood the general situation of the current engine through questions and answers. Overall, the core components of this engine are intact, and parts such as the nozzles have been restored to their original appearance after being repaired by the engineering department. We still don't have a deep understanding of the force field generator. We can only speculate based on existing human theories that it should be the core component of the warp engine, the component that produces the warp bubble or curvature field. As for the fuel storage device, humans currently know that it is an engine accessory, which means that the fuel must first be placed in the storage device or fuel pack before it can be used by the engine. After understanding this, if we know how to use the fuel storage device in the future, then the research direction of how to replenish fuel will be clear. It is nothing more than how to put the fuel into the device. The staff discovered that there is a special slot between the fuel storage device and the engine. An engine has 2 slots. Since the material of the fuel storage device is very high-end, although humans currently only have 1 engine, they have 4 fuel storage devices. It would be even better if it is discovered later that these 4 fuel storage devices really contain residual fuel, as Nanfeng said. After encouraging several scientists, Xu Yuan left the underground base and returned to his daily work. Over the past 2 years, with the concerted efforts of the surviving humans, many technologies that had regressed due to the disaster have been slowly recovered, but there is still no sign of a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion in the short term. Under these circumstances, Xu Yuan had to consider reversing the hibernation plan that had been temporarily shelved. In another year, the energy consumption of Ganymede will reach the critical point predicted by experts. If it continues like this in a year, then mankind will only have 2 options left. One is to stay on Ganymede for 70 years, betting that humans can make controlled nuclear fusion a reality within 70 years. If successful, there will be life, but if not, there will be extinction due to energy depletion. The second is to build the spaceship and set off directly, betting that humans can rely on the remaining nuclear fission fuel to lie through the interstellar dust, cross the sea of stars, and reach the nearest galaxy system. In fact, if you speak seriously, there are only these 2 real paths. As for the hibernation plan, it is an optimized version of the second option, which puts most people and most engineering and research projects into hibernation, retaining only projects related to the construction of spacecraft. Experts estimate that if this plan is activated, 2/3 of the population will go into hibernation and 3/5 of engineering and research projects will be put on hold. The result is a more secure fuel reserve. Compared to the first path, Xu Yuan prefers the improved version of the second one. Because the first path involves too much gambling, and scientific research progress and breakthroughs are not something that can be achieved in a certain number of years. Sometimes, it is common that the last step is missing, but it just can't be achieved. As a leader of civilization, he dare not take the gamble when there are other more reliable solutions. Of course, there is actually another hope now, which is to bet that within 70 years, humans will be able to figure out how to use the warp engine, and that there will be enough fuel in its fuel storage device. It seems that the hibernation plan is more stable. Xu Yuan retrieved the contents of the hibernation plan from the computer, reviewed it, and then walked out of the office. After being improved by relevant experts, the hibernation plan is no longer just a simple sophomore meal as it was at the beginning. Now, its content includes a detailed industrial plan, including which people will go into hibernation and which will continue to work, and a set of related hibernation rotation plans have been established. Of course, there has to be rotation, otherwise it would be unfair to those who have been working all the time. Think about it. You worked hard for decades to build a spaceship, but others woke up from their sleep and enjoyed the fruits of your labor directly, and you became decades older. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Of course, the government can impose regulations on who hibernates and who works, but that will undoubtedly leave people with resentment and dissatisfaction, which could ultimately become a destabilizing factor for future society. You can't expect everyone to be a saint, and you can't expect everyone to be selfless. Therefore, work must be rotated, and when working in rotation, it must be ensured that the people who rotate understand the work and can seamlessly connect to the ongoing work when they wake up. This makes the requirements very high. Therefore, it is impossible for all people to rotate jobs. Only those who have passed functional training can do so. To this end, the hibernation plan also proposed a supporting plan, which is to provide professional functional training for suitable people, including how many workers an expert should lead, how many apprentices an engineer should accompany, and all details are arranged one by one. However, there will still be some people who cannot participate. This cannot be forced, such as those who have not passed the functional training, scientists and experts in other professions, etc. In order to alleviate the conflict here as much as possible, the hibernation plan also stipulates a compensation plan. That is, after the spaceship is completed and humans start the long-distance voyage plan phase, those who were originally hibernating and did not contribute to the construction of the spaceship will be arranged to have more awake time, with the purpose of allowing them to maintain the various instruments and equipment on the spaceship during the voyage to ensure the safety of the voyage. To support this plan, more than a dozen supporting laws and regulations will be promulgated. It involves many aspects such as labor remuneration, skill assessment, social welfare, resource allocation, etc. In addition, in order to motivate people to work hard, the new government also threw out a big picture, namely the white paper on application standards of life-related technologies. It basically talks about the usage standards for post-life-related drugs after they mature, which stipulates things like who has made certain contributions to be eligible to use them. In order to prevent the pie in the sky from looking like a pie in the sky, the white paper on application standards of life-related technologies also makes special provisions for people who meet the conditions but are old. If those who are about to die cannot wait because the technology is not mature enough, then these people may be allowed to hibernate for a long time until the day when the technology matures. Thanks to the ultimate master of the multi-empire, Nguyen Songyin for the reward, thanks to Feng Xingju for the 2,000 coin reward, and thanks to Yuan Hang for the 10,000 coin reward. Longevity and immortality are extremely tempting to people of all ages. Who doesn't want to live for hundreds of years? In the past, this pie was just a scam, but after the efficacy of red gas was announced, this pie became truly hopeful. In fact, the new government also understands that the current human population gap is very large. Logically speaking, if this drug is really successfully researched, it should be popularized to the whole population. But firstly, this technology has contraceptive side effects, and secondly, it is a question of human nature. It is a matter of gratitude and hatred, and empty slogans of unity and struggle are always inferior to real benefits. The power is in the hands of the new government, and it can be used to strengthen people's fighting spirit. Why not use it? As for those idle people who know nothing and don't want to contribute anything, the new government can only say sorry. In the current situation, human beings cannot afford to support idle people. Everything must give way to survival. To support this plan, experts have also created a civilization contribution currency system. This system is different from daily currency and is mainly created to cooperate with the white paper on application standards of life-related technologies. The general content is to use civilization contribution coins as the standard for measuring the use of life-related technologies, and civilization contribution coins are linked to scientific contributions. Of course, other ways of obtaining it were also considered, such as participating in major projects specially approved by the new government, such as aircraft construction, which could earn civilization contribution coins. The purpose is to stimulate people's potential as workers. Some people think that this is too inhumane, and even deprives many people of their personal rights, which is no different from exploiting labor. How could the new government not know this? It's just that there is no other way. If there were still hundreds of millions of people now, there would be no need to do this. Of course, since it is still in its infancy, many details such as whether it will be linked to daily currency have not yet been clearly planned. This hibernation plan has been on Yu Yuan's desk for 2 months, but Yu Yuan has not approved it yet. The reason is that he and the leaders of various departments still have illusions about controlled nuclear fusion research and the warp engine. Just like this, 2 months passed. The tepid progress of the 2 projects finally made Yu Yuan make up his mind. Hibernation plan officially kicked off. To this end, Yu Yuan presided over another expanded meeting. After all the wise men arrived, Yu Yuan, dressed in military uniform, stepped onto the stage. He looked at the crowd of people and spoke into the microphone. Comrades, I won't say polite words. I believe you all know something about this meeting. Yes, as you can see on your personal data terminal, there is only one proposal for this meeting, and that is the vote on the hibernation plan. You heard it right, it's the hibernation plan. Maybe some people already know the reason in advance, but some people still don't know what's going on. Then please allow me to explain the background and necessity of this plan. First of all, I want to tell you that the total reserves of nuclear fission minerals on Ganymede have been discovered. After repeated calculations by relevant experts, it was finally confirmed that the reserves can only be used by humans for about 70 years. If we continue to live as we do now without taking any action, then in 70 years, we will die on Ganymede due to resource depletion. After explaining the background of the birth of hibernation plan in detail, Xu Yuan continued. According to the calculations of scientists in related fields, after we complete the construction of the spaceship, it will take 30 years to accelerate it and make it reach 1% of the speed of light. The same is true for the deceleration stage. After taking into account the nuclear fission fuel consumed for acceleration and deceleration, we no longer have much available energy. The hibernation plan was created to solve this problem. It is essentially an energy redistribution plan. As we all know, solving energy problems can be divided into two approaches: open source and energy saving. Now that we have lost the sun, we have no energy to open, so we can only save energy. In order to have enough energy to cross the galaxy and allow humanity to continue, we must unite and act. After finishing the explanation, Xu Yuan briefly reiterated the main contents of the plan, and then paused for a while to allow the participants to think and digest it. When it was almost time, Xu Yuan said, "Now, if you have any suggestions or opinions about this plan, please feel free to speak up." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, the venue was once again filled with a flurry of chatter, as if they were not given enough time to digest the ideas. Seeing this, he did not urge them, but just waited quietly, waiting for everyone to think things through. After a while, the conversation finally died down. Just as Xu Yuan was about to speak again, a voice suddenly rang out from the loudspeaker system in the conference hall. "Captain, I have a suggestion." The tone of free speech was set at the beginning of the conference, so it was normal for someone to express any opinions before the vote. Although the sound came from the PA system, Xu Yuan felt that it sounded familiar, so he looked towards the direction where the scientists were gathered, and sure enough, he saw someone in the front row speaking into the microphone. It was at this moment that the spokesperson's name lit up on the big screen behind Xu Yuan. "Gander, please speak, Dr. Gon." Xu Yuan nodded at Gonda. "I see that the plan does not specify the exact departure time. It only says that the ship will set sail after it is built. There is a problem here. According to the construction plan, the ship will be completed in about 17 years. But I want to tell you that we may have to wait another 23 to 25 years before we can set sail." After first putting forward his own conclusion, Gander began to explain the reason. "As you may have remembered, it was not only our sun that exploded as a supernova, but also the Centauri triple system. From a chronological perspective, the Centauri triple system was hit earlier than our sun, but their material ejection did not reach us. Yes, they are. Astronomical observations in recent years have confirmed that not just one of the Centauri triple star system was blown up, but all three." Gander paused for a moment, letting everyone recall his previous report before continuing, that is to say, "Our spaceship will need the help of Europa as a shield to resist the impact caused by the ejection of matter. A supernova explosion not only causes damage from the initial gamma rays, but also from the subsequent ejection of matter at a speed as high as 10% of the speed of light. The sun was blown to pieces, and the Centauri system, which was destroyed in the same disaster, must have been destroyed in the same way." Xu Yuan, realizing the seriousness of the problem, immediately looked at the members of the scientific team who were making a detailed plan and asked, "Have you taken this part of energy consumption into consideration?" Thank you to every reader for following me. Xu Yuan only proposed the general direction of the plan based on Suzhini's idea at the time, and he did not participate in the actual detailed planning. After the plan was completed, he did look at it in detail, but the calculation process, such as whether the energy consumption of certain factors was taken into account, was not reflected in the plan. Now Xu Yuan is afraid that the scientific team has not considered this period of time. There is no need for Gonda to explain further, as Xu Yuan, who has a good scientific knowledge, can already think of many key points here. For example, if you want to hide behind Ganymede to avoid the material ejected by the explosion of the Centauri triple star system, you must ensure that the spacecraft is always on the side of Ganymede. Although Xu Yuan doesn't know how to calculate specific scientific parameters, he knows that achieving this goal is not easy. Since the orbital motion must be around the fourth planet, if you want to hide behind the fourth planet and avoid the impact, you need a high enough orbit. The radius of this orbit must be calculated accurately to ensure that the spaceship is running behind the fourth planet during the strongest impact. If this time is not enough fuel will be needed to propel the spacecraft so that it can temporarily change its orbit and stay behind Ganymede. Don't worry, General. We have the observatory's observation data, and we have taken it all into consideration, the person in charge of the plan replied, and the time period from the completion of the spaceship construction to the impact is calculated based on the energy consumption during the hibernation period. As for the unclear departure time, it is because... Okay, well done. I know what you mean. Yu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then pressed his hand, indicating that he already understood and there was no need to say more. The departure time will of course depend on when the collective hibernation wakes up and the time of relocation. As for what relocation is, of course, all human beings will move to the spaceship. Yes, after the spaceship is built, it cannot go up directly, but needs to hibernate on Ganymede for more than 20 years, waiting for the impact of the material ejection from the Centauri system to pass, and then move it to the spaceship. Logically, it would be safer for humans to hibernate first and wait for the impact of the material ejection to pass before building a spaceship. However, the level of human technology has given humans the confidence to reverse the order. 4.3 light-years is far enough, and the matter ejected here has become very thin. With the current material technology of mankind, the spaceship can travel safely as long as there is a slight obstruction from Ganymede. In this regard, we have to thank Xu Yanshi's team for their contributions to material science since the disaster. Environmental factors and survival needs have enabled humans to make breakthrough progress in the design of gamma-ray-proof materials and shock-wave-resistant structures. It is a rare breakthrough technology among many regressive technologies. If there are no problems, please vote on the plan. Seeing that the meeting time was almost up, Yu Yuan directly announced the final process. The outcome of the vote was not in suspense. There were 8,104 participants, 8,102 voted in favor, and 2 abstained, so it was passed unanimously. In fact, if it is a general planning decision, there is no need to expand the meeting for voting. But this plan is of great importance, and in order to fill in the gaps, a general meeting was held for voting. After the plan is approved, the next step is the work of the propaganda department and the education department. The publicity department will publicize the necessity and importance of the plan among all mankind. At the same time, the Ministry of Education will begin to carry out supporting skills training related to the plan. Of course, the active cooperation of other departments is also indispensable. Humanity will complete all preparations for the hibernation plan within the next 6 months, including who needs to hibernate, how many years to hibernate, how often to wake up, the determination of equipment maintenance personnel, safety protection, and the new government operating methods, etc. Under the leadership of the new government, the entire human society is brought into coordination. Time came half a year later. At this time, the interior of the Jovian base had already made all preparations. Except for the supporting factories related to the construction of the spacecraft, most of them had entered a semi-dormant or fully dormant state. Brand new hibernation chambers were neatly placed in the hibernation rooms, and people were waiting for the hibernation countdown to return to zero. Professor, time came half a year later. At this time, the interior of the Jovian base had already made all preparations. Except for the supporting factories related to the construction of the spacecraft. 1-1. The hibernation room you've been assigned to will be open for more than 3 hours. Others have already started to leave. You still have time to think about this. I think you should hurry up and get ready. It won't be too late to talk about the thesis after you wake up. I'm ready, and the hibernation capsules are reserved for individual seats. It doesn't matter if I go earlier or later. I'll be leaving after hibernation, which will be 30 years later. 30 years? I remember you were put into a short-term hibernation. How did it become 30 years? It's 30 years. The one who hibernated for a short period of time is Xiaoyu. You remembered it wrong, Professor. Really? I'm old now and I can't remember clearly. In that case, you can send it. Ma Dongjin walked out of the base. On the way, he heard many conversations before hibernation. Some were hugging each other and saying goodbye. Some were teaching each other earnestly, and some were lamenting about the passing of time. But this was the first time he heard of someone caring about paper publication before hibernation. However, he did not stop there. He just sighed in his heart that the new government did not keep idle people, and then continued to go to the airtight chamber leading to the outside of the base. Unlike others, Ma Dongzhen is not going to hibernate, he is going to space. After several years of hard work, Ma Dongzhen successfully transformed from an ordinary worker to a remote control driver under the engineering department. In the new human family, being a remote control robot driver is actually a good job, but Ma Dongzhen is not satisfied, especially after the white paper on application standards of life-related technologies came out. He had a new goal. If nothing unexpected happens, it would be difficult for an ordinary remote machinery operator like him to have a chance, because the usage standards state that priority is basically given to scientists or those who promote the advancement of human technology. But this time, the spaceship construction character gave him this opportunity. As long as he accumulated enough contributions in this spaceship construction, he could get a quota for future use. Once you get this quota, it means a long life guarantee. Even if you don't live to the moment when the technology matures, you will be frozen when you are old. The temptation was too great for Ma Dongzhen to refuse, so he volunteered to participate in the construction of a spaceship that did not require hibernation. There are many people like him, and most of them are attracted by the white paper on application standards of life-related technologies, so the competition is still fierce. As a result, the new government had to use performance assessment to eliminate redundant people, which made the rotation rehearsal and hibernation plan useless. As the first hibernation personnel took the hibernation medicine, as the first hibernation chamber slowly closed, and as the first hibernation room closed its door, humanity's great hibernation has begun. Except for factory workers involved in the construction of the spacecraft, essential engineers, and the minimum personnel required to maintain the work of the new government, everyone else has gone into hibernation. They are scientists, engineers, and ordinary people. 59-year-old astronomer Ganda, 46-year-old material scientist Xu Yanshi, 53-year-old physicist Lu Mian, 32-year-old engineering mechanics Dr. Yin Nanfeng. Many leaders in various industries and new government officials have entered hibernation. In addition to people, many machines and facilities have also entered a dormant state. It seemed as if the Ganymede base went from being bustling to being deserted overnight. Under these circumstances, the new government suddenly had much less work to do. So much so that Xu Yuan, who was used to being busy, felt a little uncomfortable. It's like when I suddenly have some free time and my entire chest is filled with a sudden feeling of emptiness. This made Xu Yuan feel a little out of sorts. In this state, Xu Yuan felt troubled no matter what he did. So he simply left the office and wandered around. But this is not Earth, and there is nowhere to wander around, so I just wander around the base. Today, the Jovian base not only has the original underground part, but also many new buildings built on the ground during the major construction period. These buildings are scattered around the underground part and are connected by semicircular passages. Xu Yuan left the office and went to the event square first. The activity square, as the name suggests, is a place for office workers to gather and relax. It used to be brightly lit, but now it has become very dim. Xu Yuan walked slowly. The dim light made his figure a little blurry. Unconsciously, he came to a huge screen. Looked up. Dark. The screen has powered down. It was originally a screen that played images of scenery from all over the Earth all year round, such as the sea, forest, sky, etc., for the surviving humans on Ganymede to relax. Now, it too has gone dormant. There are many screens like this. In addition to the square, they are installed on the walls of various main passages, but now they are all extinguished like this big screen. Xu Yuan had the right to turn on the big screen again and look at the beautiful nature to soothe himself, but he didn't do that. Instead, he turned and walked into the cold corridor. The observatory. Crossing the passage, the familiar wall pattern came into view, and Xu Yuan knew that he had arrived at the observatory. It is called an observatory, but actually it is a building with a skylight. Its dome is semicircular and contains a huge optical telescope. The middle floor is filled with equipment for connecting to satellites and radio telescope signals. Its outer walls are made of special glass. The observatory, like other facilities, has also gone into hibernation, but it has not been completely shut down, because this is the eye of humanity, the only eye that looks at the dangerous universe. Humanity is in hibernation, but its eyes must remain open. Hey, it's General Yu. You're here to see Chief Xu, right? As soon as he entered the observatory, Yu Yuan saw a young staff member coming over to say hello. Well, where is he? Yu Yuan naturally couldn't say that he just came here for a stroll because he was in a bad mood, so he asked. There is only one minister with the surname Zhu in the entire Jovian Base 4, and that is Zhu Pit, who used to be the Minister of Defense in Yu Yuan's eye. Yu Yuan knew that Zhu Pit would go into hibernation in 3 years, but he didn't know that this guy would come to the observatory. On the observation deck, the staff member replied, "Yeah." Yu Yuan nodded to express his gratitude and walked towards the elevator. The viewing deck should not have been called the viewing deck originally. After all, it was not originally built for viewing the scenery. However, since it is the top floor, after it was built, people on this floor can just see the other buildings outside the base through the glass, so it was later simply changed to the viewing deck. When Yu Yuan walked out of the elevator, he saw a figure leaning on the guardrail in front of the glass, seemingly looking into the distance. Near the elevator exit, there were 2 guard soldiers standing. "Master Yu." The elevator opened, allowing the 2 soldiers to see Yu Yuan for the first time, so they immediately saluted. Yu Yuan did not say anything, but just nodded, then turned around and gave a wink to the 2 guards who followed him, meaning that they should stay here together. However, such movement was also felt by Zhu Pit, who was leaning on the railing. "Marshal, why are you here?" Zhu Pit, dressed in uniform, immediately came forward and saluted. No need to be polite. Yu Yuan raised his hand to return the greeting, then walked towards the guardrail and said, "Pete, why are you here instead of working in the security department?" "Hey, a lot of our comrades are hibernating, making the guard department suddenly deserted. It's a bit confusing, so I came here to relax." Zhu Pit took off his military cap, raised his hand to smooth over his hair, which had become much thinner, and turned around to lean on the railing. Zhu Pit, who had been following Yu Yuan since the Earth era, knew that this old boss was not really saying that he was absent from work, so he spoke more easily. Yu Yuan, who had come to relax, smiled and said, "Well, I see that your depressed mood has not improved. In fact, you have lost a few hairs again." "Who says it's not true? I don't know when the hair regrowth technology will be available. If it continues like this, I'll be dead." Zhu Pit lowered his hand from the top of his head and found another hair on his hand. He was so distressed that he sighed Ba. Yu Yuan smiled, then looked out the window, looking at the lights coming through other buildings in the base, and said, "I heard from Dr. Ikai that in his time, this was a hairstyle for the strong." "What kind of strong hairstyle is that? I almost have no hair at all." Zhu Pit's face was embarrassed. He complained in his heart and then said with emotion, "My dear, Dr. Ikai is really good. I guess the guys in the Institute of Life Genetics have been infected by him. I went to their place once. They were so talkative. It was like the Renaissance in the 21st century." After joking with Zhu Pit, Yu Yuan felt much more relaxed. He laughed and scolded. "How can you talk like that? A doctor is a doctor, but he's still an old man. Be careful that he'll make things difficult for you when he wakes up." He knew that Zhu Pit often went to the Institute of Life Sciences because of his hair loss. Besides, you can't just say old man casually, otherwise, after a few decades, these guys will secretly say that you are old men behind your back. Yes, unlike the others, Yu Yuan will not hibernate. He will stay awake to lead the new government and lead mankind through these difficult years until mankind embarks on the second long journey. Moreover, Yu Yuan plans to enrich himself while he has more free time in the future. Over the past few years, he has felt that his level of knowledge is not enough, especially when dealing with suggestions or opinions submitted by various industries, some of which involve professional knowledge he has never heard of before. Although there are think tanks, Yu Yuan feels that this is not feasible, and it is best to understand things by yourself. "It just so happens that I have a long life and plenty of time, so I will take this opportunity to study hard again. I don't seek to become a scientist, but I do seek to gain more knowledge." In the entertainment-scarce Jupiter base, studying is undoubtedly the best way to kill time. "It's not that he would make things difficult for me. Dr. Ikai is an open and honest person. He would just say a few words to me at most." Zhu Pit smiled, as if he was recalling the scene of his meeting with Ikai. "What's the point of being frank? It's more like a man of temperament," Yu Yuan complained in his heart, and then was about to ask about the Ministry of Security, but he found that Zhu Pit suddenly rang. Hey. Oh, okay. Security must not be relaxed. Okay. I know. You guys wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Seeing Zhu Pit hang up the phone, Yuan said without waiting for him to say anything. Go do whatever you need to do. Yes, Marshal. Zhu Pit turned around neatly and left quickly. After watching Zhu Pit's back leave, Yuan once again looked out the window at the lights that were like twinkling stars. Now in the sky above Jupiter, you can no longer see the stars with your naked eyes. You can only look at the lights of humans to comfort your soul. But somehow, as I looked at it and thought about how I and mankind would have to stay in this dark and gloomy planet for another few decades, a feeling of loneliness and desolation suddenly arose in me. I have been living in the desolate land of Beishan and Chushui for 23 years. In this situation, Yuan once again took on the role of a poet, but his feelings were very different from those he had before in the vast ocean. Feeling the poem that suddenly popped up in his mind, Yuan suddenly felt that he understood a little bit about Liu Yushi's mood when he wrote this poem. Time flies like an arrow, never leaving day or night. Whether you live happily, sadly, or lonely, time passes day by day as always. 23 years passed in a daze. During this period, apart from work and study, Yuan's busiest time was definitely 5 years ago. Because at that time, the construction of the Zhengda cylindrical spaceship was completed. But there was no cutting ceremony, no grand celebration, just a series of hibernation arrangements. After the spaceship was completed, the workers and engineers who originally built the spaceship were also put into hibernation, and more machinery and equipment went into hibernation. All of this is done to save energy while waiting for the arrival of the shockwave from the Centauri triple system. For this reason, many scientists have been awakened, and they are making various preparations for future impacts based on observational data and various measurement data. During this round of observations and calculations, scientists were surprised to find that due to various influences in the past, the rotation axis of Ganymede is now facing the direction of the shock wave, while the human base is in the other hemisphere. In other words, in this round of matter ejection from the Alpha Centauri system, Ganymede once again acted as a shield, blocking it all for humans. Now that the base was foolproof, scientists naturally focused their attention on the large cylindrical spaceship. When the material ejection impacts, the large cylindrical spaceship will definitely not be able to operate in the synchronous orbit, so it has to change its orbit. In the plan developed by scientists, the large cylindrical spacecraft needs to change from a synchronous orbit around the fourth planet of Jupiter to a high-orbit orbit around the two poles, and it is also necessary to ensure that when the material ejection impact arrives, the spacecraft is exactly behind the fourth planet of Jupiter. Then, the linear speed of the spacecraft is required to become as small as possible. The smaller the linear speed of the spacecraft relative to Ganymede, the longer it will pass behind Ganymede, and the less impact it will be affected by the material ejection. For scientists, the calculation of a spacecraft's trajectory change is simple, so they only need to estimate the intensity and duration of the material ejection. Humans have relied on Jupiter to avoid supernova explosions, so there is already a lot of data on the intensity, damage, duration, etc. of matter ejection. Scientists can use this data plus observational data on the matter ejection cloud of the Centauri triple star system to construct a model. With these things, scientists can determine how high the spacecraft's orbit needs to be and how to set its orbit. Flat elliptical track. Finally, scientists came up with a plan. The spacecraft is first pushed into a higher orbit, then orbits in orbit until the shock wave is ready to arrive, and then precise corrections are made to allow the spacecraft to orbit Ganymede like a comet. Under precise calculations, the Big Barrel spaceship will move from the fourth orbit close to Jupiter to the far end when the material ejection impact is approaching, and then avoid the impact through a long-distance orbit. After completing the first calculation and predicting the orbit, except for the researchers on duty on a daily basis, the awakened scientists went into hibernation again. Time passed slowly during the hibernation shift. When the material ejection was approaching, the scientists woke up from hibernation again and remotely controlled the spacecraft from the Ganymede base. The cloud of matter ejected from the star 4.22 light-years away finally reached the location of Jupiter's fourth solar system after a long journey of almost 45 years. Since the solar explosion also ejects matter into outer space, after a round of collisions with it, the speed of matter ejection from the triple star system is much lower than the initial 10% of the speed of light. In addition, the distance is far enough, so its damage is greatly weakened. From this perspective, it was the dead sun that helped mankind this time. However, even though it was weakened, it still had plenty of destructive power. After all, it was the explosion of 3 stars, and the power was indeed unimaginable. The holes in the spacecraft after the material ejection were the best proof of this. Under such circumstances, humans developed a series of scientific response measures and ultimately survived the impact of the material ejecta cloud safely. After that, the next thing humans have to do is to migrate. The big move from base to spaceship. People woke up from hibernation one after another, and then went to the orbital mass accelerator in batches, boarded flights to space launch, and boarded the long-lost spaceship. Prior to this, the spacecraft had been adjusted back to the synchronous orbit. With past experience, this big move did not encounter any problems. Orderly is the best word to describe the process of moving to the spaceship. Personnel, supplies, equipment, fuel. Everything that could be moved from Jupiter 4 was moved onto the spaceship. As for those ground facilities that cannot be moved, such as factories, nuclear power plants, orbital mass accelerators, etc., they can only be left there and allowed to wander in the universe with Ganymede. Time flies by so fast. I didn't expect that I'm already in my 60s. Xu Yuan, who was already on the spaceship, looked out the porthole at the transport cabins that were docking with the spaceship one by one, and couldn't help but sigh at the passing of time. Hibernation does not count towards age. This is stipulated by the laws of the Earth era, and this rule has also been inherited by the new government. So if Xu Yuan does not hibernate in the future, he will immediately become the oldest human being. Although he is older, he still looks like a young man, no different from when he was in Han Hai. Master General, these are collected from the internet. Please take a look. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from behind. It is Long Xiaolin, Xu Yuan's current assistant and secretary. Xu Yuan turned around and saw Long Xiaolin floating towards the cabin door with a tablet computer in his hand. Because some personnel and equipment have not yet boarded the spaceship, the big barrel spaceship has not yet rotated. So the people on the spaceship are still in a state of weightlessness. Xu Yuan took the tablet and looked at it for a few seconds, then said casually, "There are quite a lot of names. Which name do you like better?" This big barrel spaceship has been built, but has not been named, so Xu Yuan asked Long Xiaolin to collect names. Now this tablet computer contains the remaining candidates after several rounds of screening. Xu Yuan took a look and saw a total of 8 names, namely Shenzhou, Renren, Yishan, Kunlun, Noah's Ark, Jovian 4, Hope, and Tianju. It seems that the experts have already voted on these names, because Xu Yuan saw the support percentages marked on the names. Among them, Hope received the highest vote share, followed by Human, Shenzhou, Noah's Ark, Kunlun, and Europa 4. The last two, Tianju and Yishan, received less than 5% of the votes in total. The purpose of this round of voting is to screen out the 2 last ranked names, and then hand them over to Xu Yuan to let him choose one from the remaining 6. Noah. I think the name Noah's Ark is particularly good. Just like the contributor said, our spaceship is the last hope of mankind. It will carry us to the other side of the starry sky, where we can reproduce and continue the future of mankind. Long Xiaolin expressed his opinion without hesitation. It seems that she had one of the high votes for Noah's Ark, and she seemed to want the ship to be named Noah's Ark. But the final decision lies with Xu Yuan. Noah's Arkansas. Xu Yuan muttered to himself. To be honest, he didn't like this name very much. It's not that it has a prejudice against the name Noah's Ark, but it feels that this spaceship was built by humans through hard work and struggle, and was not built according to prophecies, nor was it a gift from God, so it doesn't quite match the name. Moreover, this ship is shaped like a large barrel, not like an ark at all, so it is better to call it Kunlun than Noah's Arkansas. Of course, Kunlun is also ruled out by Xu Yuan. It is not that Kunlun is not good, but that such regional names are not suitable for naming the only human being. As for the Shenzhou, it was good, but considering that there were many people from other countries among the more than 80,000 people, Xu Yuan ruled it out. Finally, only 3 were left, Europa 4, Hope, and Humanity. These 3 names each have their own advantages and disadvantages. The name of the first choice, Europa 4, emphasizes its meaning because Europa 4 saved mankind, and mankind also built spaceships with Europa IV's resources. Naming the spaceship after it is undoubtedly the best way to commemorate this planet that is about to be bid farewell. As for the human number, there is no need to say much. Human. The hope does not have much directional meaning, but as its name suggests, it directly expresses that this ship is the hope of mankind. Xu Yuan hesitated for a while and was a little undecided for a moment. After a while, Xu Yuan slowly let go of the tablet in his hand, letting it float quietly on his chest. Then he stretched out his index finger and lightly tapped it, letting it slowly float towards Long Xiaolin. Let's call it hope. Hope, simple and straightforward. It is the hope of mankind and the hope of civilization. If Xu Yuan had followed his previous character, he would have been more likely to choose Ganymede 4, but just now, he thought of a better place for the name Ganymede 4. That is the battleship that remains on the drawing board. Although the construction plan was cancelled before, 3 mounting interfaces were still reserved. The 3 reserved positions are 120 degrees apart from each other, which are obviously reserved for future battleship mounting. Although Xu Yuan said at the time that humans could only afford 1 battleship at most, the designers would not be so stupid as to reserve only 1 space. After all, there are not enough people now, but there will always be enough in the future. Therefore, as long as humans can successfully overcome this difficulty in the future, the battleship will definitely be built. Then we will call it the Jovian 4. With Long Xiaolin's departure, the name of this residential barrel-shaped spaceship was determined Hope. Previously, China had a set of basic rules for naming spaceships. Generally, battleships were called ships and general-purpose spaceships were named numbers. Now the new government also uses this naming method. Therefore, the large barrel-shaped spaceship with comprehensive living function is called No. XX, and the future battleship is named in the form of XX ship. The Hope is 980 meters long and consists of 10 5-hull discs stacked on top of each other, with a radius of 550 meters. The outermost layer of each disc is connected to a 60-meter-high building hanging module. When fully loaded, it can accommodate up to 140,000 people, and the current population is over 88,000. It is a habitable spaceship with a complete power system, air circulation system, water circulation system, and of course a garbage disposal system. Not only that, the Hope also has a planting cabin specifically used for agriculture, an artificial starch production cabin, a clothing and fabric production cabin for basic living needs, a special production cabin for toiletries, and so on. It has all the functions of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Hope is powered by 3 large nuclear fission thrusters located on the outboard side aft of the central shaft. Since there is no front-end thruster, if the Hope spaceship wants to brake, it can only turn around by turning on the steering engines located on the stators at both ends and the vector engines located on the outside of the large discs at both ends for attitude adjustment, and then use reverse thrust to slow down. The large discs at the 2 ends do not rotate with the large disc of the living cabin. They are fixed on the stators, so from the overall perspective, the Hope looks like a large cylinder with fixed ends and rotating in the middle. Reporting to the commander, all personnel have boarded the ship, all civilians have been arranged for accommodation, and all supplies and energy have been properly placed. Reporting to the director, the nuclear reactor has been started up, the main power system test has been completed, and the fault point 2 was found to be caused by temperature difference leading to resistance coupling changes. All of them have been eliminated, and it is running normally after restarting again. Reporting to the chief, the fuel filling of the number 1 main thruster is 100% complete, the fuel filling of the number 2 main thruster is 100% complete, and the fuel filling of the No. 3 main thruster is 97% complete. Reporting to the chief, the thruster joint control system has completed the joint test, the signal transmission is normal, the remote sensing control is normal, and the 3 machine joint simulation is normal. It can be started at any time. Reporting to the chief, the number 1 shaft is powered on, the number 2 shaft is powered on, the number 3 shaft is powered on, and the number 10 shaft is powered on. The digital signals of each control console are normal. The 10-axis linkage simulation is normal, and the split-axis single motion simulation is normal. Inside the Hope Spaceship Control Center, staff members were reporting test information one after another. The control center of the Hope is also the main control room and the cockpit. It is located on the fifth turntable of the spaceship. It is made into a large cabin with a net space length, width, and height of approximately 3012.6 meters. Although the cockpit is also inside the big disk, the floor is very flat. In fact, not only the control room has a flat floor, but all living cabins and other types of cabins have flat floors. This is because humans are used to walking on flat ground, so it is designed this way. Xu Yuan first sat on the big chair in the command center, which was also the captain's seat of the Hope. 3 steps down from the chair and a little further forward stood a large terminal screen, and on both sides of the large screen were 2 rows of various sub-control terminals. Now, each staff member is sitting in front of the sub-control terminal, facing the small screen in front of him, or pressing and fiddling with the operating table with his hands, and then reporting the feedback information he has received. It takes more than one person to control such a large ship. Just like now, in this cockpit or control center, there are crew members with various functions. There are helmsmen, assistant helmsmen, navigators, communicators, safety officers, etc. There are also captains, first mates, second mates, scientific officers, and various civilian staff, and of course the chief engineer and security team members. Since the Hope has no weapon system, there is currently no such position as a fire controller. Okay, connect to the Hope ship-wide broadcast. Xu Yuan stood up from the captain's seat and hooked his feet on the stabilizer to prevent himself from floating up. Yes, the broadcast is connected. The operator quickly operated on the console and responded. Xu Yuan looked at the large screen that had been switched to a collection of scenes from various workplaces on the spaceship and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Hope Command Center, and I am Xu Yuan. Attention everyone on board. Hope will officially enter into operation in 10 minutes. Attention everyone on board. Hope will officially enter into operation in 10 minutes. Those who are still floating in a weightless state, please return to the cabin floor immediately, pack up all kinds of floating objects immediately, and secure your body to avoid unnecessary injuries." Although all the supplies and equipment that everyone could carry had been loaded onto the ship, the spaceship had not yet started to rotate, so everything on board was still in a state of weightlessness. Many people were still floating in their cabins. Although most living cabins were only 2.8 meters high, they would still get injured if they suddenly fell down. Logically speaking, 10 minutes is far from enough. But since some preparations have been made before, people don't need to pack everything, so 10 minutes is just right. During these 10 minutes, Xu Yuan did not stand there waiting, but continued to speak in the full-band broadcast. "My compatriots, we came from prosperity, struggled in despair, and rebuilt our homeland in ruins. The Hope is the crystallization of our wisdom, a spaceship built with the blood and sweat of scientists, engineers, and tens of millions of compatriots. Now, it will carry the hope of all of us and sail to the other side of life. I know some people are nostalgic for COE. This base we have worked so hard to build, but we should all understand that COE is our temporary harbor, and the lack of energy does not allow us to stay here for long. Now, we are about to bid farewell to Jupiter and set foot on the Sea of Stars. Even though the journey to the vast starry sky is long and there are endless dangers at the other end of the Sea of Stars, we will not look back." After a pre-departure talk, 10 minutes passed quickly. Xu Yuan also stopped at the right time, as if he had calculated the time perfectly. After turning off the ship-wide broadcast, Xu Yuan returned to his seat, straightened his posture, and announced, "Let's get started." Clear. The number 1 shaft has been officially closed and powered on. The coil is working normally. The magnetic field strength is stable. The number 1 shaft begins to rotate. The preset angular velocity in the first stage is 0.45 rmp. The second shaft is officially closed and powered on to start rotating. The first stage preset angular velocity is 0.45 rmp. The third axis starts to rotate. The first stage has an angular velocity of 0.45 rpm. It is running normally, and the simulated gravity effect meets expectations. The fifth axis starts to rotate. The first stage default angular velocity is 0.45 rmp. The 10th axis starts to run. The first stage default angular speed is 0.45 rmp. The shaft coordination system is connected. Turntable speed fine-tuning begins. The shaft synchronization has been turned on. The The synchronization of the 10 shafts has been completed, and the simulated gravity at each monitoring point has reached the expected value. As reports rang out in the control center, Hope began to rotate from the first turntable to the 10th turntable, gradually increasing in speed. After a while, the synchronization system of the rotating shaft began to coordinate the 10 turntables, causing them to change from fast and slow to a relatively static state. At this moment, everyone on the Hope felt the presence of gravity, and the familiar feeling on Ganymede returned. 0.45 RMP means 0.45 revolutions per minute. At this speed, the people on the spaceship can probably feel the same gravity as on Ganymede. This is the first stage default speed. People need to adapt. The scientific officers and engineers on the Hope took this into consideration. That is, people have lived on Ganymede for a very long time. If they were to turn it around now and let the spacecraft simulate gravity to reach the level of the Earth, it is estimated that everyone would immediately turn into cartilage. Therefore, the best way is to first allow the Hope to produce the Jovian quadruple gravity conditions that people have lived in for many years. After everyone has adapted a little, we will increase the speed. In the second stage, the speed will be increased from 0.45 RMP to 0.64 RMP. By then, the simulated gravitational acceleration generated by Hope will be about 2.48 meters per second. Then, after a period of time, when people's bodies have adapted to this change, the third stage of speed increase will be carried out, 0.91 RMP. By then, the simulated gravitational acceleration generated by Hope will be about 5 meters per second. Just keep improving it gradually, and by the fourth stage, it will reach 7.6 meters per second. In the fifth stage, it will reach 9.8 meters per second. Of course, because there is a height difference of about 60 meters in the cabin, there will be some fluctuations in this value between the lowest and highest floors. Seeking, pushing, month, collection, evaluation. After reaching the fifth stage, Hope will continue to rotate at a speed of approximately 1.27 RPM and then embark on its journey to the stars. Although humans have lived on Jupiter for decades, it is far inferior to Earth. Whether it is the physiological structure, cell memory, growth process, or genetic information, humans have all evolved to adapt to the Earth's environment. It has been more than 4 billion years since the first single-celled animal appeared. Therefore, no matter what time it is, the Earth's gravity environment is the most suitable for humans. For this reason, the new government decided that the final simulated gravity of the Hope spacecraft be set to a value similar to that of the Earth's environment. The rotation speed of 1.27 RMP prevents humans from being adversely affected by the Coriolis effect. It can be said that the design of the Hope spacecraft has met expectations. More than a month passed quickly. During this period, the speed of the spacecraft was gradually increased step by step. People also went through rounds of adaptation and regained the feeling of the Earth's gravity environment. In fact, if hibernation time is included, most people have lived in the environment of Jupiter for decades, and it is impossible for them to readapt to the Earth's gravity environment in just over a month. However, due to the needs of space development, humans already had some relevant drugs to assist in the adaptation process long before the disaster occurred. As the human body adapts to the microgravity environment, the amount of fluid in the body will decrease by a full liter, and because the cardiovascular system does not need to overcome gravity to supply blood to the brain, myocardial function will gradually weaken. If we want to return to the Earth's gravity environment, it must be a slow process. Hope, set sail. Target. Ross 154. After everyone had adapted to the spaceship environment, Yuan finally gave the order he had been waiting for more than 40 years. This target was not chosen at random, but was determined by astronomers as the best destination after decades of observation. According to normal thinking, it would be best to go to the nearest star that is too far away, but the nearest neighboring star, including the Centauri triple star system to which it belongs, has exploded, so humans naturally cannot go there. So scientists had to choose another destination. After decades of studying the direction and speed of Ganymede's drift in space, the direction of the dust cloud after the supernova explosion, and comparing it with several of the stars closest to humans, the number of planets it has, the possible distribution of resources, and other comprehensive factors, they finally came to the conclusion that Ross 154 is the best. There is actually a star that is even closer, Wolf 359, which is only 7.7 light-years away. It was originally the first choice, but the system it is in only has 2 planets, one rocky and one gaseous. According to scientists' observation data, the rocky planet is still close to its main sequence star. Judging from its orbital position and the surface temperature of the main sequence star, the surface temperature of the rocky planet is very likely to remain between 480 and 500 degrees Celsius. On a planet with such a harsh environment, humans simply cannot mine resources on it. Ross 154 is much better. According to the radial velocity method, humans know that it has 7 planets, 2 of which are likely to be giant gas planets, and the other 5 are rocky planets. The key is whether the 5 rocky planets are the closest to the main sequence star. The so-called radial velocity method, in simple terms, is a method of detecting whether a star system has planets based on the gravitational interaction between planets and stars. It is one of the 7 methods for detecting exoplanets. It is roughly based on the gravitational influence of a planet on its main sequence star. When a planet orbits, its gravity will cause the star to sway slightly. The larger the planet, the greater the influence on the star. This wobble of a star can tell us how many planets a system has and how big they are. The technique is also called the Duquesne method because it measures the gravitational pull on starlight, which changes the color of light. Scientists speculate that in addition to the 5 rocky planets, there should be many satellite systems, which would be a paradise for humans today. Although Ross 154 is a red dwarf star with a surface temperature of only 3470 Kelvin, or 3,196.85 degrees Celsius. With today's human technology, as long as it is a luminous star, there is a way to obtain energy. Following Xu Yanshi's order, the Hope, the spaceship carrying all the hopes of mankind, finally embarked on this long and slow journey of 9.545 light-years. In fact, Ross 154 was originally about 9.693 light-years away from the solar system, but because Ganymede carried humans for a distance, the distance became 9,545 light-years when the Hope set sail. The light of nuclear fission illuminated the dark Jupiter, and the azure flames illuminated the silver Hope. Located in Jovian quadrupedal orbit, Hope began to slowly change orbit under the propulsion of 3 huge fission thrusters. Its orbit changes from a circle to an ellipse. Yes, unlike the awesome interstellar travel in novels, the Hope did not fly out from the synchronous orbit of Europa all at once. It needed to change orbits again and again, and then fly out with the help of Europa's gravity. Yes, it's a gravity slingshot. Although the mass of Ganymede is pitifully small and is not suitable for use as a gravity slingshot planet, humans now have nothing but Ganymede. Naturally, humans, who are short of energy, are unwilling to let go of any power they can use. Moreover, humans also need to correct the direction of Hope during the process of changing its trajectory. Slowly, Hope's circular orbit became elliptical and then became a flat orbit. In the following days, the Hope orbited the star like a comet, sometimes farther away and sometimes closer. At the same time, the people on the Hope prepared for the final acceleration. All parameters have been corrected, and Hope will soon enter the acceleration phase. Hopeful calls rang out again from the command center. Hope has completed its posture adjustment and is expected to enter the scheduled acceleration trajectory in 1 minute and 23 seconds. All engine crews are in place. The main thrusters will be at full power in 1 minute and 20 seconds. The signal from the exterior camera is normal and is being connected to the screens throughout the Hope. Listening to the reports and calls, Xu Yanshi sat calmly in the captain's seat. The picture on the big screen in front of him had been divided into 9 parts, becoming 9 exterior scenes, which looked like a 9-square grid. In the picture, there is a half-length portrait of the Hope, a long tongue of flames from the thrusters, a dark starry sky, and of course the figure of the 4th planet, which is gradually moving away. Goodbye, Jupiter's 4th satellite Ganymede, Xu Yanshi said silently in his heart as he watched Ganymede slowly fade away from the screen. There are still a lot of traces of human industry on Ganymede, including many factories that cannot be removed and super large machinery and equipment. Humans have not destroyed these things. They will represent the traces of human presence and accompany Ganymede on another wandering journey, disappearing in the vast sea of stars. If a civilization is extremely lucky, we might encounter it in the distant future. However, this is not something that humans can care about now. In fact, there is another reason why humans did not blow up the remaining projects and super large equipment, and that is to save energy. As the Hope was approaching Jupiter, the light of the thrusters on the Hope suddenly grew larger. The strong interaction force allowed the Hope to completely break free from Jupiter's gravitational field and slowly disappear into the boundless starry sky. This was the first interstellar voyage in human history, and it was also a one-way trip. 9.545 light-years is so far away that even if humans travel in the direction of the diffusion of residual interstellar dust, there is still no chance for humans to make any mistakes. But if we don't set off, there will be no chance at all. The current conditions in the universe are the same as what astronomers had estimated before, filled with interstellar dust, which is the residual ashes dispersed after supernova explosions. Although the temperature of these interstellar dusts has dropped, they are still moving at a considerable speed. In the near future, their speed will become slower and slower and thinner. Scientists have calculated that the interstellar dust in the area where humans are currently is about 2% of the speed of light, but this is already quite thin and within the tolerance range of the Hope. In this case, humans also took this factor into consideration when choosing the direction of travel, so it is somewhat different from what Gander said before. Not only does interstellar dust not become an obstacle to the Hope, it also becomes the driving force for the spaceship to move forward. This is another benefit brought by the Hope's strong outer material. Of course, since the hydrogen element that permeates the interstellar space is already relatively thin, this driving force is not very large, but it is better than nothing. Just like this, I hope to spin and slowly accelerate towards my destination. Its speed will reach its maximum value, 1% of the speed of light, after 30 years, and then enter the inertial flight phase. When it is about to reach its destination, its thrusters will be restarted, and it will take another 30 years to decelerate. 9.545 light-years is undoubtedly a long and insurmountable distance for modern humans. If there is no other way, humans will never set foot in the starry sky at this time, because in the face of the interstellar space, the 1% light speed travel that humans once prided themselves on is really too insignificant. Everyone knew that this voyage would be a one-way trip, and everyone knew that this would be a road full of thorns, but no one backed down. The Hope broke free from the gravitational pull of Jupiter's fourth moon and slowly headed for deep space. People saw that in the images sent back by the location cameras, the planet named Ganymede gradually became smaller and darker, and finally sank into the dark background of the universe, and no trace of it could be seen anymore. Goodbye, Joe. Everyone said goodbye silently in their hearts. They knew that this departure would be a farewell forever. After expressing their gratitude, people began to go to their designated hibernation chambers to hibernate as per the new government's plan. In order to prepare for this voyage, humans made a lot of preparations during the initial 40 years of waiting, but due to technical problems, it was impossible to let everyone sleep for 1,000 years. There are two types of hibernation drugs for humans. One is short-term and the other is long-term. Short-term drugs are less than 3 years, and long-term drugs are more than 3 years. However, long-term hibernation does not allow you to sleep for 1,000 years at a time. Not to mention that drugs cannot last that long, and equipment cannot operate for thousands of years at a time. So humans can only use multiple long-term hibernation to solve the problem. With current human technology, the theoretical longest hibernation period is 180 years. However, to be on the safe side, all long-term hibernation chambers are not set at the highest value, but range from 30 to 170 years. This is designed to take into account the rotation situation. After people wake up, rotating technicians can use the 3 to 5 month recovery period to test and maintain equipment to ensure the safety of people's subsequent hibernation. The technicians on duty not only have to maintain the hibernation chamber, but also have to maintain the Hope for any faults that may occur during the process. Nearly 1,000 years is really too long. Even if it is the most advanced and durable equipment, we cannot guarantee that it can run for thousands of years without any failure. In order to solve various problems that may arise during the voyage, in addition to using a rotating hibernation system, humans have also backed up various equipment on the Hope. Take the nuclear reactors that provide power to the Hope, for example. There are 2 of them, one for backup and one for use. There are many such designs, all prepared for this long voyage. As time passed, people entered the hibernation chamber one after another, and the lights in the Hope's living quarters went out one by one. No human being can withstand the erosion of thousands of years. Xu Yuan is no match for him either. Even though he inhaled the red gas, he can only live for 500 years at most. 1,000 years is enough for him to die twice. So he had to hibernate during this voyage. However, he did not hibernate immediately like other ordinary people, but hibernated after the acceleration phase of the spaceship was completed. The spaceship sped up by 30 years, which was exactly the time when the first batch of hibernators woke up and took turns on duty. As for the group of young technicians who had been guarding the spaceship and accelerating it for 30 years with Xu Yuan, by the time the first group woke up from hibernation, they were already in their 50s or 60s. Xu Yuan suddenly became over 90 years old. According to the plan, the first batch of technicians who wake up will stay on the job for 10 years, then the second batch of technicians will wake up and take over their jobs, and then the first batch will enter a long hibernation of up to 170 years, and this rotation will continue until they finally reach their destination. In the navigation plan, such a rotation system must also do its utmost to ensure that the personnel on duty will not die of old age due to being on duty for too long. There is no way. The human population is too small now, and the birth rate during the voyage is pitifully low. Basically, except for those who have been awake for the first 30 years, there will be no newborns during the rotation period. After all, each batch of on-duty personnel only works for 10 years, which is totally not enough time. Therefore, every human life is precious. Time flies. It has been 30 years since the Hope set sail. Today, Xu Yuan, who has written his last sailing journal, will also go into hibernation. After turning off the camera that was recording the voyage diary, Xu Yuan walked through the deserted corridor from his room to the control center. When Xu Yuan arrived at the control center, he saw only a few people on duty, which seemed particularly deserted. But he was used to it and it was no problem. He also knew that the staff on duty at that time did not have anything important to deal with, because except for the necessary manual posts, everything else was basically controlled by the intelligent AI program. Xu Yuan knew all of this very well, so after arriving at the control center, he ignored the seemingly idle personnel on duty and casually walked to the large screen in front of the captain's seat and said, "Sky Riverlight, turn on the exterior camera." "Okay, we are accessing the outdoor data for you." Friendly reminder. There are no planets near the space where Hope is currently located, and the outdoor scenery will be sparsely populated with stars. This is one of the main causes of deep space claustrophobia in humans. Are you sure you want to turn it on? A highly realistic electronic, synthesized voice replied. The supercomputer on the Hope is called the Light of the Milky Way. Because the designer had a naming problem, the intelligent AI design based on the supercomputer Tianhe's light is also called the Light of the Milky Way. Forget about turning it off. Just help me open the skylight for the exterior view. Xu Yuan paused for a moment after hearing this, then turned and walked towards the slightly curved wall next to him. It wasn't that he had deep space claustrophobia, but he felt that seeing it with his own eyes was more real than seeing it on the screen, so he changed his mind on the spur of the moment. Deep space claustrophobia has been found in some personnel on duty in recent years. It is a condition in which humans feel boundless loneliness psychologically because they experience the vastness of the starry sky and their own insignificance after entering space. It is considered a mental illness and the incidence rate is not high, but Tianhe Wang still gives a friendly reminder. "Okay, sir, but I still need to remind you." "I know. No need to say more." Xu Yuan interrupted AI Tianhe Wang's friendly reminder. He knew the following content, which was simply more likely to be fatal if seen with one's own eyes than on the screen. The skylight wall is made of a special optical material. After the opening command is transmitted, the original white wall seems to be melted, changing from opaque to one-way light transmitting. One-way light transmission means that the outside can be seen from the inside, but the inside cannot be seen from the outside. The starlight that is allowed to pass through the skylight wall is reflected in Xu Yuan's eyes. After the interstellar dust gradually became thinner, many bright stars returned to people's view. In addition, the Hope was already in the space environment and was not affected by the atmosphere like the Earth, so the starry sky returned to people's view. However, because the observation position had changed, after watching for a while, Yu Yuan couldn't recognize which bright spot corresponded to which star. He tried to find the most recognizable Big Dipper, but still couldn't find any similar stars. Maybe the direction is wrong, Yu Yuan said to himself. So he looked for a while longer, but by the time the Hope spaceship had completed a full rotation and the sky had returned to its original state, he still hadn't found the 7 stars of the North Star. So, he stopped looking and just quietly looked at the starry sky. The Hope was rotating all the time, but from the mountain's perspective, he could only see the starry sky emerging from the edge of the skylight above his head and then falling from the edge of the skylight below his feet. He did not feel that he was rotating. After no longer focusing on finding the 7 stars of the North Fight, the breath of deep space hit me in the face. At this moment, Yu Yuan seemed to feel the breath from the universe. The starry sky is deep and silent, and the universe is dark and cold. The universe is so huge. The diameter of the Milky Way alone is 100,000 light-years, and this is just its star-dense galactic disk. If the sparsely starred outer regions are included, its diameter will reach 160,000 light-years, and the number of stars will reach 300 billion. What a vast concept this is. Humans are now doing their best to cross distances of less than 10 light-years. According to current human estimates, there are more than 200 billion galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe. Even if humanity's hope is the sun, it is too small compared to the entire universe. The metaphor of a grain of sand in the boundless ocean is an exaggeration. Even a water molecule in the ocean is not appropriate enough. The universe is too old. People have calculated through microwave background radiation and a series of other observations that our universe is 26.7 billion years old, not actually confirmed, but used here. And its diameter is obviously much larger than this value, because it has been expanding at an accelerating rate since the moment the universe was born. It has only been a few million years since the birth of the earliest humans. Even if we count from the time of the ancient apes, it has only been 14 million years. Even if we count from the moment when the first single-celled organism was born, it has only been 3.5 billion years. If we count the history of civilization, it has only been 6,000 years. In a trance, Yu Yuan suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart: loneliness, insignificance, cruelty, and coldness. The emotion came suddenly and swept into his heart in an instant. At this moment, Yu Yuan felt as if he was in a void, surrounded by bright stars, beautiful and mysterious, and the sky behind the stars was extremely deep and dark. Suddenly, he felt darkness sweeping over him, and the whole person seemed to be falling into the endless deep space. Loneliness and solitude were like a giant beast in the deep sky, madly devouring his soul. At this moment, Yu Yuan closed his eyes for a long time. When he opened them again, the confusion in his eyes was gone. "Is this deep space claustrophobia?" he murmured as he looked straight at the starry sky again, his eyes full of determination. It's not that Yu Yuan was not affected. It's just that he knew the source of loneliness and solitude. Human beings are too small and too young. Yu Yuan remembers the feeling he had when he first looked up at the starry sky. At first he was yearning, and then he became more and more fascinated. Then he felt the gap between vastness and insignificance, and then a feeling of emptiness and loneliness came over him. The feeling of being in the dark starry sky now is like that feeling amplified countless times. "Sky River Light, close the skylight." Yu Yuan ordered the intelligent AI, then turned around and left the control center. The first batch of hibernating personnel have been awakened for 2 months and should have adapted to the situation. It is also time for Yu Yuan to go back to hibernation. Before going into hibernation, Yu Yuan called Zhu Pit, who had woken up 2 months ago, to take over for duty, and talked to him for a while. Yu Yuan is not worried that there will be problems with the new government after he goes into hibernation. Although his power has reached the point of dictatorship, he is not yet in a state of isolation. The conversation with Zhu Pit was mainly to explain some precautions on duty and safety issues. After that, Yu Yuan came to his own room. This is a separate hibernation room with only one hibernation capsule. As the supreme leader of civilization, Yu Yuan enjoys this treatment. And for the sake of safety, in order to enter this room, One must be the highest leader on duty and have sufficient reasons. Otherwise, the intelligent AI Tianhe light will not open the door for you. If the door is opened, it means that the intelligent AI Tianhe light has awakened Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, who possesses the only T0 authority, follows the guidance of the artificial intelligence AI Tianhe, puts on a special hibernation suit, swallows the hibernation medicine in one gulp, and then lies down in the hibernation capsule and falls asleep quietly. Hibernation drugs protect the human brain and other organs, and also have a sleep-inducing effect. When he fell into a deep sleep, the hibernation chamber system was officially activated, bringing him from normal sleep to deep cold hibernation. As the mountains went into hibernation, humanity's millennium journey also entered its second phase, inertial navigation. This is the longest phase of humanity's current voyage, from the moment the three giant thrusters were shut down to the moment they were restarted, a total of about 900 years. During this long period of time, the Hope will carry sleeping humans across the boundless sea of stars to the other side of Hope. The night clock has run out, and thousands of years have passed. Time can make everything become obsolete, and years can make everything become old. As people age, they are bound to develop various diseases. The Hope, a human technological creation, is no exception under the erosion of time. When Yu Yuan woke up for the first time, he learned from the technicians that there was an air leak in the number 3145 cabin of the Hope. He then flipped through the weekly voyage log and discovered that during his hibernation period, various faults had occurred in other parts of the Hope, such as the burning of the thermal cycle booster boiler, 18 power supply line failures in the plantation, 3 sets of outdoor cameras being scrapped, a failure in the air compressor of pipeline number 777, a failure in the circuit of surveillance camera No. 64, and a series of other minor problems. During this period, the nuclear reactor was also refueled once and is currently being used as a backup reactor. They were all minor issues, and the staff on duty took care of them all. When he woke up the second time, there were more failure points, dealing with various mechanical failures and the first control system failure. When he woke up for the third time, the mechanical failure rate had increased a lot and became more frequent, and there were casualties. Yu Yuan discovered that in this situation, the personnel on duty chose to replace the spare parts with new ones in the warehouse, and at the same time threw away all the old parts that were completely damaged and could not be reused from the spaceship. This method of handling is not the whim of the duty personnel, but is already written into the maintenance charter of the Hope. The Hope has been doing this kind of behavior of rushing and throwing garbage into space. All the garbage that cannot be reused is handled in this way, in order to reduce the weight of the Hope as much as possible. Of course, gradually reducing the weight of the spacecraft in this way is indeed pitiful, but every bit counts. He woke up 5 times, and the hibernation chamber was damaged due to age, killing 178 people. If it weren't for the emergency awakening system, all of them would have died. When they woke up for the 6th time, the hibernation chambers were too damaged, which caused problems with replenishment, and the 380 people had to stay awake all the time. In order to prevent these people from dying of old age, the duty leader planned to temporarily wake up some of them, shorten their hibernation time, and then evenly distribute this time to these people. However, those who had to stay awake due to the hibernation chamber malfunction were very dedicated. They dedicated the rest of their lives to others, took the initiative to work in the hibernation chamber production workshop, and made their own contributions to the subsequent replenishment of the hibernation chamber. For 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 400 years, 500 years, and 600 years, mankind has been moving forward with such difficulty. Hope will repair whatever is broken and patch whatever is leaking. On this star road, time, transformed into the beast of years, is mankind's greatest enemy. The Hope was badly damaged by the beast. 800 years after its voyage, its hull was covered with marks of various repairs, like a frail old man with a candle. By the 900th year, the Hope had completely turned into a ragged beggar. All its parts were extremely old, and its electrical circuits were full of faults. It could not be completely repaired, but its main components were still functioning, and it had not completely collapsed. By this time, the number of casualties due to problems with the hibernation chamber caused by obsolete electrical equipment or parts replenishment had reached 1,773. The number of casualties due to the Hope leaving the warehouse for repairs had also reached 78. A total of 323 people died due to air leaks caused by old components, collapse and falling of the living compartment, or chain failures caused by the piercing of the cabin wall due to the fall of the upper deck. But thanks to people's persistence, the Hope still staggers towards its goal. There is only the last section of the journey, but it is the most difficult one. The Strategies of the Warring States says that the journey of 100 miles begins with half of the journey. This refers to the difficulty of the last mile. If you walk 90 miles out of 100 miles, you are only halfway there. This old saying still applies to the Hope. The relationship between the humans on the Hope and this ancient culture is a continuation of the past, so the leadership on the Hope is well aware of the difficulties and dangers of this final leg of the journey. Of course, there are corresponding countermeasures. That is, more rotation personnel will be arranged as time goes on. As the top leader, Xu Yuan also woke up from his last hibernation 1 year before the spaceship entered the deceleration phase. From the deceleration phase to when the Hope reaches its destination, Xu Yuan will no longer hibernate. He will stay in the command center and accompany the Hope to complete this final journey. After waking up, Xu Yuan adapted to the situation for more than a month, and then worked with the crew on duty for several months to prepare for the Hope to enter the deceleration phase. After that, the Nozomi's scheduled deceleration time finally arrived. On this day, Xu Yuan came to the control center as usual, and then he waited for the time to jump to the calculated moment, and then he directly announced, "Let's start. Hope, turn the engine and prepare it. Countdown 30 seconds, 30, 29, 28 Nozomi. The auxiliary thrusters are ready. The thruster vector nozzle parameters are normal. The data has been connected to the dedicated engine control system. The coordinated linkage system has been docked, and the auxiliary steering is ready. Gyroscope is working properly, outdoor camera is turned on, remote radar is turned on, and the signal is normal, connecting to the main screen engine unit report. Number 1 main thruster self-check completed. Number 2 main thruster self-check completed. Number 3 main thruster self-check completed. Fault point 7. Eliminated 7. Ignition procedure is ready. As the voices of staff at various posts rang out, the Hope finally entered the deceleration phase. The steering engines at the front and rear ends of Hope started up, and the vector nozzles, under the auxiliary control of the intelligent AI light of the Milky Way, began to spray flames in various preset directions. The auxiliary thrusters in the linked control state also joined this process. The Hope slowly changed its posture. The original tail slowly rotates forward, and the head rotates backward. Of course, since the Hope is the only physical object in the entire space, if you only look at the Hope from the outside with a god's perspective, you have no idea whether it is rotating or not, because there is no reference. Moreover, because the turn was very slow and the spaceship was in a constant speed motion, the people on the spaceship could hardly feel that the spaceship was turning. But flying a spaceship is not done by feeling or seeing with the naked eye. Through instruments such as gyroscopes and the pulsating satellite positioning method, staff can know the degree of the spacecraft's rotation every second from the equipment feedback. After being processed by artificial intelligence, AI, these data are now converted into intuitive image outputs, allowing many administrative personnel who cannot see the parameters to intuitively understand the real-time status of the spacecraft on the big screen. Xu Yuan is now also staring at the animation display on the big screen. 15 minutes later, the Hope completed its turn. The next moment, the people on the spaceship suddenly felt a shake, followed by a slight push on their backs from their seats. Thanks to Nguyen Songyan, Yang, and everyone else for their comments. At this moment, everyone in the control center knew that the main thrusters had started and Hope had officially entered the 30-year deceleration phase. At this moment, from the screen connected by the outdoor camera, it can be seen that there is a slight cloud on the surface of the Hope. People know that this is the interstellar dust accumulated in the gaps of the spacecraft due to the long-term and rapid movement of the Hope. This scene was like an old beggar squatting motionless in the corner of the wall, suddenly shook his tattered clothes, as if he had regained some vitality, sitting up in shock from his dying illness. For some reason, Xu Yuan, who was watching this scene on the screen, suddenly remembered this sentence. Over 900 years have passed. Even though the Hope is just a spaceship, everyone can feel the traces of the pig-killing knife of time on it. The Hope has successfully entered the deceleration phase. Although it is old and feeble, its frame is still strong enough. There are still 30 years to enter the target galaxy. The Hope is currently about 900 Australian dollars away from the target star. At this distance, the target star cannot be distinguished from other stars with the naked eye. During the last 2 months of the deceleration phase, the humans on the Hope gradually woke up from hibernation. At this time, Hope has officially entered the target system. At this distance, Ross 154 has become the brightest star in the sky. When people wake up, they open their windows and look toward this star of hope, with tears in their eyes. We did it. After 1,000 years, we are finally here. After thousands of years, people finally feel the light of the stars again. Yes, although I had a premonition that this day would come, it was still unbelievable when it really happened. We actually crossed the starry sea and came to another new world. It seems like yesterday. My memory is still stuck on the last time I hibernated. A day in the cave is 1,000 years in the world. The time difference caused by hibernation makes people who have just woken up feel a little dazed, and they need time to adapt. In the following period of time, the dilapidated Hope will end the deceleration phase, and then adjust its attitude again and head towards the target planet. Unlike ordinary people, scientists at this time have already begun planning various explorations of this galaxy. They plan to release all 8 satellites stored on the Hope at once. After all, as for artificial satellites, as long as the target planet for the Hope to dock is determined, they can create more. The top priority now is detect, and detect again. The gears of time never stopped. As soon as the deceleration phase was completed, Hope, like a hen laying eggs, launched one artificial satellite after another towards the rocky planets in the Ross 154 system. Various telescopes, spectrometers, and other equipment on Hope were also aimed at each planet. As time goes by, Ross 154's true face gradually reveals itself to humans. Ross 154 is a red dwarf star with a metal abundance of 0.07. There are 2 ways to express the metal abundance of a star. One is to compare the total mass of all elements in the star except hydrogen and helium with the total mass of the galaxy system and express it as a ratio. Obviously, this method cannot produce a negative number. So the metal abundance here is 0.07, which is another way of expressing it, that is, the logarithmic difference between the iron-hydrogen ratio of the star and the iron-hydrogen ratio of the Sun. Since the iron-hydrogen ratio of the Sun is equal to 0, the value is a negative number for stars with lower metal abundance than the Sun, and a positive number otherwise. Today, the value of this star is 0.07, which gives you an idea of how young it is. This is indeed the case. In the observation data sent back, scientists saw that it was only 756.3 million years old, a very young star. In the life of a red dwarf star, which can last hundreds of billions of years, it is equivalent to a newborn baby. Its period is 8.472 days, and its escape velocity is 466.29 meters per second. Its spectral type is M3V, with the M prefix indicating a surface temperature of less than 3,500 Kelvin. Its average diameter is 12,579.65 kilometers, which is a fraction smaller than Jupiter, but its mass is 1/10 that of the Sun, or about 104 times that of Jupiter. There are 7 planets in the Ross 154 system. They are numbered by humans in order of distance from the track as Ross 154-1, Ross 154-2, Ross 154-3, Ross 154-4, Ross 154-5, Ross 154-6, and Ross 154-7. Ross 154-1, the planet closest to the main sequence star, is a gas planet. Its average distance to Ross 154 is only 2,707,243 kilometers, equivalent to 0.018 astronomical units, which can be said to be very close. However, its diameter reaches 118,168.87 kilometers, which is almost as large as the main sequence star. It is a miracle that it was not siped away by stars as raw materials during the formation of the galaxy. It is worth mentioning that in the Ross 154 system, there is another giant gas planet that is larger than it, even larger than its main sequence star. That is the Ross 154-5 on the 5th orbit, with a diameter of 139,800 kilometers. This guy is bigger than the Ross 154, which is a star. Among these two giant gas planets, the one closest to the main sequence star, Ross 154-1, has no satellites, while Ross 154-5 has a full 28 satellites. However, except for the two closest ones, which are relatively large spherical rocky satellites, the others are irregular asteroids with very small mass. Oh, small satellites. Of course, these giant gas planets and their satellites are not the targets of humanity's current stopover. This time, the target of human beings is the fourth planet in this solar system, Ross 154-4. It is a rocky planet with an average orbital radius of about 0.2 astronomical units and an elliptical orbit. Its orbital period is 101.65 days, which means that 102.65 days on Earth is equal to its 1 year. Its diameter is about 10,124.6 kilometers, slightly smaller than the Earth, and its average surface temperature is 118.3 degrees Celsius, but due to the presence of greenhouse gases, its maximum surface temperature can reach 70 degrees Celsius. This is a planet with an atmosphere. Its main components are 61.4% nitrogen, 36% carbon monoxide, 2.63% methane, and small amounts of ethylene, ethane, argon, neon, carbon dioxide, etc. The atmospheric pressure is 0.02 atm, which is 0.02 standard atmospheric pressure. In fact, the sixth planet is a rocky planet like the seventh, but according to the detection data, these two planets do not have satellites. So after repeated analysis, humans chose Ross 154-4 as the stopover point. Because it has 4 asteroids or satellites of the same size as asteroids, according to the data sent back by the artificial satellites launched, they are found to contain a large amount of solid water. Hope can directly approach them and replenish sufficient water resources for humans. After all, their diameter is only 200 or 300 kilometers, and their mass is small, so their gravity will not have much impact on Hope. Although it is a little far away, it is safer. Moreover, there is a huge gas planet in the outer orbit of this planet, which can also provide visual shielding to a certain extent. Having experienced an unexpected disaster, humans have also learned to protect themselves. Although humans do not know the background of the universe, it is always right to be careful and hide. After setting the target, the tattered Hope slowly sailed into the star system and slowly approached the orbit of the planet Ross 154-4. Thank you for your support. Follow, recommend, collect, vote, and comment. In order not to ruin the reading experience, I rarely put these words in the text. Well, that's it. Thanks to the rich experience accumulated in the solar system, humans are already familiar with docking and launching operations within the Milky Way. Hope can complete this series of operations with just its intelligent AI light of the Milky Way. We are finally here. With stars and planets, there are inexhaustible resources and energy. We can rest, recuperate, and grow strong here. Looking at the Ross 154-4 planetary data displayed on the big screen, excited and tearful voices rang out in the command center. Yes, God bless us humans, we have successfully arrived here after 1,000 years. I finally don't have to worry about energy. Darn it, I have to have an extra meal tonight to celebrate. I have to get at least 10 energy bars of different flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. The sun is so nice, oh no. It's the starlight that's so nice. Solar sails, we're going to build a bunch of solar sails and absorb it. Ha ha ha, sip your sister. Sip, that's a bad word. You have no scientific literacy at all, that's called. Please use the professional term, photovoltaic power generation. Listening to these conversations, Xu Yuan's face lost its sadness and was slowly filled with a smile. The command center was not a place for loud shouting, but Xu Yuan didn't say anything at this moment because he knew that everyone was indeed very excited and happy. To be honest, it is indeed a miracle that humans have actually crossed from one galaxy to another by relying on hibernation technology and nuclear fission technology. In fact, when scientists calculated that the voyage was feasible from a resource perspective, Xu Yuan knew that they were also worried, especially the experts who led the construction of the Hope. Xu Yuan still remembered that he had gone to them to discuss the departure. When he asked whether the Hope could last for 1,000 years, Everyone hesitated and was forced into no other options, but could only say it's possible or probably no problem. No one dared to guarantee it. Yu Yuan was actually a little nervous when he heard such words, but he knew that mankind had no other way to go. So, they immediately decided to have all spaceship designers and senior engineers unify their wording, and then cooperate with the propaganda department to spread the word among the public that the spaceship could be operated for 1,000 years without any problems, and that everyone could go on the journey without worry. Yu Yuan knew that he had deceived everyone, but since he was in the leadership position, he had to be aware of the responsibility. He actually knew that if the Hope really couldn't hold on during the voyage, then at the last moment when everyone was doomed, some people would definitely expose the matter that he had hidden from the public, and then bring him to an irreparable end. Fortunately, there was no danger and humans really crossed the distance of 9.4 light-years. As Hope was on its way to its destination, an important meeting was held in the auditorium, chaired by Yu Yuan. The attendees were still the heads of various departments, experts, scientists, and senior engineers from various fields. We have crossed the boundless sea of stars and set foot on this new land. But first, I would like to once again ask everyone to observe a 10-minute silence for the 2,474 compatriots who sacrificed their lives during this voyage. They are heroes of mankind, and their names will be forever engraved in the annals of human history. After saying this, Yu Yuan led the people in a moment of silence. 10 minutes later, he continued, "The universe is so cold and dark. It uses its vastness to let us know that we are so small that we are not even as small as ants. The universe uses its antiquity to tell us that our lives are no different from those of plankton. Yes, in front of the universe, we are so weak and humble, but with our own wisdom, we successfully shouted the first sentence to the universe. We humans were born on Earth, and now we have come to Ross 154. We have crossed the 9.4 light-years that are like a celestial ridge. With our wisdom, we have engraved the name of humanity on the starry sky." Yu Yuan stood on the main stage of the conference, looking at everyone below, and then continued to speak. "The universe is so brilliant and fascinating. We humans have stepped through the boundless void with blood and tears. At that time, the beauty of the galaxy shone through our dancing eyes. At that time, the hope on the other side inspired our souls. Finally, we came here on the sea of stars. From now on, in the vast sea of stars and the eternal time, there are real traces of us humans. This is the first trace, but not the last trace." The sound of the abyss gradually became higher and higher. Ross 154, the place where a new chapter for mankind begins. Here, there are inexhaustible resources for us. We will reproduce here. We will grow and prosper here. We will regain all that we have lost here, and we will reshape the glory of human civilization here. As soon as the meeting started, the entire venue was filled with Yu Yuan's opening remarks. He stood in the host's seat of the conference and spoke eloquently, occasionally raising his arms and waving his fists to accompany his words. Once upon a time, before humans actually set foot on the stars, it was said that humans who truly set foot in space would evolve like fish out of water and eventually cease to be human. But today I want to say that humans will always be humans, no matter what choices we make in the future, no matter where we go in the future, no matter how far we go in the future. We humans will always maintain our best qualities. We are brave, hardworking, and enterprising. We are smart, wise, and progressive. We are tenacious and unyielding. We will carry on the spirit of our ancestors and the will of our martyrs, and continue human civilization in the universe. After taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan continued, "More than 3,000 years ago, a great poet once asked the sky, 'In the beginning of ancient times, who taught the way? How can we examine it when there is no shape above or below? Who can understand the darkness? How can we know the wings of the phoenix when they are only images?' These deafening questions were addressed to the universe and to future generations. However, more than 3,000 years have passed, and we still cannot answer Master Chu's questions. But as long as we keep moving forward and remain curious, one day we will be able to answer these questions because we are human beings. We are the spirits of all creatures on Earth." Yu Yuan's opening speech started with a moment of silence, then moved on to the vastness of the stars, the excellence of human beings, the inheritance of spirit, and the outlook for the future. Although his speech was a bit disjointed because it was not written, it helped the people in the conference hall gradually recover from the haze of the long voyage. Their spirits began to boil. One could even see expressions of worship in the eyes of some of the participants. Previously, such expressions were only seen among the people in the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Armaments, but now many senior engineers also showed such expressions. Yu Yuan saw all of this, and he also knew that in addition to these people, the vast majority of scientists also respected him very much. Thank you for the 10,000 yuan reward for the mini-example. Lenaji, greater than over equal to less than over equal to thank you greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Now, if this continues, Yu Yuan will inevitably become an absolute dictator, or rather, he already is. Yu Yuan also felt this, but he didn't know when it started. Maybe it was the moment he learned about the solar eruption, maybe it was the moment the new government was established, or maybe it was this moment when he just finished his opening remarks. Yu Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. However, Yu Yuan knew very well how he became the leader, because he was originally the highest commander of the fourth base of Jupiter. Becoming the leader of the new government was mostly inherited, and of course he also held a vote, but he knew the details very well. Anyway, it was not elected by popular vote. From then on, he never mentioned anything about changing the leader, and everyone understood it tacitly. Yu Yuan was a man who valued etiquette and rules. He felt that this was not the way to go, and that he would have to find an opportunity to put this matter in a proper order in the future. For example, elections are held regularly, but they are still not national elections. How often this will be done is yet to be determined, but it won't be too frequent. After all, the universe is not a good place, and doing this too much can easily lead a civilization into internal friction. Humanity is still struggling to survive, and leaders cannot be replaced. So Yu Yuan actually wants to be a dictator, but he has to set a procedure. After all, the new government has more than just the leader, and the election and replacement of other positions must also have a charter. Of course, since the word dictatorship has become a bad word in the Earth era and is almost a banned word, a different word must be used in the propaganda, let alone the matter of dictatorship. At this moment, Yu Yuan had already brought the meeting to the main topic. The most important task of this meeting is to determine various development issues for humanity in this galaxy. Our engineering department is ready. After deploying enough satellites, we will start landing on the Ross 154-4. By then, the engineering machinery and automation equipment in the Hope warehouse will be up to date, and all kinds of industrial plant drawings can use the previous ones. In just 3 years, we can build an industrial production line on this planet. The director of the engineering department said this, looked at the director of the industry department, and added, "But mineral resources must also keep up. It may take some time to complete the exploration. We can only do our best," the person in charge of mineral exploration replied. "Although we have robots, exploration still needs to be led by people. Don't worry, safety is the top priority. We are not in a hurry." Yu Yuan interrupted, "By the way, if we want to go to the planet, have you arranged the energy? We have discussed it internally. We will first build a simple photovoltaic power plant, and then build a nuclear power plant after we find the radioactive elements. Before that, the Hope can only use solar power. After a long journey, the nuclear fuel on the Hope is almost exhausted, and the last fuel rod can only last for half a year at most. Fortunately, the Hope has the ability to produce solar energy, and now it is in the inner galaxy and very close to the red dwarf star, so the energy problem is solved." The meeting was opened by Yu Yuan, and then the ministers of each department presented their relevant plans, and finally the plan for the first 5 years of mankind in this galaxy was finalized. Physical sciences, life sciences, social sciences, and information sciences, all scientific research that had previously entered a dormant state will be fully activated. The entire human society will come back to life from its dormant state. In addition to development-related issues, matters related to civilization contribution coins and population issues were also determined. The new government inherited most of the system of the fourth base of the European astronomical system, but now it is no longer the fourth base of the European astronomical system, but the entire human race, although there are only more than 80,000 people. However, in order to adapt to future development, some things must change. Civilization contribution coin is one of them. The civilization contribution coin, or or simply the contribution coin, is actually money, a propaganda department staff member explained on a program promoting archival policy. But it is somewhat different from the old coins, mainly in terms of its scope of use. It can be used to prepay future life-saving drugs. What about old currency? The host asked. Old currency is still usable. Items other than basic necessities can be purchased with old currency as usual. Can you explain this basic living material? Of course, in order to improve people's living standards, the new government will gradually implement a system of limited distribution of basic living supplies in the next 5 years, and all other living supplies can be purchased with old currency. The so-called basic living supplies refer to the material security for maintaining a person's most basic life, which can be summarized as clothing, food, and housing. In terms of clothing, the new government plans to open a free clothing store on the Hope, providing a quota of 5 sets of clothing per person per year. Anyone can collect it at any time with their identity information. Those who do not collect the full quota by the new year will not have their quota carried forward to the next year. In terms of housing, the new government plans to renovate and expand the Hope over the next decade to ensure that every family can own their own home. Are you talking about family? The host asked the prepared question appropriately. Yes, families. In order to promote population growth, the new government has decided to allocate free new housing to people who form families. Compared with the current housing, the new housing will be larger and more spacious, with more complete supporting facilities. In addition, the new government also provides corresponding contribution coin subsidies to families with newborns. The amount is divided into 3 levels according to the number of newborns. The general content is as follows. Families with 1 to 2 newborns can receive an additional subsidy of 1,000 contribution coins per person each year from the birth of the newborn to their adulthood. Families with 3 to 5 newborns will directly receive 1 quota for the use of life-saving medicine plus a subsidy of 3,000 new Taiwan dollars per newborn per year. Families with 5 or more newborns can directly obtain 2 quotas for the use of life-saving drugs. At the same time, all expenses during the newborn's underage stage will be borne by the new government, plus they will enjoy the same amount of contribution coin subsidies as the previous level. Families can go to the relevant departments to redeem the contribution coins of the same amount if they have already paid part of the money with relevant certificates. This policy will be implemented on a trial basis for 100 years. After 100 years, the new government will make corresponding adjustments based on actual conditions. For more information on the policy, please visit the website at the bottom of the screen. According to the reference of contribution coins value given by the new government, about 50,000 contribution coins can be used to pre-purchase a life-saving medicine quota. According to this calculation, a family only needs to give birth to 2 children and then wait for 18 years to earn 36,000 contribution coins. In this way, as long as they earn a little more from other places, it will be enough to buy a life-saving medicine quota. Or you can have another child. Just by receiving subsidies for 6 years, you can buy a life potion quota. Apparently, after experiencing the benefits of drawing big cakes when building the Hope, the experts of the new government are drawing big cakes with life-saving drugs again. Although it's just a big pie, I have to say that this trick is really useful. Please comment, and it will be very popular at the instruction of the new government. The propaganda department vigorously promoted the beautiful vision of mankind's future in order to encourage people to increase their beautiful expectations for future life. On the other hand, the new government continues to strictly control the use of hibernation chambers. Basically, except for collective hibernation for long-distance voyages or special administrative approval, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to hibernate. It is impossible to hibernate to skip the hard struggle stage and wake up to enjoy it when technology is advanced in the future. While the current policies are good, we should work hard and contribute to human development. Of course, this kind of policy that uses life as a bargaining chip can do nothing if it encounters someone who really doesn't want to live. The premise is that this person does not fall under the Lie Flat Act. The new government is not a charity. If you don't want to live, then just go and die. It is impossible for all 80,000 people to do the same. It sounds inhumane, but for the sake of humanity's progress, the new government is determined to implement this policy. Lying down is a crime. Fighting is glorious. After this series of supporting policies were introduced, The marriage registration offices went from being deserted to being crowded with people. But some are happy and some are sad. Due to the extremely unbalanced gender ratio in the human population, this policy has been opposed by many men and a few women, with some people even privately shouting "Get lost." Experts. Most of those who oppose this policy are men who are not good enough because they feel they cannot compete with others. In general, they complain that this policy is unfair and does not take into account the imbalance between men and women. The few female opponents are almost all supporters of the feminist slogan. Their reason is very simple, which is to criticize the new government's policy of not paying attention to women's rights and treating women as tools for bearing children. As a leader, Xu Yuan has naturally heard these calls. Today, the male-female ratio is about 1 minute and 0.6 seconds, which means there are about 50,000 men and 30,000 women. This will really create 20,000 bachelors. But what can Xu Yuan do? What can they do with the situation being like this? After all, the original Jovian base was not built for humans to escape to the stars in the future. All he can do is allow the propaganda department to subtly guide the thinking of these men and then continue to firmly implement this population policy. If you can't marry now, then try hard for another 18 years and wait until you are good enough to marry the next generation. Of course, you can also work hard to give yourself the opportunity to obtain the right to use the life-saving medicine. As long as you have the ability to give yourself and your future partner a long life, why would you worry about not finding a partner? As for the few women who oppose it because of feminism, Xu Yuan can only say sorry. In fact, among all the policies formulated, this population policy is the most moderate. In addition, there are two other plans. The first is the artificial embryo plan, and the other is the Dawn Hall plan. The detailed reports of these two plans are now in Xu Yuan's office, but have not been made public. The so-called artificial embryo program is actually the test tube baby program. In this program, the new government will set up an institution called the Human Fertility Center, which will then initiate the collection of all human male seed and female eggs. After collecting a certain number of seed and eggs, the Human Parenting Center will scientifically match these seed and eggs based on the close and distant relatives of the source DNA, and then perform in vitro fertilization and early fertilized egg cultivation at the Human Parenting Center. After the fertilized egg has been cultivated to the expected level, it will be transplanted into the womb of the recipient woman to give birth to offspring. These offspring will be raised and grown together by the Human Parenting Center, or if the man and woman wish, they can take the fertilized egg away for raising. In this proposal, the proposers pointed out that all women of appropriate age must be obliged to unconditionally accept to become the recipients of fertilized eggs 3 to 5 times, and also suggested that those who do not accept should be charged with crimes, the most serious of which could be crimes against human civilization. For humanity, such a crazy plan made Xu Yuan feel terrified, so he simply suppressed it and did not announce it or adopt it. As for the other proposal called Dawn Hall, it is not much better. According to the description in this plan, the new government will vacate space or build a new functional cabin called Hall of Dawn on Hope. No regulations were set, but any human female who had reached the appropriate age had to go to the Dawn Hall within the specified time to perform breeding tasks with the male automatically assigned by the system, and the newborns would be raised by the Dawn Hall. In order to avoid emotional entanglements in the future, both parties must wear hoods or masks that conceal their identities, as well as voice changers during the mission. However, based on ethical considerations, this plan also adds provisions that men and women can choose whether to disclose their identities to each other. If they disclose their identities to each other, it will be regarded as a voluntary union of both parties, and the offspring born in this way will also be raised by the family formed by both parties. In the breeding mission of the Dawn Hall, a woman's lifetime mission target is to give birth to 3 to 5 newborns. If the woman is married, she does not need to go to the Dawn Hall to carry out the breeding mission, but the family must have 3 to 5 newborns within a specified number of years after marriage. This plan is milder than the artificial embryo plan, but it will also seriously undermine today's human ethics. If it is to be implemented, it will be necessary to burn all bridges and build a social and ethical system that is consistent with this plan. This is true for both options. It can be said that the cost is very high. If it must be implemented, it will inevitably change the existing social ethical system, and the social structure and humanistic thoughts will inevitably change accordingly. In short, the risk is too great. And it was also very crazy. It didn't seem to be a last resort, so Xu Yuan didn't agree to either of these two plans. In fact, in addition to these two crazy plans, there is an even more outrageous one called the artificial womb plan. The artificial womb project means, as the name suggests, that humans use technology to create a womb-like hotbed, and then relevant technical personnel and machinery and equipment will manage various fertilization conditions. This plan does not require women to give birth. It is a plan that claims to free all women from the pain of childbirth. However, because there are too many technologies involved and human technology is regressing, many details of this plan cannot be realized at present, and it has not been written into a feasible plan. It is just a plan concept. Therefore, after such a comparison, it seems that the population plan announced now is very humane. It's simply too gentle, and such a policy is now being criticized by men and women. Xu Yuan said that the baby is feeling very sad. Of course, if the social backlash is really serious, Xu Yuan doesn't mind releasing these plans so that opponents will know what is humane and what is crazy. The first space mining robot was launched, awakening the hope, which had been dormant for 1,000 years. Before landing on the planet Ross 1544, humans will first set their sights on its satellite. Mining robots will carry out mining operations on this irregular satellite of more than 200 kilometers, and then use transport boats to transport shiploads of or to the Hope. Then the engineering workshop on the Hope will run at full capacity, producing a steady stream of various items for humanity. At the same time, the battleship construction plan has also been restarted. Everything is waking up. At about the same time, in a small conference room, Xu Yuan was exchanging opinions on the landing with a dozen scientists and related geologists. Based on what we have observed so far from satellite images, the surface of this planet is mainly composed of valleys and low hills, with no other tall mountains or peaks found. Well, a few planetary evolution experts seem to have something to say, but please hear me out. Looking at the planetary evolution expert who was hesitant to speak, the female geologist in her 40s continued, because there are too few satellites, we have not yet obtained comprehensive geological data on this planet. But based on the current images, there are 2 points that I think are a bit strange. Look at this picture. The geologist pressed a button to send a signal to the big screen. After the picture was displayed, she pointed to the picture and said, "Look, this dark area under the mound looks like a cave. For such cave-like things have been found from satellite pictures." This is the first point. The second point is that we found this one in the satellite spectrometer. Watching the changes in the picture on the screen, Xu Yuan found that this picture was different from the others. It was a bit similar to infrared imaging, but different. So he asked, "What is this?" Mines, or exposed metal mountains, contain various elements such as iron, aluminum, tungsten, manganese, titanium, etc., and in very large quantities. From the preliminary analysis of the spectral data, we believe that their purity is very high. Do you think it is reasonable to have so many open-air mines on a planet? An astronomical research expert nodded and said, "From the perspective of planetary evolution, when a planet reaches the second stage of its evolution, that is, the differentiation stage, the temperature reaches an extremely high level. In this case, it is equivalent to a molten planet. Under the influence of gravity, its heavy elements should be deposited in the lower rock layer. From this perspective, it is indeed unreasonable. However, there are also special cases. If it is hit by a massive celestial body after cooling down, it is possible that the heavy metal elements inside it will be thrown into the outer layer of the Earth's geology, such as our Earth. And you have noticed that this planet does not have a massive satellite, so we cannot rule out the possibility that during the formation of this planet, due to various complex factors, its satellite collided with it, and then after a long period of evolution, they merged together. Such a strong impact is likely to throw heavy elements into the outer layer of the planet's geochemistry. What about these holes? How do you explain them?" The female geologist switched the picture back to the previous one. She felt that these large caves were very unusual, but since they were only satellite images, there was too little data to explain why. However, she insisted on expressing her concerns. "Well, it's normal for a planet to have structures like caves. It means it has a hot core, and there are geological movements. No, I don't think it's that simple. What do you think it is? It can't be an alien cave, right?" The atmosphere of this planet doesn't even have oxygen, and there are poisonous gases such as carbon monoxide and sulfur dioxide. It's impossible for life to exist, let alone aliens. Another expert shook his head. Besides, we can't just give up on landing based on limited data. I didn't say to give up the landing. I just think this planet is very strange. I suggest that before the personnel land, we send robots to conduct preliminary exploration and then carry out the landing after confirming safety, said the female geologist. The Hope had finally arrived here, so how could it give up, especially when it knew there were so many exposed metal mines on this planet? At this time, an expert suddenly said, "Is it possible that it is a cosmic insect race? You've watched too many science fiction movies. This planet is completely barren. Even if there is life, what do they eat? They can't eat dirt, right?" Someone immediately scoffed at this question. Indeed, the so-called Zerg are also living organisms, and living organisms need to absorb negative entropy. The average surface temperature of this planet is 118.3 degrees Celsius, so theoretically it is impossible for life to exist on it. Satellite images show no ice layer on the surface, let alone any signs of life. "It's not impossible," the man muttered. After he said this, everyone who refuted him was speechless. Is this science? Seeing that the meeting room was about to get into another argument, Yuan waved his hand and said, "Then let's do this. First, let the unmanned probe take the landing craft to land near those caves and those exposed mines. After confirming that it is safe, we will carry out the landing of personnel." After hearing what the female geologist said, he also found it a bit strange. Moreover, according to the normal landing procedure, unmanned exploration should have been carried out first. However, humans were too excited and therefore formulated a plan for direct human landing. After traveling through thousands of years to reach such a promising land with abundant resources, everyone would be excited. But not everyone loses their mind because of excitement. The experts did not forget to hold a seminar before landing. Yuan was very satisfied with this. The landing has not officially started yet, so there is no problem in temporarily adding a normal procedure. At most, the first batch of people preparing to land will have to wait for 10 more days or half a month. Yuan didn't need to arrange the specific details himself. He only needed to tell his assistant Long Xiaolin, and she would arrange everything. Be sure to be careful and cautious. The people of the fourth base of Jupiter who make up the present human race are not a group of prisoners, nor are they a group of loose personnel put together temporarily, but a group of people who have inherited all the systems and civilization data of the fourth base of Jupiter. They are organized and disciplined, and the previous space exploration procedures and lessons of the gardeners are still clearly written in the central computer. Under normal circumstances, we should follow the procedures and take scientific steps to deal with anything we encounter in the universe, even something that humans are already familiar with, such as landing. First, an unmanned probe will land, then check suspicious locations, take samples of suspicious target minerals, and then analyze the samples. After that, the planet will be evaluated and analyzed based on the analysis results, and then a large-scale landing of personnel can be carried out. There are many types of ground unmanned probes, including wheeled probe vehicles with solar battery panels, tracked probe vehicles, and small drones. Since the atmosphere of this planet is thin and not very suitable for propeller-driven drone operations, this unmanned exploration will mainly be carried out using ground vehicles. In order to cooperate with ground-based unmanned probes, Hope launched several artificial satellites into the orbit of the planet Ross 1544. In addition to serving as signal relays, these satellites were also equipped with CCD stereo cameras. This camera can perform push-sweep scanning on ground targets when the satellite is flying, thereby obtaining 3 different angle images of the same target on the surface. These 3 angle images are the sub-satellite point, that is, the front view, 17 degrees forward view, and 17 degrees rear view. After obtaining 3 pieces of 2-dimensional raw data, the images are corrected by radiation calibration, that is, the grayscale value of the target image is converted into the actual brightness value of the target, and then combined with the satellite position and attitude at the time of imaging, a 3-dimensional stereoscopic image of the surface target is reconstructed. This will provide more detailed data for target detection. After the plan was finalized, humans spent a considerable amount of time preparing for it. Unmanned exploration will only truly begin once a certain number of new artificial satellites have been built. New artificial satellites were launched one after another. At the same time, an unmanned landing craft carrying several unmanned landing probes broke into the thin atmosphere of the planet and landed towards its designated target. The unmanned landing craft continued to lower its altitude along the preset trajectory, while the two small vector fission thrusters installed at its tail and one thruster at its belly began to work together. With mature fission technology, humans no longer need to use rocket reverse thrust to assist landing as in the 21st century. Without considering environmental pollution, landing craft equipped with fission propulsion can penetrate the atmosphere like a small spaceship and then land steadily and loudly at the predetermined location. Just like that, as it got closer and closer to the ground, the landing craft slowly extended forward tilted supports from both sides, and then after the vector nozzle stirred up a cloud of dust, it landed steadily on the ground of the planet with a clang. The average gravity of Ross 154.4 is 7.2 meters per second, and the escape velocity is 7 kilometers per second. Both are much lower than those on Earth, so the landing operation of the unmanned landing craft is relatively easy. After the unmanned landing craft came to a stop, its side door was opened, and then a slanted door slowly extended from the door and inserted into the ground. Then, several unmanned probes slowly crawled down the ramp to the ground and began their exploration journey. This small detector adopts the classic design of ground exploration vehicles. It is composed of 9 systems, namely structure and mechanism, integrated electronics, guidance, navigation and control, measurement and control data transmission, mobility, power supply, thermal control, payload, and remote driver module. Since nuclear fission thrusters have not yet been miniaturized to the point where they can be installed on such small detection equipment, their battery replenishment still mainly relies on solar chargers. Of course, humans can actually use landing craft to conduct low-altitude, near-Earth exploration of the planet's surface, but that is part of the onboard exploration, in which the landing craft's pilot personally drives the craft, while other crew members use the onboard equipment to conduct exploration. The landing craft at this time was called a probe craft because of the change in its function. This method will be widely used after humans actually land on the planet. Now we are in the unmanned exploration stage, so small ground detectors are still the main ones. Scientists on the Hope followed the line of sight of a small ground probe, passed over small hills, and after 38 minutes of driving, they arrived at the edge of a mine. "Come on over and collect some samples," one scientist said to the remote driver. Through the remote control module, the mechanical pilot on the Hope has taken over the operation of the ground probe. Although there is a 20-millisecond delay in operating instructions due to the distance, the degree of freedom is much better than handing it over to the automatic program. After the scientist spoke, the driver sitting in the remote driver's seat raised his hand and pressed his helmet, then put his hand back on the joystick and began to send various action instructions to the ground detector. A robotic arm consisting of a shoulder azimuth joint, a shoulder pitch joint, a wrist pitch joint, an extension arm, a lock-release mechanism, a hydraulic device, and a cable extends from the base of the ground detector. When it approaches the target, the end of the robotic arm opens like a pedal, and a vibrating and rotating drill is revealed in the middle. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, the drill bit slowly struck the ore, breaking through its dark surface. Is this iron? Suddenly, a touch of silver caught everyone's attention. It's iron. How is this possible? Scientists knew from spectral analysis that these mines contained large amounts of iron, and that the dark layer on the surface should be some kind of iron compound. However, they did not expect to find a different scene when they drilled down. Dig to the side. Yes, push the surface over here. That's it. Without caring about taking samples, several scientists standing behind the remote driver immediately started pointing and gesticulating, wishing they could get behind the wheel themselves. As the ground detector worked, a picture composed of large and small silver-white pits filled the entire screen. Under the illumination of the ground detector light, they sparkled with a charming metallic luster. Several scientists were stunned when they saw this scene. This is not an iron mine at all. It is clearly a pure iron mountain. But how is it possible? Such a pure iron mountain cannot exist in nature. It's hard to imagine. If this is the case underneath this hill, what does that mean? Several scientists looked at each other, and each of them could see shock and horror in each other's eyes. Grass. Could there really be aliens on this planet? As soon as the scientists came up with this idea, they heard a cry of surprise from the side. Oh my God, this is titanium. A titanium mountain? Turning around, I saw several experts on the other side, also behind another remote driver, staring at the screen in front of them in amazement, while several others were staring blankly at the data sent by the spectrometer carried by the ground detector. Several scientists rushed over immediately and saw that the screen was full of silver-gray metallic luster. But before they could catch their breath, they heard an excited roar coming from behind them. Shoot! This darning spectrometer is broken. Look what I see. Gold. All gold. A mountain of gold. Maybe this guy shouted so loudly that everyone in the remote driving hall heard it. Then another voice immediately responded, yes, the spectrometer is correct. After digging up the soil layer on the number 7 ground detector, it found a silver mountain. Yes, it is a silver mountain. The purity is very high. I suspect it is made of silver alone. Mountains of gold, silver, titanium, and iron. Maybe more. It is just that the ground probes sent by humans are limited and have not been discovered. Every ground-based detector has detected similar phenomena, so it can't be an instrument error. Well, this is the real gold and silver mountain. But how could there be mountains of pure metal on a naturally formed planet? During the formation of a planet, heavy metals such as gold and silver should be buried deep below the surface, so there is no way they could accumulate on the surface to form a small mountain. For a moment, the entire remote driving hall fell silent. The remote drivers also stopped driving and looked at the scientists behind them in shock, hoping that they could give a reasonable explanation. Do we still need to take samples? A remote robot operator asked, looking at the experts staring at each other. Taking samples? What samples are there? So many detectors have obtained similar results, so there must be a lot of gold and silver. A geologist recovered from the shock and said to the remote driver who had just spoken, "Go, drive the ground detector here." She pointed to a marked point on the satellite map with a serious look. The remote driver hesitated. "This is the location of the cave. Professor Bu, do you want to?" "Yes, I suspect these holes are mining holes. Please ask for various ticket." Tracking the remote driver was no fool. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you think there really are aliens in this cave? I think it's better to tell the higher-ups first. General Yu has authorized me to be fully responsible for the first unmanned exploration, and I have already sent him the findings just now. I believe he will be here soon. Just drive the ground detector over there." The female geologist called Professor Bu responded immediately. She knew that this remote driver was afraid of taking responsibility. After all, this matter is too bizarre. Anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that it cannot be formed naturally, and anything related to aliens must be a big deal. So it is no wonder that the remote driver hesitated. Okay. After receiving the answer without any responsibility, the remote driver immediately followed the geologist's instructions. At this time, Professor Bu, a female geologist, said to the other 2 remote pilots, "You guys should do the same. Go to the other 2 target points and leave 2 to collect samples at Jinshan. Professor Bu, hasn't it been confirmed to be Jinshan? Why are we still taking samples?" An expert asked puzzledly. "By taking samples of the soil layer and rock formations, we want to know the age of the rock formations covering the surface of these metal mountains. We need to determine which layer of rock formations on this planet they originally belonged to. Through them, we can analyze the age of the accumulation of these metal mountains. In short, through rock formation analysis, we can know a lot of things," Professor Bu explained briefly. "I see." The expert nodded. "This is what you geologists are best at, but what I want to know is, what if there are aliens in the cave? None of us can afford such a risk, so I think we should wait for the decision from above before taking the next step." As soon as these words were spoken, the remote drivers quietly slowed down their movements. "Didn't you hear what I just said?" Professor Bu raised his eyebrows and looked directly at the expert, refusing to give in. "If everything has to be decided by the higher-ups, then what are we supposed to do? Do you think that if you report to them first, they will make the decision right away? Or do they have to consult us?" After scolding the experts who had objections, Professor Bu looked around at all the experts and scientists present and said, "Let me repeat again. I am solely responsible for the first unmanned detection. There is no need for me to show you the authorization letter. When no one responded, she turned to the drivers who were slowing down and shouted, "Don't stop. Keep going." At this time, a warrior who was originally guarding the door quietly walked to the side of the female geologist, then leaned slightly and whispered, "Hey, trainer, calm down. The marshal is coming soon." The tight vest made the warrior's muscles look even more muscular. He was tall and strong, 2 heads taller than Professor Boo Boo, so he had to bend down when talking to Professor Bouliencher. "What do you have to do with this?" The female professor glared at the warrior, then lowered her voice and said, "Also, be careful in public places." The female geologist was named Bouliencher, who had the same name as Bouliencher, the concubine of Sun Quan during the Three Kingdoms period. She chose the same name as a historical figure because her father was very obsessed with the history of the Three Kingdoms. The soldier just now was named Tan Xiansheng. He was originally an ordinary soldier of the Ministry of Defense. However, because of the landing plan, he was appointed as the leader of the first landing security team. At the same time, he was also one of Bouliencher's secret admirers. After the Population Act was promulgated, he felt that there was no time to lose and immediately pierced through the veil of secret love, turning his secret love into formal pursuit. He thought it would not work, but unexpectedly, Master Boo agreed right away. Later, he found out that Master Boo liked muscular men like him. "Okay, Professor Boo." The warrior chuckled, turned around and left. He just didn't want his future wife to offend too many people. The reason why he was here was because the landing of personnel was delayed. Coming here was just right for him to get familiar with the ground conditions in advance through the experience of no one landing. As soon as the warrior turned around, he saw the door of the remote driving hall was opened, and then 3 figures stepped into the driving hall one after another. He quickly walked over and saluted the person in front, saying, "Marshal." The person who came was Yu Yuan, and behind him were the Minister of Defense Zhu Pit and the Minister of Armaments Manu Miai. Because it might be related to aliens, Yu Yuan immediately called the 2 top military leaders after receiving the news and rushed over. Yu Yuan nodded slightly as a token of acceptance of the warrior's military salute, and then walked towards the long-distance driving hall. "Tell me the situation, Professor Boo." Yu Yuan spoke directly when he came in front of Professor Bouliencher. "Look at this," said Master Boo, pointing to a picture taken by a ground probe. "Gold mountains, silver mountains, titanium mountains. Such a large number of mountains made of metals are impossible in the natural evolution of a planet, and they do not conform to the distribution of geological minerals. So we have reason to believe that this is man-made. But according to previous detection data, no signs of biological activity have been found on the surface of this planet, and no traces of life have been found near these metal mountains. Based on this observation, I think these metal hills should be the work of an alien civilization that is no longer here, and those caves that we didn't know what they were before should be left by aliens mining back then." Trainer Boo explained why she insisted on letting the remote driver operate the ground detector to explore the cave. It seemed that she didn't say it just now not because she didn't know, but because she deliberately waited until Yu Yuan came to tell her. "Professor Boo means that the aliens are gone?" Yu Yuan nodded. He had also learned about satellite observation data from other experts before, and indeed no signs of alien life activity were found. Yes, based on the existing data, it is preliminarily determined that this is the case, but the specific confirmation still needs the ground detector to send back the data of those caves, and it would be best if we can get the soil samples there. Master Boo said confidently, "With those soil samples, we can determine the age of the soil covering the metal hills, and also determine the age of the excavation of those caves, so as to confirm whether aliens still exist on this planet." It has to be said that the scientists on the Hope are still very rational. At this moment, they have recovered from the shock of possibly discovering clues about aliens, and are now analyzing the problem very rationally from their own professional perspective. In fact, as soon as Yu Yuan learned about the Gold Mountain, Silver Mountain, and Titanium Mountain, he had already ordered the operators of each department at the command center to adjust the attitude of the Hope. Let them be ready, once this planet is found to be dangerous, to directly activate the remaining energy of the Hope and head to the planet Ross 154-6. Ever since he suffered an unexpected disaster, Yu Yuan has become extremely alert to the word aliens. Even though no trace of their activities has been found from the current detection, he still has to be prepared to escape at any time. Of course, Yu Yuan actually knew that if they really encountered aliens in such a place and at this time, the chance of the Hope escaping would be almost zero, because the Hope could no longer carry out interstellar voyages again. However, it is always better to try than to sit and wait for death. In Yu Yuan's mind, even if it was a dying struggle, he would fight with all of humanity and would never die in silence. Although humans are weak, they must never lose their dignity, even if it is only the dignity that humans themselves consider to be dignity. If things really get desperate, he will definitely lead all of humanity to fight with all their might. Even if it is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they must fight back. Of course, if there is hope of escaping, I will definitely escape without hesitation. What if they are still here? Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows. As soon as these words were spoken, Master Bu Lian became furious. If Yu Yuan hadn't asked her, she would have probably lost her temper. After taking a breath, she patiently explained, "From the geologic situation, we have not found any signs of biological activity on the ground. Apart from the wheels of our ground probe, there are no traces at all. And from the analysis of the environment of this planet, it is impossible for it to give birth to life. Even if there are aliens, they are outsiders. General, if they are really outsiders, is it possible that their technology is lower than ours? The fact that they can come here from the vast universe to mine means that their technology must be far superior to ours. If they are still here, then we must have been discovered. But we have already sent so many probes and made a lot of noise on this planet, but there is still no response from the planet. So I guess they have left for unknown reasons, or they have become extinct. Of course, extinction is unlikely." Yu Yuan nodded and stretched out his hand, indicating, "Go on, I'm listening." Seeing Yu Yuan like this, Master Bu finally calmed down. She continued, "But guesses are just guesses. If we want to prove whether the guess is correct, we have to continue to collect more data, send more ground probes to explore more mounds, explore those caves, and even land personnel. If our conjecture is confirmed, we will be rich. Since there are mountains of gold, silver, iron, and titanium, there may be other metal mountains as well. Those are minerals exposed on the surface. As long as we find the reason for their existence, we can dig these minerals away without any effort. Indeed, the temptation of this something for nothing is too great." Yu Yuan couldn't help but imagine the scene where humans would empty all these minerals once it was confirmed to be safe. There would be no need to refine them at all, and they could directly build factories on the planet and produce all kinds of products we needed. No need to dig the earth or mine. That would save humans at least 10 years of time and a lot of labor, so the freed-up manpower could be put into other areas. But the prerequisite is to find out the truth. That makes sense, but let's wait for a while before the personnel land," Yu Yuan said. He thought it would be better to wait for more detailed results from the unmanned detection before making any plans. After all, the sudden appearance of so many metal mountains was too weird, and there was no reasonable explanation. He was really scared. But you can't let your recklessness harm humans whose lives are more valuable than gold. If they really find something unusual and cannot fight it, they can go to ROS 154.6 or ROS 154.7. With today's human technology, as long as it is a planet, there is no need to worry about not finding mineral resources. Sometimes Yu Yuan feels that it is better to be a frightened bird than a reckless man. Bravery must be based on an evenly matched opponent. If you charge forward knowing that you will be crushed, that is tantamount to committing suicide. "I understand. Please wait for good news." Professor Bu Lianshi smiled and seemed very confident. Yu Yuan responded, then turned and walked out of the remote driving hall, and said to Zhu Pit and Manuimi who followed him, "You have heard what Professor Bu said. Tell me what you think." "Aliens," Manuimi muttered first, and then said after careful consideration, "The situation is still unclear. We don't even know whether aliens exist, what form they exist in, their technological level, etc. We don't know everything. We have no idea where to start if we want to formulate countermeasures. So I can only start from our own perspective and make some preparations." Manuime adjusted her military cap and spoke again. "There are only 1,988 people in the armed forces now, and the weapons are just rocket launchers, missiles, lasers, some aircraft-mounted machine guns, individual firearms, and other conventional weapons. There are no weapons of mass destruction. If Marshal Yu really considers the use of force, I suggest that you just run away. Yu Yuan turned his face to Manuimi and said, particle physics experts and nuclear weapons experts have already started working. Deuterium, tritium, and other hydrogen bomb materials have been found on asteroids in space. We only need to find radioactive minerals such as uranium to make fission fuses for hydrogen bombs. Of course, atomic bombs are also in the manufacturing plan. Dr. Yun Nanfeng told me a while ago that the space missiles he developed are already hungry for nuclear warheads. I'm afraid distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. A thick Sister Yu voice came out from Manuimi's mouth. Nuclear experts said that once the military production line is built, as long as there is sufficient material, with our current level of automation and computer technology, it will only take 2 months to complete a 200 million ton hydrogen bomb. It will take 2 years to build a military production line, right? 1.5 years. I didn't expect that there was someone at the Ganymede base who understood Mr. S configuration. If that's the case, then I have a plan. What do you mean? Yu Yuan said indifferently. Build as many as you can. If anything unusual happens to this planet, throw hydrogen bombs at it from orbit. Throw as many as you can and then run away. Manuel walked without looking away. Is this your plan? Yu Yuan questioned. What plans can we have? Manuel said slowly. Hydrogen bombs are already the most powerful weapons of our human race, but they completely lose their previous power inside the planet in space combat. In a vacuum, a nuclear explosion will not produce any shock waves, and it is impossible to cause a mechanical blow like on Earth. The damage caused by high-energy particle flows, high-frequency radiation, gamma rays, and the like is reduced in a straight line. Moreover, I think that at this stage we simply cannot face any aliens that can cross the stars. In the face of absolute strength, any plan is futile. So, okay, I understand. Yu Yuan interrupted Manuimi and looked at Jupit. Marshal Yu, as you know, the work of the Ministry of Defense is mainly for internal affairs, so what I can say is that if personnel are allowed to land, then the soldiers of the Ministry of Defense will do their best to protect the scientists who land. Okay, got it. Go ahead and get busy. Yu Yuan waved his hand, indicating that the two did not need to follow him, then turned a corner and walked towards the passage leading to the Military Technology Department of the Hope. He could tell that Sister Manuimi was not talking about the plan just now, but was complaining that the weapons of the armament department were too lousy. Yu Yuan knew it, but humans had just crossed the 9.4 light-year barrier and arrived here, and there was really nothing here. Even the battleship plan that had been put on hold had just been restarted. If it weren't for the fact that the original Jovian base had military ships and many military talents, it would probably not be able to develop military technology now. Please vote, please collect, please read. Unmanned exploration cannot be completed overnight. So Yu Yuan first went to inspect the military technology. Yu Yuan first learned about the situation from engineers and technicians, and then went to the office of Gao Kuan, who was in charge, to meet with him. Gao Kuan still looks plump and white. God knows how the energy bars humans eat every day keep him fat. He just looks decades older than when he was on Jovian planet. Seeing Yu Yuan suddenly rushing into his office, Gao Kuan jumped up from his office chair and asked, General Manager, why are you here? Please sit down. I'll come and learn about the battleship construction situation. Yu Yuan pressed his hand, signaling Gao Kuan not to be nervous. Oh, I'm just about to go to the construction site. If the boss wants to understand this situation, why don't we go and take a look together? Gao Kuan did not sit down, but left the desk and made this suggestion to Yu Yuan. General, you have a meeting on military technology at 3 p.m. Long Xiaolin, who came along, reminded. No need to wait until 3 o'clock. Notify them that the meeting place will be temporarily changed to the observation deck at the dock, and the time will be moved up half an hour. Yu Yuan said, and walked out of the office first. Long Xiaolin followed the instructions and sent the change notification to all participants. At the same time, he followed Yu Yuan to the observation deck at the dock. Because this new dock was built on an asteroid, to reach the dock observation deck, you must take a transport boat from the Hope to the dock in a higher orbit. Battleship construction does not require a spaceship as large as the Hope, nor does it require that many resources, so humans with 4 asteroid resources can meet the construction needs after mining for a period of time. When Yu Yuan and Gao Kuren arrived at the dock observation deck, this small space dock had already been built. Now looking from the observation deck to the work area, the outline of the battleship keel can already be seen. Before the on-site meeting started, Gao Kuren pointed to the busy transport robots in the dock and introduced them to Yu Yuan. Captain, this warship was designed according to the drawings of the year. The ship is 712 meters long, 406 meters wide, and 305 meters high. The designed empty weight is 810,000 tons. The stern is equipped with 2 nuclear fission engines, and the bow is equipped with 2 vector steering thrusters on both sides. The bow is equipped with a plasma main gun, a secondary electromagnetic gun, 8 beam guns on the left and right wings, 12 missile launchers, a considerable number of various types of torpedo tubes, close-in guns, and close-in lasers. A plasma cannon, also known as a plasma cannon, uses a laser to heat heavy hydrogen to millions of degrees Celsius to turn it into a plasma state. It then uses electromagnetic technology to wrap up this group of charged particles and shoot it out to destroy the target. Strictly speaking, it can also be considered an electromagnetic cannon. After all, it uses electromagnetic technology. However, the electromagnetic cannon generally fires alloy warheads. After Gao Kuren introduced the general configuration of the battleship, he began to talk about the structure of the battleship. Yu Yuan, who knew the importance of military power, listened very seriously, because this unfinished battleship represented the highest military power for mankind at present. From the battleship overview to the battleship weapons and defense system, and then to the battleship materials and structure, Gao Kuren spoke in great detail in the areas he was good at, and he did not feel nervous at all. This 4-ship Jupiter adopts a movable concealed bridge design. When entering a battle, the bridge can be moved to the center of the battleship for hidden protection, so that the captain, commander, technicians, etc. on the bridge can be better protected. Tetra, the name of this unfinished battleship. That means, under normal circumstances, the crew on board can still view the scenery outside through the bridge. Long Xiaolin on the side suddenly asked curiously, and it seemed that he was thinking about something wonderful. See the scenery? Gao Kuren was stunned. As a designer, he had never thought about enjoying the scenery. So he looked at Long Xiaolin, who didn't know what he was thinking, and was about to say no, but suddenly he felt that it seemed okay. It does have this function. Soldiers are also human beings. It is good for them to relax occasionally during peacetime. Gao Kuren pondered for a moment, but did not say anything that he had not thought about at the time. Yu Yuan, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows and said leisurely, "What do you mean by can be considered? If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not." This one, seeing Yu Yuan speak, Gao Kuren said the original intention of this design with an embarrassed look on his face. "Captain, the primary purpose of the movable bridge is not to enjoy the scenery, but to deal with the situation in which the external sensors of the ship are destroyed during combat, causing the bridge to be blinded. If the bridge at the center of the battleship loses its view of the battlefield because the ship's radar and various external sensors are destroyed, the mobile bridge can be moved back to the bow so that the personnel on the bridge can regain the battlefield view." Hearing Gao Kuren say this, Yu Yuan wanted to say something unnecessary, because in terms of practicality, it is really not as good as the fixed concealed type. Moreover, he thought that when the external sensors and radars were destroyed, the battleship was estimated to be scrapped. At this time, it was a miracle that the crew on the ship could survive. They were still thinking about how to continue fighting. Shouldn't they be thinking about how to escape from the battlefield? After all, there are so few humans. But since he himself had never seen a real interstellar war, he decided to give up. After a moment of embarrassment, Gao Kuren continued talking. "Captain, after the keel is completed, the next step is to install the main transverse bulkhead and fission reactor foundation. It is the second step in the construction of the battleship and is very important. It will take about 2 months. The third step is to install the main longitudinal bulkhead. Then the side rib sections and the middle hull protection are installed, followed by the bow and stern armor protection and the bridge movable mechanism. The sixth step is the installation of the alloy partition of the inner cabin wall. The seventh step is the installation of the alloy partition of the inner cabin wall. The 14th step is the highlight and the military industry needs to keep up with it, because the 14th step is the installation of various important components of the main gun turret. After completing the 22 steps of mooring equipment installation, which is expected to be used for 3.5 years, a series of comprehensive tests such as micro-motion sea trials and air tightness tests will be carried out on the battleship. After all the above tests are passed, it is time to install the final part of the battleship, various secondary weapon systems, surface radar, antennas, etc. This battleship needs to go through a total of 33 construction steps from keel laying to completion, and none of them can be skipped, so 4 years is already a very fast time. Listening to Gao Kuan's narration, Yu Yuan couldn't help but sigh at the complexity of battleship construction. The 4 Jovian ships are only a little more than twice as long as an aircraft carrier, but with the current level of human automation, it will take another 4 years. But he still feels that 4 years is too long. Unfortunately, this is already the maximum speed for humans. If he wants to speed up shipbuilding again, he must make another breakthrough in intelligent AI technology, so that more and smarter intelligent robots can be used in the shipbuilding process.